looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus, coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. My eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been abolished traveling. आज तो बुझाई मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना, तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. I am the, 'cause I am the Raja. Put your back down when you
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
have the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटे चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप better believe you're gonna be pick up a seat get in your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realms to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja I am the Cause I am the Raja Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way or leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja I am the Cause I am the Raja Put your back down on your knees Would you kiss the ring? Put your back down on your knees Would you I am the Put your back down on your knees Would you kiss the ring? Cause I am the Raja I am the Cause I am the Raja
everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
We saw the end of a story for the hometown heroes, but that doesn't mean the end for our story of Convergence live here in Manpo Convention Center, all the way in Bangalore, India. Attachment alongside Kremer and Pavlos, your desk analysts for today, and day 3 is going to be a good one.
It really is going to be a good one. I'm really looking forward to it, especially because we've already seen all the teams in action. We know kind of what to expect, but it also gives us a basis that we can, you know, kind of hope that they can improve.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, going into our first series of the day, we almost have the litmus test of true rippers.
Yeah.
Who were one of the guys who really came out of nowhere.
Yeah, the hometown heroes really challenged our expectations, where some teams managed to say that they are going to be the teams that's going to be the easiest to eliminate, but they did not go down without a fight, showing us where exactly the metal lay in the Indian Valorant scene. But enough about that, let's talk a little bit more about what we can expect for the day, where we have 2 exciting matches, and one of them from India's finest, Global Esports, going to be playing in the second match. But before we head into that, guys, how are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm honestly feeling amazing. Yesterday, I think, was a really awesome day because, first of all, we got one team locked into the finals, right? Vitality making it there with a really awesome match against Vitality, against Furia. Yes, against Furia. Am I taking that right? Yes. Oh my god. It was so epic, actually, I forgot who we were playing against now.
We're going to get
but it was a close one, right? Even though it was a 2-mapper, I think a lot of key elements from both of the teams were illustrated, whether it was Vitality playing on an extremely good level, and I think surprised us with the level of cohesion they brought to the table. Considering this is their first off-season event, they've only just put this roster together barely a month ago, right? So the fact that they've managed to have such a good result so far is really impressive.
But you know what? Rather than say what happened yesterday, let's show you guys what you guys missed if you guys weren't here in Manpo Convention Center.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my right, Ash, that was an action-packed day, and
Yeah.
as Pavlos mentioned earlier, we locked in one of our finalists, Vitality. I mean, that was an earned spot, wasn't it? After a bit of a bloodbath against Furia, they were able to settle it in too, which came as a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, we also saw the no beard buff come online in person. That was really epic to see. And now we've come into today. And today's going to be really exciting because we have two awesome teams starting off the day. And we're going to see Gen.G versus Foot. Now, Foot, we talked about them, how they are, I would say, the aim of Turkey, the brains of Turkey. How we had a lot of, I would say, conversation about what they want to bring into this year following their success of 2022.
Yeah, I feel they had a very successful year last year. I don't think many people can argue with that, right? They put Turkey on a level that many would have expected that they needed a few more years to get to. And the fact that they've made these changes kind of signifies that that's not enough for them. They want to take it a step further. They brought in one of the best in the world, CNED. They brought in a prodigy from that tier 2 scene, Yetuje. Let's see what they've got.
You know, it's really exciting when you mentioned that because this offseason means a lot of, a lot of changes to the teams. And let's see it live here on the stage. FUT, show us what you've got. Back to your point about the two new prodigy, CNED and the new prodigy coming in. We talked about a little bit about how big the shoes are to fill after Marsh has left. So let's talk a little bit about what they have shown us so far.
Yeah, for me, I think Vitality have shown us that they're a team that's good on multiple levels. I think when you bring in someone like CNED, you run the risk of CNED just becoming your win condition, and everyone else spends their entire game plan just setting up CNED. CNED does well, awesome, we win the map. If it doesn't, okay, well, we lose. But yesterday we saw Cracks as well. Also, absolutely incredible stuff from him. So for me, FUT have shown themselves to be a multi-dimensional prowess.
There we have it, a multi-dimensional powers. And let's talk about another team right now, which just had a massive restructure and trying to fit the pieces into one another to form a big picture. This is Gen.G. how a lot of expectations were there when they were playing in Pacific. They had some iconic names previous roster. We had King, we had Goddead, and now they brought in some new players coming through. We have Texture, who was previously from GE, a player who didn't really find a lot of, I would say, success in that particular team. We have Lakia coming in straight from Ascension, coming out forward, and this is going to be very exciting because the question is, can they live up to the expectations, to the, I would say, the glory that the previous roster had?
Yeah, I mean, they set the bar quite high, but I think Gen.G, what they really want to achieve is even greater performances as that, right? Coming into the VC Pacific League, a lot of people were expecting the Korean side of things to be a lot more competitive against the APAC teams. And I don't think that was necessarily the case at the end, long run. Yes, DRX had a really good run, and it was kind of a to and fro fight between them and Paper X, but I think Gen.G really wanted to be part of that fight.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think for Gen.G, these roster reshuffle almost says to me that they're not happy with top 3, they're not happy with top 5, they're aiming for top 1. And you know what? The roster changes I quite like. I like the fact we're seeing new blood. I like the fact that they're trying something a bit different. It shows bravery in their management system to me.
It really does, and on top of that, they're bringing in some players that are very, very new. Like Karon, I believe he was kind of like smurfing all over the server even before he got here. We have players like Lakia who exceeded expectations of his previous roster and really caught the attention of Gen.G and said, okay, I think that we can bring this firepower, this firecracker into the roster.
Yeah, it feels like they've got some pieces that could work for them. I think we haven't actually had the chance to see that come into fruition, right?
No.
While some of the teams like Furia and Foot played in some other, official events so far, even Vitality, when they haven't, they seem like they've been cracking a lot. For Gen.G, I don't think we've seen that cohesion. We haven't seen a lot of game plans. It feels like this is one of the first few times they've gotten into the server. That's what it feels like. I feel like their potential is a lot higher than what we've seen so far. So I hope in a matter of days they've been able to, grind it out a bit, kind of figure out how they want to be, approaching this matchup and give us a better result and, hopefully have a good fight to see if they can become grand finalists for this event.
Speaking of good fight as well as a great game, Foot has shown us exactly that. The expectation that you had set for me, Pavlos, was incredibly high for this particular team, and they did not disappoint, especially what you said to me about CNET, Pavlos. Now, you mentioned just now about how CNET wins, CNET feels good, they win, and CNET doesn't feel good, they lose. Is that really the case?
I think absolutely not. From the game we saw yesterday, yes, they ended up losing hospitality, but it was every single player stood up. Every single player on FUT had a round where they showed us that they're here and they mean business. I don't necessarily think that loss was due to FUT playing bad. I think it was Vitality just playing extremely damn well. In fact, there's a world here, actually, where I actually see a EMEA versus EMEA final. I think FUT good enough to go there.
Yeah, I think FUT and Gen.G is going to be a very interesting one. I think for Gen.G there was a lot to change. I mean, we talked about how they weren't exactly on the same page. But then for FUT, we see a lot more structure. I understand what they are trying to achieve with their style of play. Now, coming into Gen.G, let's talk a little bit about what is expected, what you think they probably have fixed today.
I think after that game against True Rippers, I think that they weren't, once they had that operator out on Texture, they seemed to be a lot more comfortable. I think it's the rounds where they don't have the operator, the rounds where they're on pistols, the rounds where they don't quite have a full buy, where they struggled quite a lot, more so than you would already at a disadvantage. And so I'd like to see them be maybe even a little bit more aggressive, be confident enough to take map control, be confident enough to try and isolate duels, something which True Rippers did very damn well against them.
Let's talk a little bit about FUT. Now, FUT, we saw that they played very well. We saw them put a hell of a good fight. What do you want to see more from the team?
Well, I think from what we've seen from them so far is that the first match against True Rippers, they did underestimate them a little bit. It took them to overtime to get kind of warmed up, but then the second they realized, okay, this is actually serious, we got to work for it.
Yeah.
I think that's where we saw them come alive. Now, for this one, they know that finals is on the line. So what I'm expecting from all of these guys is to jump in straight from the bow. So yeah, that's really what I'm hoping from them, to bring out the performance from the first round.
Let's talk a little bit about Yetuje, the brand new prodigy they brought in. I think it's very interesting because we talked about how he had really big shoes to fill. Mages. And that wasn't necessarily a bad outcome in the previous roster, but in fact, they want to achieve greater heights, especially with this year. They did find success last year, but this year, what are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they took a risk. At the end of the day, okay, you won't have Moj on Moj, but you know, you've got a star player that has performed really well on that tier 2 scene with Fireflux, a team that was kind of expected to, you know, reach heights that they didn't, you know, that I think Digital Athletics managed to get to into this year. They managed to slot into that first spot. So, you know, I think Yaduje is a really good opportunity for them. There's room for him to grow. He's very young, he's 18. So for him to be in a structured environment this early could actually be an investment for the future for them as well.
Speaking of investments, let's talk a little bit about Gen.G. So Gen.G, brand new structure. They brought in a player, again, I'm reiterating, is Lakia from Ascension into their roster. Their previous roster was incredibly iconic. They had Sylvan, they had King, they had Goddead. So coming into this one, what do you think is the idea that they have bringing Lakia and Charon into the team?
For me, I think that the idea is that these young players, they get experience, they learn from the likes of Texture, they learn from the likes of Lakia and a Munchkin players who have had quite a bit of experience. While not on the same team, they have still got that competitive experience under their belts. That being said, of course, coming in now, I think that they've proven it, actually. Remember that we talk a lot about Texture and Meteor and their impact in the first series they played 2 days ago, I believe.
Yeah.
However, it was actually Munchkin who top-fragged that whole series. He had the highest impact, despite Texture with that operator looking unstoppable. So I think that they have actually gelled together very well. It's now time to see that gel get extrapolated, pieced out, and then put onto the server.
And I really like that you point that out, because from both teams, if you compare both two players, if you can bring that graphic up as well at the same time, I believe it was Munchkin on the one side and Cracks on the other that had a lot of performance coming out from them, right?
Right.
It wasn't, yes, at the same time, you had your duelist doing an extremely good job, but I think in particular, the fact that these two players that can flex into particular roles can have the outstanding performance that they did. Cracks on a 276.5 ACS, Munchkin at 256 ACS. These numbers are looking insane from them, and they're not the ones that were intended to be the star lineup, right?
Yeah.
They're the second wave of offense, and it looks like they're the backbone of their team as well.
For me, that's actually going to be the difference maker. I think for CNED and Texture, they're just going to go blow for blow, almost constantly. I don't think we're going to see either duelist inch ahead, which is then, when it comes down to your second sort of heavy lifter, those are the times that you see the pressure really build for them. And for Kirax, I mean, yesterday on KO, he looked unstoppable. For Munchkin, when he was on that Viper, he also looked unstoppable. So now we're actually going to see, you know, the unstoppable force at the immovable object, right? And for me, I actually slightly want to give the edge to Gen.G, which may sound a bit unorthodox here.
Why?
Hey, give us the why.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Tash. I'll tell you exactly why. For me, I think that FUT, they are a very aggressive team. Hyper-aggressive team that's looking to take map control, to abuse gaps sort of within the map. However, for Gen.G, I think that they're a lot more regimented, they're a lot more disciplined, and for me, I actually think that when you do end up with a more disciplined playstyle, it's a little bit more consistent. So in a best of 3 that we're seeing here, I think that Gen.G, if it goes to sort of that late second map, third map, they're going to have a slight advantage.
I see. Could I argue with that though? Because I think that, yes, maybe Gen.G have a different playstyle to this. They maybe want to be more regimented in a way, a little bit more controlled. I think it's also harder to execute if you've got a new roster, right?
Yeah,
and I feel like these guys need time to be on the same level to be as controlled as they'd like, ideally.
They've had like 2 days, Pavlos, they'll be fine.
Which is why I think for this one, Foot may have the upper hand.
Foot may have the upper hand. I think, personally, I think that for Gen.G, individually, amazing. But are they on the same page is the question. I bring back the puzzle pieces because I'm not seeing that, I would say, that set plays coming through, the same ideas come through. They are just all over the place, as you're opposed to Foot, who have a different sort of mindset. They know exactly how they want to execute. But before we go into the game, there is one player that I really want everyone to have a look at, and this is this player on the screen right now, which is CNED. Are you surprised, honestly?
No.
Nah, not really. Not at all. He's just that good, isn't he, Pavlos?
Look, yeah, he wasn't top fragging in you know, the second map of the series, but he was in the first, in the last one we watched from Foot. But overall, I think he's highly impactful. There's a reason why they want to brought CNED in. They've also let him do his thing. He feels loose, he feels comfortable, he's being set up for plays. But he's also, you know, it's been a while since I've seen CNED on the server like I saw him yesterday, right?
I
It
agree.
felt like I felt like I saw CNED from Ascend, not a CNED from Na'Vi of last year, and that's what you really want to see, given he's a world champion.
Yes, it's the CNED that thrives, isn't it? And it sort of makes you think actually that CNED essentially always had that skill, but on Ascent, on Na'Vi, they were actually trying to mold him rather than work with his strengths. Now he's been put onto FUT, it feels like he's sort of been unleashed here.
Yeah, I think it comes to that situation where we want to see which team needs to identify which player can make the most impact, and then identify like, okay, CNED can make this huge impact, especially if he could execute, especially if we manage to keep him alive for, till after the plat happened. What can he do more than that? And they managed to really enable him, and that is what we want to see. And I think he really thrives in those situations. Now let's talk about the flip side here. Who do you want to watch? I think the player I was watching on Gen.G was Meteor.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Meteor has been consistent, which is, I think, one of the greatest strengths that Gen.G are going to have to fall on at the moment, because we don't know if Texture can be consistent.
Yeah.
I kind of want to look out for Munchkin, though.
Munchkin.
I think because of his performance against True Rippers, it wasn't sort of headline top fragging that he was doing, it was the consistency. And for the sort of Korean playstyle, having that consistency is instrumental to your success.
All right, let's talk a little bit about maps. Which map do you think that we're going to be seeing today? I'm really excited to see, because I think for Gen.G, what we've seen, right?
Yeah.
Like every single map they've been playing against True Rippers came very, very close. It was almost to the point that I was a bit worried for them, because True Rippers took them at overtime. This is a team that, you know, just straight up from tier 2, just really taking them for a ride, a roller coaster ride.
For
Yeah,
me,
that's
Pavlos,
true.
For me, I really want to see splits. It's been floated as a third map quite frequently now. It's always come down to sort of final plan, third map.
Yeah.
I want
wanna
someone
see
to have the
split.
balls to pick it up from a first spot.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand the Lotus ban, the Sunset ban.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It's been. It looked quite strong from Foot the other day, and obviously it was one they struggled in. I think it was a map where, you know, it came close for both of the teams, but at the end Foot was actually a little bit more regimented in, a little bit more seasoned. So the fact that that's going to be the ban, I accept that. Haven is a first
I like
one.
that. I really like that.
Solid
Pavlos.
pick. Both of them performed on it at the end. Both of them grabbed the win.
Yeah.
Both of them had to go to overtime, though.
Exactly.
Very labored, yeah. I think Haven is a very interesting one. It's not as, wow, a sense for second map. That is, I would say that's a very brave map pick.
It is,
It is a
considering
very
how
brave
good it was for Gen.G when they
Yeah.
went up against True Rippers. That was, I think, one of the most one-sided results we've had in the whole tournament. So for FUT, maybe this is a bit of a statement.
I think for FUT, this is them probably showing perhaps something different, because the last time they played it was in home ground.
Yeah.
So and in that one they had a composition which was fairly standard. But what we've seen from them so far is they have switched up things coming into this tournament. So the fact that they bring out a map that they have played this off season just indicates to me maybe they're trying to solidify what their second comp could look like.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you know, Split, final 2 maps. This time
Sorry,
though it is
Krama.
banned.
Not
We
happening,
won't-
not happening
We won't
today.
see Split yet, so I can dream, right?
Yeah, you really can, So Haven, Ascent, I think these are very standard maps, and Lotus I'm very happy about.
Yeah.
I think out of all the maps, it's always very fun seeing Lotus, because
Yeah.
you can play it so many different ways, and the lurk potential is incredibly high. But I want to bring our attention to Haven, because that's going to be our first map for today. Now coming into this game, you want to have that Sentinel, because you want to stop the lurk is number 1, and you want to stop a flank is number 2. So, what do you think is going to be happening? Because for me personally, I think Gen.G had a pretty rough run against True Rippers on that map, more so than FUT.
Yeah, I think that was because Foot was able to control mid a lot. There were moments that they would take that space. The same with the extremities, really. I think Gen.G was a lot more passive on their approach, and True Rippers had the space to do what they want.
Yeah.
They could keep their utility into the end step of the round and use it when it was most required. For Foot, that wasn't really the case. They pressured them a little bit more. So that's kind of how I feel about it, but the fact that that's so easy to kind of realize and practice and kind of, you know, point out, I hope they won't be making the same mistakes this time around.
I hope so as well. Having seen the veto, and sort of like what you just mentioned, I still am a standby. I think Gen.G taking this.
Gen.G?
I think it goes to a third map though. I think 2-1 Gen.G.
Yeah.
Then how can you believe they're going to take it though? It's
Wow.
Lotus.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
We're
I'll
doing
take-
predictions now?
I'm happy to do a
Okay.
prediction. You want the prediction?
2-1.
2-1 Gen.G.
2-1.
2-0 for Foot.
2-0 Foot. I think it's going to be 2-1 Foot. So let's see what the casters have to say for the Agent Select. What did we say? Was it actually going on?
Well, it seems like our desk is a little bit split in who is going to take this series here, Universe. Of course, I am Komodo. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And on a map that I think is a well-deserving one to start the series. True Rippers push both of these teams to an overtime state on Haven. So I'm just glad we're starting here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you know, both these teams would expect to come into this game expecting a map like Haven because, you know, they're strong on it. They did push, you know, to the limit. But what I was concerned about is the fact that which team is actually going to go ahead and pick it, right? And of course, Gen.G going it, they showed, you know, they've got that composure, that they're ready to take on foot on any map, and that's exactly why they've taken this. And let's have a look at the agent select. We've got no changes per se.
It's straightforward, and I guess what to be expected as well, right? It's a known quantity coming into this for both of these teams. Getting some good defensive strengths as well was pretty key to their success against True Rippers in their installment matches as well. So we're going to see these different styles. I think for me, Munchkin is my probably standout player again to see if we are just going to get him taking control for the team of Gen.G, using all these toxic screens as well to just force pressure and presence from their opponents in foot to make sure they're just being kept in check. Yeah,
and I think there's a, you know, of course, a parallel that we can draw between a couple of these players, right? Like Texture and CNET, of course. You got, you know, Krax and Munchkin were the backbones of the team, like you just mentioned, right? The consistency. Krax, yes, he didn't have the best of first games, but then he picked up so well on Sunset, right, yesterday. And I believe that this is going to be a battle between these parallels, and of course, the new kids on the block, Karen and Yedije, who also had a bit of an up and down performance. One map where they shine, one map where it was a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. But without further ado, everyone, it's time to get day number 3 here at Convergence started. Gen.G versus Foot.
Well, let's get into it. Haven to kick things off as Gen.G are going to be on the defense, and they're going to go in for a little aggression instantly.
Wow, Texture just straight up in towards the doors as well, but he's getting dashed upon, he's getting overwhelmed. The flash is a little bit late. It's all a bait from Lakia. Will the dust start to settle, however, because Munchkin has snuck in towards the window. He hears these rotations to A. There is a little bit of a trap down the sewers. Meteor has the shorty, and he's revealed himself now good for one. And the flank immediately here, but no, Munchkin taken down. There goes the toxic screen. You do still have Karen available for a couple of smokes later on, but this round is already scrappy.
Yeah, it pretty much is. And look at the rotations. They're already getting scattered across. Gen.G are a little bit concerned about where this attack could go by. But there comes a short push. Meteor, he does get one for his troubles, but it's still advantage for Foot in terms of members.
Oh, these trades, they are so quick, aren't they? And it has to settle down a little bit for Foot too. You've got this player advantage. You know, Larky is tagged up a little bit. It's going to be the re-hit towards the A side. Of course, Meteor down, all this Killjoy utility won't be revealing anything. It just almost shifts into a bit of a retake scenario for Gen.G.
30 seconds left.
Heading back to the A side. Great first shot from Karen. And the flank from Lakia as well. He gets another, and suddenly it's turned down to CNET's 1v2.
He does have the spike, however. This is where we need to see a global champion pull around for his team. 10 seconds to go to try and get this plant. The bait attempts to draw them in.
10 seconds left.
CT spotted out, 7 on the HP, and the dash on through. He gets the headshot, but no. Karen for the swing, and Gen.G for the pistol.
Oh man, that Gen.G kind of actually gave away the shot pretty early into the round, but Munchkin again, the minute he died, I thought this was going to be a, you know, a done and dusted settlement, but the push and pull that they did even after losing two of their players, making sure that, you know, they give Foot that pressure. Meteor pushing up A short when they did not have any idea about whether or not Foot is actually rotating, and then the constant, you know, scramble for information for the other two players who were running towards the B and C site, and then eventually came back, and Lakia, once again, with the double flank, making sure that he finds the frag that Munchkin couldn't.
Yeah. It is the force up, though.
Yeah, and
for Foot.
Going up a little bit more aggressive, and a bunch of marshals, once again, Foot doing this constantly. Time and time again, they've got this, you know, force buy into the second round whenever they lose the pistol, and they pretty much are in across the map. They do have one pick. Mr. Fallon picks up the first one.
And that's a deep pick as well into the C side.
And although this loss for Gen.G might be a little bit concerning, they still have one controller left, Munchkin.
Well, they're setting up for a pop through garage at the moment. The alarm bot will go off, and that's where the pressure is going to build up a little bit around this C site for Meteor, for Munchkin. A push in through the sewers as well from Lakia, just to spot if anything happening on the other side of the map right now. Meteor, a bunch of these shots missing on the Bulldog. He is safeguarded by Munchkin. And more information, but Mr. Farland again with this Marshall. Absolutely stellar holding a player advantage for Foot.
Yeah, this is getting dicey, and Yerje is holding the perfect angle, and he might just get that. No, Lakia, he gets away from the bullet, goes right past his skull, and he's going to get back instantly, making sure that Gen.G don't lose any more members.
And there's only really one position that Foot can go. It is up through the guts of B, and that's where, again, Meteor tries to do what he can with the Bulldog. A trade out. These Marshals are absolutely the bane of the existence in this round. Gen.G have to switch into a post-plant. Texture on for the dash. With the classic Casino just jumping around. Lakia's tagged up as well. This round is not going good for Gen.G, but it will settle for a little bit. A 1 versus 2. Both players from Foot pretty low as well, half HP apiece. They're not looking for him. He has 2 1v1s. It's all going to take CNED. He's on the right line. A single shot will do it, and Foot will answer back.
Gen.G kind of unnecessarily challenging these Marshals towards that C-long position, giving Mr. Fallon 1 pick should have been probably the limit, but no, they were giving a little bit pushed. I'm not quite sure why Gen.G were so, agitated to get, a pick back, go into angles when they know that this is the kind of style that Foot play. They force these Marshals, they hold angles, and they give themselves the opportunity to get away from taking these one-shot, snipers that gives them not just, if not a kill, at least 101 damage that softens up these opponents.
Yeah, well, the problem is right now for Gen.G, they have lost that previous round, so they are on just to the upgraded pistols at the moment. These are the sort of situations where it is going to test what Gen.G's retaliations will be when the weaponry is out. Maybe we start to get a bit of an idea on how Foot are going to be playing these attacker-sided rounds for at least the first installment of this half.
A little bit of a standstill for the moment, as C-site seems to be a bit of an implication, which is, by the way, empty at this point. They've left on a retake, Gen.G, and they're going to explore mid. Of course, they got pistols, so they want to try and maybe overpower, choke somebody here, and Yerje might just be the victim of that. He's stuck near garage door. Oh, he's actually got one. Does he want more?
He wants more. There's the first one, and he's going to be on scene and see what he can do up close and personal. Munchkin at least good for 1. Make it Karen too, and this is where things might look to get a little bit dicey. Munchkin is still alive, so that poison cloud at the front end of the C site is still going to be available. Good paranoia, information off the Trailblazer as well. Gen.G are starting to posture up for a pretty decent retake. The weapons are here for them too, don't forget.
Yeah, and all that distraction of utility was for Munchkin to find that kill from C-long. The minute he finds that, now they're in trouble. Foot need a way out of this, and they're going to try in CT.
And they have to play from there, don't they? The flank of Munchkin. He's going to pop through his cloud whenever he wants. There's no flak available yet for Lakia, but the information is here, and the captain gets taken down. It's Mr. Farland with 35 HP. They overwhelm him. A spectacular round for Munchkin and co.
All right, okay. Gen.G say if you can do it, we can do it better, and they go ahead and get an Eco Thrifty of their own. And it was kind of patient from Foot as well. I'm not quite sure why, they went for such a, meticulously slow approach when they know that the opponents are in a bit of pressure in terms of weaponry at least. They could have gone for a bit of an aggressive, C-split from the garage, but they took their time. Yerje got taken out, then came CNED from window, who also couldn't hold on for more than just 1 kill. And Gen.G played that perfectly by pushing B at the right time.
And this is going to be a high-risk, high-reward setup as well for Foot. They're balancing out their cash, making sure that they can get CNED with the operator in hand to be a little bit surprising. Yerje to back up with the Vandal, but I think the important factor coming into a round like this is if the Blades can come online for CNED, he can toss that operator onto a teammate potentially and get another player involved.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to, try and get Mr. Fallon the Rolling Thunder as well in this round so that maybe, they can set up Yerje as well to run into the Vandal. Okay, bit of a icy moment. Texture. He's not going to get anything here except for his utility suppressed, but he's going to get back soon.
Regardless of the outcome of this round, there's going to be some pretty good ults available for Foot in the next round. Lakia should get the Seekers in this one as well. You definitely want to try and maximize the potential for that.
Once again, towards that A-long side, they're moving, leaving a lurk towards B, which, by the way, could be exploited. There's no utility there to stop Yerje from moving in and maybe getting that.
You can see that Foot paranoid as well from the potential close angles that Meteor has held previously with the shorty. You have this toxic screen as well to cut off the front end by Munchkin, but peek in front. Lakia, he's got the Seekers available in this round as well. But remember, the operator it could still come up really large for CNED at the moment, but yeah, Dejay, he has the Vandal, he's really close, it's unexpected, Munchkin is down, B-side is open for Foot.
Yeah, he needs to win this fight, but no, he loses Dexter, gets one, but not without any damage being dealt to him. The retake is on, it's a 4 versus 3. CNED's operator still needs to sing some tunes.
Mr. Farland with the Rolling Thunder, do you want to use it in a situation now? The defense is coming from multiple different angles at the moment. Cracks, Mr. Farland finding one apiece, it's all onto Texture. He needs something special with Larkia at the moment, a great guiding light. It's going to isolate Mr. Farland, playing at the back of the shield, and he has to push up the defuse. It's onto half, it's Texture for a 4K, and that comes up big for Gen.G.
Oh man, what a play from him. He absolutely went through and through. Oh, and I'm not quite sure. Okay, something's gone wrong probably, but oh wait, oh never mind. Oh no, I think Texture is disconnected. Oh man. That's a bit of a hit and a miss. I'm not quite sure what happened, but a technical issue has completely turned that around. The heroics, though, of Texture, he was on 30 HP pretty much throughout that round, and he was able to fetch 4 kills there. And I'm not quite sure why Mr. Fallon was kind of, dicey about using that Rolling Thunder, because he knew that the player's right close by supporting him, right? It could have gotten him into both of them in the range.
The problem is you gotta remember the time to pull it out, the time to get it there, where your teammates are positioned in that point in time. It's a situation where you might think that the round can still go your way. Larkia coming in, Texture getting the 4K as well. It's actually quite spectacular there, but we will have to wait and see, folks, what the turnout is going to be, because it's one of these unfortunate scenarios that
I'm not quite sure what exactly was it that transpired, but clearly Gen.G are not going to be happy about that. But I'm pretty sure that they should be given that round as far as I'm concerned. We will have a look back. I'm not quite sure what is happening, but I really believe that Gen.G have gotten a bit of a, instant rejuvenation. Texture started off the first 3 rounds pretty slowly. He did get, not too much action, but then this round it was a complete boost for him, and I'm pretty sure he's just won off his Blade Storm as well on the back of that round. So Gen.G, pretty sure they're going to be looking to get back into the game with that 3rd round on the back of their hands. Maybe not. Okay, we'll have a look.
I think for me, one important factor to note right now is Larkia, right? We heard in the interview that Tash had on the previous day when they played that he's feeling maybe not too self-confident in the game, right? His individual performance wasn't up to scratch, up to par with what he's looking to achieve in this roster at Gen.G. So already setting his teammates up with great flashes, with great timing on the Trailblazer as well, just getting dirty into these duels, you already get a sense that Gen.G have figured out a couple of their weaknesses, tweaked the game plan just a little bit coming into this match against Foot. Because if you also look at it from a overview, there were so many rounds played on this map for both of these teams against True Rippers, highlighting so many different things that you, as an IGL, as a coach coming in towards this, you have to factor in so much unexpectedness, but also so much of the experience that has already been. Are you actually prepared for that?
Well, that, of course, breeds the question that both these teams had one particular weakness when they were on their attack, right? And that was the retakes of True Rippers, right? Every time True Rippers played a retake on their defensive side, they were more than usually successful in taking out both of these teams. And my question is, do these teams actually utilize that same style of play against each other? Because Gen.G right now, they, of course, attempted and won this retake on the B side, but do they continue that sort of, play style? Because we, of course, did see them, take a bit of aggression right towards the start in the first round itself. Are they gonna, keep switching a play like this? Is retake gonna be their case? Because Foot are kind of up and down when it comes to their post-plant situations, especially on that A site.
Yeah, I think looking in towards the retake ability in this one, you're definitely going to want somebody like Karen up for the smokes and the paranoias if Munchkin goes down. If Munchkin is there for the retake, where around the map is the retake in that certain spot as well? Is the Poison Cloud in the right spot? Can you maximize the wall as well? There's so many different combinations of retake potential to come through from Gen.G. And then you also attribute who's alive for Foot. In the scenario where the operator, if CNED was able to get into a power position on that B side, if they planted at the fronter side, the operator could have been used. You know, there's just so much in the mix where in these high stakes moments, you look at a team like Foot that has a bit more experience together. The level-headedness and the calmness that we would expect for them in those environments might look just a tad better and tip the scales in their favor.
Yeah, I would say, of course, that, you know, Foot did have a better result against True Rippers, right? So based on just that mere fact, it could have been that it is them pretty much coming into this, you know, as the favorites, and of course in the tournament as well earlier on. But what I am, you know, thinking about is the possibility of the fact that if True Rippers had pulled off a map against Foot, okay, Lucky is just having fun. Well, at least he's you know, he's not, you know, completely disarrayed by what just happened. He's having fun, kind of sleepy, and Gen.G are.
I love that. Such character. Such character. Yeah, I mean, it's 2 versus 2, or it's 2 versus 1, depending on the result. We'll have to wait for confirmation for that. But there's already some glimpses, right, coming in towards this that players are ready for this series. They had a little bit of a break from last night to today. They've had their game plan in order, and they're in the first series of the day as well, right? The teams that'll be in the next series can look from above. They can have a little bit of relaxation, see if they see anything cool going in towards their series next. Because you also got to remember, just while we're here, the crowd for Global today, the turnout is spectacular. I know there's going to be roaring when Global gets some round wins.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, even though that game is, in terms of competition, is kind of out of the mix because of, you know, Vitality taking down both those teams in the first 2 days itself. Vitality, I'm pretty sure, are watching this game to find out if they're going to be fighting against their EMEA rivals, or is it going to be the Korean super giants of Gen.G. I'm actually not concerned, I would say excited about the fact that if Vitality are watching both these teams, what exactly would be their approach against? Would they change it up against Foot because now that they've got a bit of a difference in their own squad, or are they going to go the same way that they did against Furia?
Well, even before that, I think it begs the question, who would Vitality rather play? Would it be another chance to go back against Foot when we get into the outer regions? If we're thinking about Masters, if we're thinking about Champions, you know, everyone here, these two teams, they're both going to have pretty much an equal shot at getting to an event like that through Pacific, through EMEA, through America, sorry. So, EMEA in this case. So when you get towards that chance and you're looking at it right now, I think with the earliness of the roster, could, you know, Vitality pick apart Gen.G easier than Foot? Who's to know on that one, folks? But I just have been given confirmation that we are going to be needing a little bit of extra time to fix things in the server. So we're going to be throwing it to a hopefully short break, and we'll be back soon for this series.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Well, hey, would you look at that? We are back nice and quick on this one. Thank you for being patient with us, folks. We can get ready to get back straight in towards this game. And just to confirm as well, the expected result, I guess you would say, you would know that defuse would be coming through in round number 4. So the scoreline will stand at 3-2-1 in favor of Gen.G coming back.
Absolutely. Yeah, and of course, we were expecting that, and a great retake, of course, from Gen.G once again. Texture, coming up clutch in that round with 4 kills, and he, of course, did all of that while being in less than 50 HP, and excuse me. And I'm really enjoying the way that they're playing this early on itself. They showed that touch of aggression right up in the pistol, and then the minute the next round came in, they lost it, but then instantly turning around with a bit of control in their game, right? So they showed what they can do, what can be done, and okay, what do we have here? Okay, we've got a Jet here. Oh, whoa, okay. That's a pretty cool cosplay.
Yeah, that's not bad, not whatsoever. If you guys are here in the convention center, of course, we actually have a ton of cosplayers here. Yep. Brimstone, Viper, Sage, Raze,
Cypher. Yeah, we got a Cypher
Jet.
as well.
Yeah, that's enough to make a team.
Yeah, that's more than enough to make a team. So if you enjoy, of course, everything about Valorant, it's all happening at Convergence, Manfred Convention Center. Make your way here if you haven't already, because one of these teams is going to, of course, be in the grand finals tomorrow. And following up this game, we've also got Global Esports up against Furia. That's going to be a fun one as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back into the game, we will be having Gen.G, like Komodo mentioned, 3-1 up on the back of Texture's 4K clutch in that round. And Komodo, how do you think Foot might take up challenge to now this round, having gone against their way? Are they going to step up a bit of pace, or is it
I kind of want to see a little bit more involvement from Cracks. I want to see the performance that we saw previously on this KO as well, because when CNED wasn't leading the charge, Cracks was the one to step in and kind of be the tip of the spear for them. Like the second wave of entry as well, I want to see where these 0 points are going to be placed, because we've seen moving around from somebody like Munchkin on Gen.G already, changing position, changing game plans, being aggressive down A long is something that we like to saw. Chirippers, had shown that they love to really get forward up through something like C-Long, so that already had to get answered back by Foot. By Gen.G, are we going to get something from them as well? So I think when we're looking at this, I want to see a little bit more from Cracks in the next few rounds.
Yeah, I would agree as well. Cracks is one of those clutch masters for Foot. He's been absolutely phenomenal in the last season when he played as well. And I mentioned this yesterday as well, that if you just go on YouTube and search for Cracks' highlights, most of what you get is a 1v2, 1v3, 1vx kind of a situation, which he usually ends up winning. And yesterday, of course, he had a slow start on the first map. Second map, he was, of course, the MVP, did quite some damage to Trippers in that game. And I'm really excited to see what else he can, bring up today. And if he's going to continue on the same stretch as yesterday, I'm pretty sure that Gen.G are going to have a really tough time unless they bring up more than 2 people to perform at the same level.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from Cracks, 13 rounds of multi-frags was what came out of the game yesterday. And hey, there we go, there's Brimstone.
All right, we're having an agent showcase, it seems, and he's got an Odin as well.
Can I say, that gun is not what I want to see in the game, although it is quite funny. Sender. He works magic with it.
Yeah, it is amazing. Hey, on its day, the Odin's one of the best guns in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it can be. If we, actually, if we get to Ascent, right, because we do have that as the second map.
Yeah.
If we're talking about Sova or Fade revealing in towards B main, it's most likely going to be a Sova coming in towards it.
Pretty sure.
Gonna get a case where we're gonna have some Odin spam going back to like the tried and true Ascent wallbang paper thin.
I believe there is going to be quite the showcase of that, because I'm pretty sure Lakia loves doing that. He loves exploiting the full kit of Sova. That of course is his favorite agent, the agent he's played the most. But I have to say that Gen.G are probably going to try to be a lot more in the face of Foot in this map particularly, even though they don't really have, I would say, okay. We have a Viper too?
Not bad. Man, the cosplay turn out actually phenomenal.
She's got like glowing lights in, look at that, in her gloves. Damn, that's quite the effort. Oh, wow, okay.
There you go. But to bring it back, what I want to say, Lakia on the Sova, if we do get to Ascent, bringing out your favorite agents is sort of something that always gives you comfort in being able to take duels, being able to take risks, and contributing to the team nicely. But something that I want to swing it off is Gen.G roster, that you would look at it as having a couple of clashes in these roles as well, right? Meteor previously playing on the Jet, the most repped agent for himself. Are we feeling that Meteor is finding his own as a Killjoy, having enough impact with this team where it is required?
Yeah, of course, previously he was the main Jet for Gen.G throughout the entirety of last season, right, of course, and now he's having to play the Killjoy, which I think is something that, we end up seeing with these, Korean Jets anyway. Texture did it, we see now Meteor doing it, and we've even seen Patafan do it at, when he, currently being a talent. He played the Jet, he was the Killjoy at certain points of time as well. So they've got this pattern where they enjoy playing on the extremities of both ends, being completely aggressive in front of your face, but at the same time, learning a bit of patience, using utility as the bait, and setting yourself up with your utility. But when you look at CNED, he's all about, I'm going to come straight to your face and shoot you right there.
And it's a scary thing, isn't it? How are you going to be looking to shut CNED down? I think so far Gen.G have done quite a good job of doing that. I think I want to kind of isolate the second round that come through because of the Marshals getting a lot of damage. But it looks like we still are actually waiting for a bit of fixes up on the stage, folks. So we're going to throw it over to a short video.
Hi, my name is Mehmet Yazıpek. My nickname is Sined and I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Eray Budak. My nickname is Yetuje and I am playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Doğukan Kraks Balaban. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Furkan Mustafalyan and I'm a manager for Foot Esports.
Hello, my name is Atatan. My nickname is Atakaptan. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hey, my name is Alpes Kulancı and I am the assistant coach of Foot Esports.
I didn't come with any expectations. I'm just come to visit, play tournament and get some experience, so that's it for me.
Yeah, same like Sinet. I like the foods here. I didn't expect like that. They were so good. And yeah, we are here for tournaments, so send us.
Well, I didn't have any expectations too, but I think I don't know, try to some Indian food here, and like it's our second day, and I don't know, food is really good right now. That's it.
Indian is very good.
I don't have any team to face, so we will play and win all our games.
Vitality, I guess.
Vitality.
Global Esports.
Nothing.
Vitality.
Aggressive, unexpected, and smart. Maybe.
Smart.
Onu demeyecektim.
And unexpected too. And defender, I guess.
Oh.
Support beklenmedik. Yardım diyeyim. Calm, support and smart.
Calm ya.
Sakin. Chill.
Ha, supporter, smoker, defender.
Like I'm the coach, I don't have a play style.
Coach style.
Coach style.
My coaching style is calm. That's calm. Sakin.
Nice.
Ata.
Ha?
Ata.
Komik olay.
Ata. Ha, ata.
I think balancing guns better.
I think I will just delete the Odin.
Jet'i kaldırırdım.
Fix bir ulti.
Everything is okay. Nothing.
Yeah. Fixing stuns are the correct answer, I guess.
Sakın jinxleme. Sakın jinxleme.
Rakiplerimi söyle karşımda.
Öyle bir şey diyeceğim. Karşı takımda kim var?
Bizim True Reapers.
I think the... Neydi lan bizim gruptaki?
True Reapers.
True Reapers.
Gen.G.
It was my brother's nickname and I just reversed it.
Oh, it came from WWE, the reality show, and coming from Chris Jericho, I guess.
Klavyeden random geldi.
It's my real name is short as well. That's it.
Adım. Teknenin adı Ata Kaptan. Adım Atatan. Eskiden de kaptanlık yapıyorduk. Mesleğimiz o.
Like I was just searching for nicknames randomly and I found Sway and it sounds good and I just put 4 and that's like.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Hello, and we are back, of course, another little break in here while we do get things sorted in the stage. Hopefully it's not going to be too much longer for now, because the game started off hot. Like, it's been exciting so far.
Yeah, a couple of rounds only, 4 rounds, and we've already had Gen.G kind of show us, 2 or 3 pages of their playstyle, and they've kind of, shown Foot what they actually can do early on, and I'm a little bit, excited to see what they have in store for us in the upcoming rounds as well, because I believe that Gen.G have kind of actually changed up their game plan from what they showed yesterday. Forgive me, on day one against True Rippers, because I believe when they were playing against True Rippers, they were a lot more conservative in terms of taking their approach on defense. They waited for True Rippers to make the first move usually, and then they allowed themselves to kind of perform around that. They were not being too proactive; they were more reactive. But today they've taken a straight switch to the gun and went right in the faces of Foot.
Yeah, I think one of the weaknesses that was exposed by True Rippers was the fact that Foot's offense on the map of Haven was quite lackluster, right? 4 rounds that they were able to put up, a couple of plants here and there for sure, but they weren't able to establish a good post-plant scenario. So if Gen.G, if they are able to get a nice defense structure happening at the moment, some plants can go down for sure. That's the nature of the game. If you get the retakes happening, which Gen.G seemingly happy enough to switch into, I think it's still going to look pretty okay for them. Definitely chasing a lead at the half, and we will have to wait and see what is going to be happening with this little round situation. But for Foot, I'll flip it on the other side. The attacking side for them so far in the first couple of rounds, only netting that Marshall force buy. We want to see what they can do when they get the bigger weaponry involved.
Yeah, I mean, we did see that CNET, of course, he loves picking that operator on the attack side, which is again something that was a little concerning yesterday as well, right? He usually ended up sitting in actually in the defense, but on the attack, he had lesser impact with the operator than he could have with the rifle going ahead to create space for his team, because then it becomes the opportunity and kind of the responsibility of other players to actually find that spacing in terms of man movement rather than actually getting a pick off of that operator, which I'm pretty sure Gen.G realized that he plays this often on the attack and are actually kind of avoid it in the previous round.
Yeah, if we want to see the maximized potential of seeing it on an operator, we're going to need to see Cracks get involved. We're going to need to see Mr. Farland get involved, setting up these flashes, or setting up a stun and a smoke combination if you want to get out a captain involved as well. A lot of these differences can definitely come into fruition, and I'll be interested as well to see for out a captain if we're going to going on these rifle rounds to the A side. What differences are we going to get because there's no drone ability, right? It's something we were mentioning yesterday. There's no Sova, there's no Sky coming in for the likes of Foot. Are they just going to be dropping a deeper smoke over towards the bricks down A long? Are we all going to be trying to just be sneaky, play off any potential over peaking and take it dry? There's so many different arguments that we can be making for what Foot might look to do. But I think for me, for Ada Captain's performance previously, it's kind of, well, it's less than half of what his teammates were putting up, essentially.
Yeah, true. So Ada Captain has been feeling quite the pressure. He did feel that against True Rippers as well, as we saw multiple times where he's holding an angle, he takes a fight, but then is really early into retreating away from it, and he finds himself in positions that he usually ends up giving up his life, and those smokes don't come to any use at all for that team. And this is something that was a problem for quite some bit. That's exactly why they kind of got pushed to the limit against True Rippers. And of course, like the mention that you just had, of course, of the drone issue that these guys go ahead with, which of course needed them to pull out clutches from multiple members to actually beat out True Rippers, is something that maybe Gen.G have learned and might want to tackle. Because if Gen.G are being aggressive in corners, especially like A short, where a lot of utility is being baited out from these Foot members in terms of clearing those corners, which is really hard to clear without a drone. Foot are gonna exhaust too many utility to just clear maybe 1 or 2 players.
Yeah, you definitely need to see CNED making sure that the aim is on point. You're gonna have to see that Cracks is getting involved as well. When we looked at something like Sunset yesterday, Cracks was the one that was picking up the slack where CNED was faltering. So for Haven right now, are we gonna get both of them stepping up to be able to go toe-to-toe against what Gen.G are throwing at them? Because for the formations that we're seeing at the moment, without having this drone ability, Munchkin's utility in combination with Karen is actually going to be a little bit more emphasized on timing. We can see already that Munchkin is using the charge up for the toxins as well quite nicely in combination with Karen, specifically the C long poison cloud that goes down, the dark covers, making sure that that angle is essentially blocked off for 90% upwards of the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gen.G, of course, already have seemingly a plan in hand in terms of how they want to use Lakia as well, right? He's actually gotten more involved in the gameplay this time than he did against True Rippers early on in the game. He's been used to set up Texture early on into the round, in the first round as well in the pistol when they had him push towards mid, and they of course used Karen as well. So I'm pretty sure that they've given them a lot more confidence. The coach has pushed them up, saying, okay, you know what, you guys are going to get into this game, you're going to have more of an impact, you're going to have a lot more to do, and we're going to push Foot to the limit from the get-go itself and give them something to think about as to how they want to approach this. And I'm actually, looking forward to how Sway is actually going to, direct Foot into taking out this Gen.G's, defensive side, because there are some clear holes in the Gen.G side, is the fact that once they actually give up a site, it's really difficult for them to get back into it, to take a fight, in terms of, equalizing the man advantage, right?
Yeah.
And they do that. They've done that against True Rippers as well, where they've been unsuccessful, and they end up giving more the kills than they were required to.
I think one of the important things on the defensive side when it comes to this is how are we involving Yedege. 4 opening kills in yesterday's series against True Rippers on the map of Haven. A lot structured on the defensive side. When we're going to compare him over to over towards Meteor, it is pretty comparable with the performances that they were both putting up on their defensive side in their respective games against True Rippers.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm looking forward to how both these teams are going to turn things around, and if at all, how Vitality are going to be looking up at these teams and what exactly is going to be their reaction to this. Are we going to see something different from Vitality once again? Are they going to change up compositions in the grand final, respective to the team that they face, who will, of course, eventually win this best of 3? But for the moment, I think we should be pretty much close to the game. I see all hands on deck, and I think in a minute or two we should be heading in. I hope so.
Yeah, it would be all right to get the game back on, of course. But I guess one of the things as well, if we want to touch upon the meta when it comes towards Haven, True Rippers are pulling something out that's not exactly meta. It's a little bit of a change-up, of course, bringing in towards the Astra, the Breach, the Jet, Sova, and the Killjoy. So there's a slight difference and tweak that both of these teams have to now adjust towards coming in towards the map right now. I think it's a little bit more mainstream with expectations specifically for Foot as well. If you can take out the likes of Lakia, you're pretty much shutting down one of the commutes around the map, right? The flashes are gone, the drone ability is gone, the heals are gone as well. Damage delivered is damage set in stone. So with the weak performance that we did see from Lakia the other day, maybe that is an approach that Foot can take to try and win some rounds. And talking about winning the rounds, folks, this is where we get to see that happen exactly. So we are just looking to get back into things. And I am excited to see more gameplay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the wait. Thank you for waiting with us patiently. We are heading back into the game as Gen.G are 3-1 up currently and are looking to exploit that A main side where I think there's going to be an early fight from Foot as well. I can see the Breach lining up to maybe give a little bit of trouble. No, never mind, actually waiting on. And Texture has got the operator online on B.
Heavy stack as well over towards the A side of things for the likes of the defenders of Gen.G. It's quick, it's rapid, it's fast in towards the B side, but a Foot going to be able to lock it down. A missed shot on the operator, Texture down for the count. Cena looking for more equalize as the spike goes down.
The captain takes a plant down and he goes back and gets a kill, but instantly traded up.
Yep, that's big for Foot, holding a player advantage at the moment. What can Meteor do to try and get back into this one? He can't really draw any attention to himself or away from Karen because now Karen is dead and it's all going to be onto Meteor. No abilities, a hot potato switch up, push back by the Aftershock as well. 3 different angles. That's a nice one on towards Krax. He has a little bit of an idea on where Yedege might be playing from. He's around the site. He's playing it out. There's a bait, a jump spot. The Breach fault line is going to stun Meteor up. He is just dancing around the site at the moment. The round is done and dusted from here, and Meteor will fall before the spike explodes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a good round from Foot. Great entry from CNET, of course, and Texture missing every shot that he fired. Those were crucial shots. He could have actually gotten the first one. I'm not quite sure where that bullet actually flew by, but I'm pretty sure the crosshair was on CNET. I think he was still in movement. Unfortunately, he misses that, and that's going to be number 2 for Foot as we move ahead to round number 6. And this is going to be a bit of a... Oh, they're going to continue. They still have a buy. Gen.G still have a buy. They're going to operate away, and CNET has one as well, as far as I believe.
Yeah, another 3-man stack over towards the A-long side of things. I like this cross of the wall. Just up to the lobby to provide yourself a nice little bit of vulnerability early on. A trade already in the kill feed, so off the get-go, some aggression, shut down.
Yeah, and now Gen.G are going to slow down a bit, spread out thin, because they have no clue as to where this Foot team is coming in. And the closer they get towards that A site, just to maybe keep a little bit of control in terms of the tempo, they have been called back by Mr. Fallon to move in towards Garage, and that's where Munchkin's waiting for them.
See what Munchkin can do. Toxins are building up, but it's the element of surprise he's looking for. The turret, oh no, it's going to upset him a little bit, but there is a frag. They get a double. CNED gets one in the mix as well, so things are looking all right for the likes of Gen.G at the moment, but will they be happy enough to leave everything to Meteor at the A site? Turret destroyed, and a C-long push as well is actually what Gen.G are going for. The alarm bot there, it's not going to matter. No Yettage.
Meteor, he does have the A side in his control for the moment. He's tucked himself here for a long time. His alarm bot has been triggered. He takes out the Nano Swarm to give himself a little bit of time, and he's covered by that Viper's wall as well. And he does have the perfect spot. He might not be checked, but Ada Captain is ready for it.
I think they might have expected it, or might have seen the body. That wall is always going to be a little bit pesky in that position. You think something is up. It's not a wall that we've seen before. But now it's going to be a 2-man flank from 2 different spots. Karen, the Paranoia in, that's one locale noted, but what can Munchkin do? They're still second-guessing who might be coming from CT, who might be coming from Heaven. That's a Sharpie from Karen. Now it's on to CNED. A 1 versus 2. The operator turned into the blades. Would he get the right click? No, he doesn't even need it. The Church of Left Click is here, and that is a round for Foot.
Absolutely brilliant. Once again, CNED finding the impact when needed. And of course, that one kill from Ada Captain that probably saved him onto Meteor, making sure that he checks his corners. That's the experience that he comes with Ada Captain. And that's why we've got another round for Foot. 2 rounds in a row for them, 3-3 the scoreline right now. As Gen.G maybe preparing for a bit of mid-aggression from B. It seems like there is a triple stack there, and they've got Texture with his blade. They might just want to push in. Unless, of course, they're expecting a B attack from the side of Foot. Nothing for the moment. A bit of a standstill as Foot are going to hold on to any pushes that they expected from Gen.G.
Yeah, large emphasis on the B side at the moment, a weak point, a vulnerability that Foot have exposed of Gen.G's, and you can feel some reluctance from Foot at the moment too, thinking that this is going to be the point where you're winning 2 rounds in a row, you're thinking that Gen.G are going to do something a little bit uncharacteristic, a little bit unorthodox, pushing up the A-long position. We've seen that a couple of times. Good reveal from the guiding light actually, but immediately responded for a fault line. Still no budging though, until now for Gen.G up through mid, and the turret reveals that.
Yeah, it's just a shot from the Sheriff though, so I'm not quite sure if they're going to actually go ahead and fight that mid-region, but CNED's kind of itchy about it. He's held the operator towards Garage, and he might just find the first kill. No, it's going to be Texture to return the favor.
That's a bit of a peekaboo if I've ever seen one. Bit of jet diff in, but remember, this is still a relative eco to come through for Gen.G. Rotations are coming on here. Lakia has so much pressure surrounding himself, but he does manage to get on out. Be buying time is the name of the game. A retake on for Gen.G.
Yeah, and that's a big ultimate from Prax as well, making sure that those blades have no use in this round for at least for more than half of that, spike taken away.
You can see how paranoid Foot are of a flank as well. Even though the alarm bot is there, they are waiting for something to happen around the flank area. Lockdown in has to be respected. What utility do Foot have available in and out of the site? Texture again bounding around, and as the lockdown goes through, the push is on from Gen.G. A defuse Texture, another frag. This jet is being played to perfection, but the Rolling Thunder comes in. Here's the blade from Texture. Oh no, he misses the blades, but it doesn't matter. The ace for Texture to get Gen.G back.
Oh man, once again, that jet right there steps up time and time again. He did it for Global Esports, he's doing it for Gen.G, and an ace with those blades, and of course the classics to finish it off, unfortunately. But what a round from Texture.
I gotta say, Lakia as well, the amount of time he was able to buy to just stall Foot from getting in towards the site. Some great guiding lights. flank. They were so preoccupied with thinking that that's going to happen. And you know in this scenario as Foot, the lockdown is going to be plausible. It's why Krax drops his own null command early. So it's not a fast retake to come through from Gen.G. But Texture, that's just sharpness, hunger to get this game done.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the spearhead while the rest of the team just focused on making sure that that spike gets defused. That's all was the goal. And now they're heading in towards the garage.
Texture's hiding in the dark cover. I talked about it before, a dark cover or a poison cloud. This time, they're both there, but it's all going to come down to the timing of what can happen. Again, in a smoke, a variety of a smoke. Meteor to start on off. He's drawing attention away from Texture at the moment. The breach is still here. Caught out, Mr. Farland. CNED, at least on the site, will put a stop to Texture's rampage, but this is where the time was bought for the rest of Gen.G to get over to the site, and they are locked in the garage at the moment. We need to start to see Foot roar their engines.
Oh, well, Gen.G, one and every player on this team is slowly starting to wake up. They're feeling a lot more comfortable in their roles and aim, and they have now sandwiched these players into garage.
They're slowing it down. So nice timing for Larky on the Trailblazer. Sees that they're retreating at the moment. Still do have the Killjoy utility at the front of the B side, and they're both destroyed. Can they pivot over towards A? Do they even want to at the moment? The smoke.
30 seconds
They're
left.
going to push through it together. Yedajay, he could go huge here. The lockdown at the backside. He doesn't know how close they are at the moment. Karen and Meteor to get it done. Just make sure you break the lockdown so you can get the defuse.
Yeah, obviously. And I obviously knew one thing about this round was the fact that if they're actually going to commit that lockdown, it's actually going to cause so much trouble in terms of how they want to approach, you know, this 2v4 retake, 2v4 post plan. Because if they actually get into that situation where the ultimate has to be used evidently, they're going to need both of these players to protect that. Because the number of players, of course, on Gen.G, they're going to just force themselves on. Even if 1-2 players go by, the third will eventually get it. But that was not needed anyway, as Gen.G just absolutely were on point with their you know, pushes together as a team.
And the retakes at the moment for Gen.G, so successive. 4 rounds attributed to the 5 they have on a retake. It is spectacular at the moment, but look at this. Out of Captain, from the shadows into heaven. It's expected. The utility is here for Gen.G to clear this one out.
We saw this yesterday as well. Foot have done this before, and Captain's gone on site.
What a paranoia.
Takes him out.
What a paranoia. That has just stopped everything that Foot wanted to do. Unfortunately, again, out of Captain, the first one down for Foot. But Yedajay, he's found a bit of timing, a bit of gap in towards the B side. There's no Killjoy util there anymore. There is a toxic screen, of course. It's currently up. They're waiting to see. It's going to be another B play for Foot.
Yeah, and Meteor actually spotted him, and now the plan's going to go down. But although they are surrounded, they've got space to play with towards mid.
5 versus 4. The turret's still in the garage as well, so Meteor can communicate that there isn't a flank happening. If he is still alive, mind you, gets killed. On towards Yedajay. Slowly the curtain starts to close on this round for Foot. They need to be finding more than just Cena getting one. The trade on out. Munchkin to deny Krax, and it's all onto Mr. Farland. An aftershock can only do so much. It'll buy a bit of time, actually. But is it going to be enough? There's just so many bodies available for Gen.G. And he has to give this one up to try and save the weapon into the next round. Another retake success.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant stuff here from Gen.G. Once again, they're heading in the right direction. They're taking the pages from Rippers' playbook, and they're finding the success in playing a little bit more passive and making sure that they get themselves in positions where the retake is the priority, not taking the first pick, because they are letting Texture do that, going ahead, taking that first fight. Even if he goes down, they're not worried too much about it because they know that they've got the players that they need for retake positions because of the utility that Meteor keeps alive by keeping himself alive, and of course, Lakia.
Another different wall now coming out for Munchkin, so a different game plan, a different strategy to be played for Gen.G, and I like this. It's an operator pushing the sewers. It's being looked after by 2 members from Foot, but Krax won't overextend too much for now.
Yeah, Texture's just going to be, you know, posted there while Lucky actually clears out most of A main. So they know that he can be left alone, and Lucky is going to rotate away because now Texture's got A main in control.
Is it a false sense, though, that they see the Trailblazer come from long? Do they expect anything up through short? It doesn't matter at the moment. The calm before the storm. Front of B side, a second dark cover to go through from Karen.
try and clear out that Killjoy utility. One of it has been taken down, but there's 2 nanoswarms right in front of him.
No Viper still for the next couple of seconds, but unfortunately for Foot, they can't go really any far forward with this one. Again, Texture has just been so patient with the operator, but oh my god! CNED!
Holy!
It's lights out for Texture!
What a shot from CNED, and that opens up the A side, but Lakia, he's going to commit to this with the defense of his utility.
He's got his teammate as well, Karen from the shadows over towards it. Look at all the smokes around this site. Foot are locked out. Dark cover eventually going to come down. CNED does get pitted out as well. Lakia! This is what we wanted to see!
Wow! Lakia, what a response from this man, and that smoke on the middle of site from Karen was so important because it covered him off. He got into the corner, made sure that Lakia had a little bit of cover to stay on as well, but CNED's trouble was that he's stuck in that smoke for so long.
Got to remember as well, the 0-point time expiring means the poison cloud comes up and the rest of Foot is just locked out from getting into the site to help him.
Exactly.
Lakia, a great guiding light and a great play. Look at this, I mean, look at it again. I want to see this.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, gorgeous.
Brilliant stuff from Lakia. And score up to 7-3 now, as Foot getting a little bit desperate for control, and they're heading into Garage looking for the same. They've got Meteor in that smoke. Once again, these smoke plays from Gen.G have been pretty successful.
But it's risky. Look at this one. Threw it up. The blades just dry through the smoke. You can see a Trailblazer. Yeah, sorry, a Tracer. Yeah, sure. But CNED just ever so sharp. The C site, they can't really barrel roll in towards it just yet. Karen is going to be here, but he's exposed in the open. Munchkin good for one. These blades are going a little bit awry for CNED. He will get out a stinger of all things. Wouldn't mind seeing a bit of an upgrade from that. But now he is the last one alive. It would be an amazing play for him to come out with a victory in this. There is the first of 4.
A lot more where that came from. He's got 3 people coming in from behind. No plant just yet. He's so confused about where these players could be coming from, and he's heading to A for a little bit of safety.
There's so many angles that he has to consider at the moment. A fake tap will bait in all of the Gen.G members. They can come together. I mean, you think about it, a guiding light's going to be available. Dark covers are going to be available. But right now, we're playing Ring Around the Rosie. We've got our Nikes on. We're going for a bit of a jog, a journey.
And now Gen.G are just waiting for him to actually stick that plant down. They're playing a little bit of patience game. They know that they've got numbers. They don't need to do anything crazy. But CNED, he's playing this with his brain, and he's playing this perfectly as they're going straight into, the C site. That's going to be a free plant for him. He has the weapon to play with as well, apart from the knives. 2 smokes. This is doable.
Yeah, but where does he choose to go? Does he get up close and personal to try and get all 3? If he right-clicks, the time is going to be a little bit ill-advised, so he just has to go for these left clicks. The Tailwind activated, the first found. He's on for the ace at the moment, and the shorty from Texture, just from the skies to shut it down. That is an 8 secured for Gen.G.
Amazing, amazing stuff once again. CNED, though, quite the try. Came far too close for comfort there. Maybe switching onto the Phantom would have actually proven to be a little bit more easier to spray down that jet flying in above him. But Texture, once again, proving to be the point of impact for Gen.G.
Yeah, and I will just alert everybody at the moment. Again, you might have already noticed the little HUD issue. We've got a tactical timeout from Foot at the moment, so you'll just have to bear with us for this tactical timeout variety, which is actually really good as well to be seeing right now, because Gen.G, the form that they are flowing in at the moment, it has to be stopped. That's 5 rounds in a row before Foot have actually called the timeout for this first half. I honestly think that they've left it too late.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that what Foot were expecting is maybe Gen.G are going to be a little bit aggressive and, you know, change up their game style. But no, they stuck to the retake. And Foot, again, that same scramble for power, for information, has cost them to, you know, lose out on so many rounds on this defense. But how are they going to turn this around in the final round of the first half? Because they need this commodity. If they don't get this, I'm not quite sure the 9-3 curse exists for Gen.G.
I mean, look, who's to say on that regard, right? But I want to say that everybody is getting involved in this Gen.G squad at the moment. It just feels like what was happening on the first day compared to what is happening right now has just been a boon in their morale. And I mean, we're seeing it, right? These retakes have been absolutely spectacular.
And your favorite weapons out.
Okay, I was a Munchkin fan. I'm still a Munchkin fan. I'm just not a fan of that gun.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to probably get one here. I think Mr. Fallon might actually fall prey to this. He's ready for it. Munchkin.
Yeah, that's gonna be funny.
Goes the spray.
No, he's got him.
Gets it. And there's the crowd loving it as well.
It's filthy. It's disgusting, but hey, if it works, it works. Let's see what Foot can do to try and bring this one back. A couple of bullets just whizzing past the head of Meteor. But Texture on the really tight operator line as well, playing it for information. If there's a shoulder peek, they could finish him up, but the B side attempt as well. Munchkin hopefully doesn't get caught in any transitions away, but there goes the alarm bot and the peek on in.
Yeah, it was pretty heavily guarded as well. And look at that positioning from Meteor as well. He's made sure the garage is in his hands, and he's going to actually send back the Viper to A.
Texture's playing spotter, making sure that any information he can call for a little bit of assistance. You can start to see a rotation from Munchkin. I think he still might have the Odin as well. Maybe he has a spare gun on the floor somewhere to change it on up, but it's not exactly where Foot are looking to go. Again, it feels like it's a B.
Yeah, a great flash once again from Lakia. He understood that this could be a B hit, takes a little bit of a passive approach. Dodges the 0 point, the paranoia as well.
Oh, straight through. Oh, but the zoom in from CNED. He'll advise Munchkin for 3, looking for a 4th. The underarm lob from Cracks the whip. What? It doesn't even matter. Is Munchkin going to find himself an ace to shorty? No. Squandered by Ada Captain. But is there enough time to get the spike to the other side? There is not. Texture is there. 9-3 at the half.
What a round from Munchkin. The Odin first to actually take out probably the main setup initiator of Foot. Mr. Fallon losing his life was a big issue because that breach could have actually set up CNED for a lot more on that B side than he got with just the KO and the Omen, and absolutely no contact whatsoever. But after committing all that utility towards C-Link, they actually went back towards A-Link, where Munchkin actually found 1v1 fights. It was not like a control push together as a team through that smoke. CNED first, then we had another, and then the third, and one after the other, he got everybody.
Yeah. I will give Foot a small benefit right now. They are going on to the defensive side, which is where they got majority of their rounds against True Rippers.
Yeah. I do agree that they might play the same game style as well, the retake game style.
But the pistol round has to go the way of Foot. Because if you're allowing Gen.G on this morale that they have in their camp right now to get to 10 rounds on the board. Remember, it was an 8-4 when we got into that overtime status for the half in the other game against True Rippers. This is a 9-3. There is a significant difference. It's 1 round closer to finishing off the map. The pistol round to get 10, the secondary round to get 11. Any mistakes then from Foot, if it goes this way, means that it is map point and a very convincing map from Gen.G at that point.
Absolutely, and a map that was actually being pushed by True Rippers to Gen.G as well, right? So this clearly is an indication that they have made sure that this map of Haven has been well practiced, well refined, learned from their mistakes, don't take anything from Foot on a light note and keep pushing hard on them. And they're actually, the most important thing that's worked for Gen.G has been that A pivot with that one-man stand from Texture most of the time with that operator, right? The minute he's holding on and sitting there, they have so much faith in him. They rotate over, they keep B as a stronghold, making sure that Garage and B is heavily guarded by 3 players. And Foot have just gone to that B side time and time again, lost a player, and then eventually crumbled down when they wanted to switch up their approach in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Texture on top in the previous series, Texture trying to lead by example in this one as well. We're definitely asking the questions of can our duelist, can our superstar Jet lead a team to a lot of victories? And I think the answer again is going to be yes. I asked the question earlier on, is Munchkin also going to be able to redo what he did previously? These 2 players need to be a focus of Foot's to shut down. Will the switch up now onto attack be the assistance that can go a long way for that?
Absolutely. Now in the second half, it seems like there is a influx of C attention coming in from Gen.G. They're going all guns blazing towards one Mr. Fallon, who will get supported by Cracks pretty quickly, but can they handle the pressure of Texture?
Oh, this is going to be quick to come through from Gen.G over at the C side of things. A fault line to try and buy a little bit of time, but Texture already in towards the side. There's the timing on the guarding line. Mr. Fallon manages to find one before meeting his demise. And the spike, it does start to go down just now, 4v4.
Yep. As with that trade up, we're going to have Texture get a little bit more itchy. Of course, he's been on guns blazing, so he's going to enjoy this as a flank could be coming. Nah, it's not going to happen. He goes back. He changes his mind.
Turret destroyed. It's just brought a little bit of attention away from the site itself. But Texture getting up to the smoke, waiting on the timing on this one. A great paranoia, a great peek for information. But here we go, the battle at CT. Krax comes out on top. Meteor to Ada Captain. Krax tries to find it all, but he cannot as Karen gets the trade. And it's the pistol to Gen.G. That means they've found double digits. That means that Foot have a big risk coming into this round.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to force in, of course, the Marshals are going to come out once again from these Turkish boys, as they're going to try now for their dear life to get this round as they did in the first half, because they know that they need it. Otherwise, Haven is pretty much going to be out of their reach, and they're going to have to go in Ascent with a map down, and a map down in what fashion as well, to lose by a margin of more than at least 7-8 rounds.
Well, let's see what the beginning first stages get us in towards this round. Mr. Farland again over at the seaside, absolutely shut down. Gen.G not necessarily needing to go with this one at the moment, but I want to keep some eyes on what Ada Captain might look to do over at A Long. Again, this toxic screen is going to keep him in check there. Munchkin to find Yedajay. So things are starting to crumble once more for Foot.
Yeah, CNED's going to try and maybe get something done towards mid, where he does not have anybody to look upon. Gen.G playing this really smart, making sure that the mistakes from the first half are not repeated here.
They're all isolated as well,
yeah.
Foot, at the moment. You need to just find some individual plays. I mean, CNED and Krax, their names, they can definitely do it. Ada Captain is going to be feeling the pressure. However, over at the A side of the map, if you are Gen.G, is that a spot you actually want to try and go towards, knowing that Ada Captain has been a little bit weaker earlier? Maybe not now that Krax has lost his life. Over at the C site, the spike can get planted to wherever you want.
Yeah, and there's going to be no issues whatsoever. Now, 5 versus 2, and this is going to be quite a troublesome situation as well, because I think that what Foot need to do now, take this time, try to understand what they can do in the upcoming rounds. Maybe use this as, you know, kind of a pseudo timeout and work things out, because they're not getting out of this round with anything.
Yeah. Meteor and Gen.G put a close to that one. Another good round to come through from the squad over at Gen.G, which means it's for Haven, at least right now, it's the time for Foot to start a comeback.
Absolutely. A time like none other for them to showcase what they've got. They were being so meticulous against True Rippers, but here they've kind of turned around, and Gen.G have seemingly been the better team to learn from their mistakes as we are approaching the climax of this game. If Foot lose this, it is game over.
There's that deep dark cover without a drone player. Could have potentially assisted Foot to try and keep them at bay, but Texture straight onto CNED. Your star player is already out.
Oh, Meteor. Oh, he's lurked in. He might just find out a captain who's actually gone in towards C-Long himself. There is an alarm bot there to catch him off guard.
A big reveal, however, from the 0 point. Thrown just near the window of mid, catches about 3 players in the lobby.
Yep.
So that does halt the process of Gen.G. Here's the flank from Ada Captain, but that has just been read by Munchkin and co.
The expectancy of Munchkin, they're really good stuff, as now the entire squad runs in, but the lurker has been found, and now Krax has to call in for the cavalry to help him out, but C is now completely taken control by Gen.G, and the retake has to be in place.
Yeah, a flank from Yedajay. See if anything can come into fruition on this one. It's a pretty safe open plant for Gen.G to divide. Waiting to see Mr. Farland fault line in as Yedajay starts to creep him up. Munchkin finds him on the line. The headshot sharp from Yedajay. Not a second one though by Lakia, putting him to rest. And now it's pretty one-dimensional to come through from Foot over at CT. It's actually a pretty good flash, but Karen swings to find both of them. It is now 12 secured from Gen.G, and they have so many map points to play.
Yeah, absolutely. The comfort on this side of the Korean boys is going to be absolutely in high percentages, because they're going to enjoy this now. They are already enjoying it, of course, but to be 12-3 above Foot when yesterday they were dragged to the limits by True Rippers on 14-12 on this very same map is quite the stark difference, because Foot have absolutely no idea. It seems like they're not able to read anything at all that Gen.G are doing, because how patiently Gen.G are actually executing these, you know, sides. And first things first is that they're always almost getting that first pick.
Yeah, I mean, so many times that we've seen either at a captain fall or seen it fall, and these B crawls that Foot have been trying to do as well. It just feels like what wasn't working on their attack is the same sort of things that are not going to be working on their defense, right?
True.
Pretty narrow-minded focus plays. At a captain over towards A long. You got pushes up from C long as well. It definitely feels like Gen.G have spectacular reads and spectacular game plans going in towards this one. I mean, you're 12-3 down. You call for your timeout now as Foot. There's laughter, which is a good sign.
Good sign,
but what are you actually talking about in this scenario to make, the mountain climb?
I'm pretty sure that, of course, Pavlos has said it multiple times as well. These guys are a pillar of, mentality. And that's exactly why, they had such good results last year as well. But coming into this, they've had a bit of a tumble down in terms of who has been more learning of their mistakes. And clearly, Gen.G are going to take pride in the fact that they have chosen this map with pride. We'll head in with quite the challenge into the next one, and with quite the victory as well.
I mean, not seeing anything around the A side of the map at the moment. Anna Captain's got down to the sewers, so that's going to allow some rotations and more focus towards B, towards Garage, towards C. It's very passive for the remainder of Foot, just on towards Anna Captain. Shroud to step out, no more available, low HP. Gen.G to start the creep up.
Yeah, and it's not more of a creep, more like a run straight through kind of thing, because they're all going right into the A side.
Oh, but a good lineup. A good one from CNED. Doesn't really stop Gen.G from getting into the side. I think they might have even spotted him getting down from the heavens as well, but they are locked out at the moment by all of the smokes. Blinding to keep them there, just as the rotations start to come from Gen.G. But remember, Yedajay has actually pushed up through the C cubby.
Yeah, he's sitting there waiting for this rotation to come by, because Gen.G have done this time and time again. But this time, does Munchkin expect it is the question. Garage being taken over. That alarm bot, distraction could actually force him to look other ways, but he's still stuck here.
Yeah, Yedajay needed this frag, manages to find it. He can't get an upgrade of weaponry, unfortunately. The turret is actually doing some little damage. What a shot from Larkia. He doesn't expect anyone else to be over at C, because why would there be at that point? And now it can switch over into the spike plant.
Yeah, the flanks coming in. They're going to try and sandwich them from both sides of the C site, but do they expect this flank? Because there's a smoke right now that's going to allow them to creep up closer, and it just dissipated.
Oh, but look at this. They're spotting for it. There's the information over onto the site, courtesy of Larkia. The paranoia. What the heck is that from Karen? That's filthy, disgusting, damaging, and demoralizing, because with that, it might be the end of Foot in this map. CNED has found 3. A peek through the dark cover. Larkia. Oh, he's not looking at the right angle as CNED finds it for 4, which means, folks, it's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet. CNED with another clutch to his name. There's been very few, of course, from Foot in that department, but they've still got one in them in this round to take another step forward. 12-4 right now. Foot have quite the mountain to climb. This was just one step in the right direction, but Gen.G, they've got so much more. They dragged it until the point where they had to force CNED to take a double-man spray down, through the smoke as well, and he made sure that the final one came through with Karen looking the other way.
I mean, if you think about it, 9 rounds in a row with the exchange of the half there as well, taking into consideration, is such a landslide of rounds that coming into this, again, you can't make a mistake as Foot at the moment.
Yeah, and that wallbang already takes him down close to half HP. Krax is not going to be happy with that. And Gen.G, they clearly love their wallbangs towards that mid window.
There's a lot of reliance on Yedajay over at C at the moment by himself. The squad for Foot making sure that they're covering A, making sure that they're covering B at the moment. This wall, again, is not being really respected at the moment by Foot. CNED down for the count first. Karen going in, texture, the dash, the Seekers, they're going to reveal out a captain, but no, actually, he manages to find 2. There's no trades available from Gen.G at the moment. He can get out of this tricky situation. The stun is absolutely gorgeous as well to come on through from Mr. Farland, but again, Karen is still alive. He's the last one alive. He's on for something spectacular. He did down Krax, so this is technically a 4K. If he finds Yedajay, it's the ace, and Karen, the new blood of Gen.G, gets the map for Gen.G themselves. Oh my!
What a performance from Karen, coming in from the Korean Tier 2. first ever international Tier 1 tournament, and he absolutely delivers in the most stunning way possible. An ace clutch for Gen.G to finish off Foot 13-4.
Man, I thought that was just going to be brought back. You know, I thought that our captain was going to have his moment there, but I'm not even. It's this man right here, folks. It's Karen delivering.
What a round. Well, it is, of course, a rejuvenation, or I would say rather a upskill from this man right here, because yesterday he had a bit of a slow start. He took map 1 with a bit of grain of salt, came in towards map 3, had a great performance, and today, coming in, he's turned up a notch, right up front, an ace clutch to finish it. How else would you want your professional career to start at Tier 1?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're wanting to get into the grand final against Vitality, this is certainly the way you want to be starting off this series. Gen.G, I mean, Texture, they're getting an ace on that eco round that they did with the Blades. Munchkin getting that crucial 4K as well, and then Karen to get the ace at the end. I mean, this map for Gen.G had so much in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Gen.G have clearly shown that they know how Foot are playing, how Foot were playing, and they've tackled them by every single inch of the way. So I'm actually so much more confident in the way that this team has actually evolved in just 2 days of their gameplay.
Right? And I mean, that's one of the things as well, right? They themselves said that they felt a little bit weak, underestimated True Rippers. Foot, by all intents and purposes, underestimated True Rippers as well in the first map of Haven. So for Gen.G, it was looking like a little bit of a risk to pick this map. But I mean, I could throw away this card. I'm not literally going to do it because I still need it for my notes. But I got to say, Gen.G have absolutely blown things out of proportion in this map if it's anything to go by. Folks, Ascent is going to be around the corner, but first I want to hear what our analysts have to say about this one.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the winners. A very clear win actually for Haven. It's going to be very exciting because Gen.G are really blowing us out of the water. All our expectations are completely out the window.
Yours are?
But not mine. What are you talking about?
I said Gen.G 2-1. I believed in my APAC boys.
Okay.
Someone here though. No. Someone here they didn't.
No, I didn't.
Anything to say, Pavlos?
I've got to say that I'm here to look at good Valorant, and Gen.G brought us good Valorant.
So
I
they certainly
that.
did.
I don't appreciate that they made my prediction be wrong, but hey, it is what it is. And to be fair, they deserved that win.
Yeah,
Even
absolutely.
though, there were moments where Foot had some, pop-off capabilities, I think just Gen.G was way more consistent. Yeah, okay, they also had pop-off capabilities, but it was the fact that they were able to win round by round, get those early advantages, and carry that on over every single time. And there's a reason why they won in such a dominant fashion.
I think it's very interesting to talk about that because just now, right before the game started, I talked about how everyone doesn't seem to be on the same page. The puzzles are just not fitting, everyone's doing their own thing. But now today, everyone looks so coordinated, as though what they played on day number 1 was something that they learned quickly about and quickly fixed. And then we start to see the pop-off moments from Karen, from Lakia, these two new players, and even Texture actually. From passive gameplay to aggressive, it was so fun to watch.
It felt like Gen.G were alive, every single one of the players were performing. On the other hand, Foot, they were relying on CNED way too much to pop off. It felt like the CNED show without any of the rest. And CNED couldn't really do it alone. He was in many situations in a 1vx position where we thought, oh my god, he's actually going to do it, isn't he? Didn't end up happening, couldn't save the game. And for Foot, it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, one of the things I think this highlights as well, actually, is how effective HSK is. Because going into Gen.G, having a, let's be honest, shaky track record in Pacific, that made us wonder, what is he going to bring to Gen.G? Well, that answers it. The difference between day 1 and now day 3, almost night and day.
Yeah, it's very, very different looking at how they played. Let's talk a little bit about how this team played against Foot. Foot looked very, very strong. We had a lot more, I would say, confidence in them. What did Gen.G do that changed?
I think it was just general consistency. Foot might have, overstepped in a lot of moments. I think Gen.G took my advice to heart the previous time around, and I think, it was obvious for them. They had to be a bit more proactive, play their own style, don't allow Foot to breathe and set up for plays that they would like, and that worked every single time, and if not every single time, near every single time, right? Up until the final moments of the game, CNED was leading in kills, but the final round from Karen, those 4 kills he got him the top frag by the end of it. And, I mentioned this because CNED was the only one fragging on the other end. Well, you've got everybody else on Gen.G on solid ACS every single time, winning their trades.
And for me as well, you mentioned Karen. Yes, he towards the latter stages of that game really came to shine. But for Gen.G, it was everyone. Everyone had a standout round. Everyone had a chance to perform. Everyone had a highlight from that map. I say from that map, Pavlos and Dash, because we have 2 more maps to go.
Yeah,
for
that's right.
FUT, how do you reset after what is, let's be honest, a very one-sided Haven?
It was very one-sided, but again, this is Gen.G's map pick. I think they really had solidified what they needed to fix from day 1 all the way to now. They learned a lot from True Rippers, clearly, and they changed from a passive approach to a more aggressive one. We saw that confidence come up for Texture, where we didn't see that step up as a duelist, and we start to even see this really interesting plays where they're able to just quickly play very, very sneakily around the smoke. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Foot. In this situation here, their timeout was like around like match point. What do you think about that?
I think it came in a little bit too late for them to adapt, but that's also them being a little bit surprised that Gen.G was so quick to have a read on what they were going to do. There was experience from yesterday. Gen.G could look at Foot's VOD and be like, they did this like this, and so on and so forth.
Remember,
and for that reason, they could ambush-trap them.
Yeah, and you have to remember, that goes both ways. FUT, they were able to see Gen.G's Haven as well. They saw it against True Rippers. It was the same amount of real for both teams. It just feels like Gen.G went into this Haven slightly more prepared than FUT were.
Sometimes you say like, the day 1 debuff is going to be there. It clearly felt like that, especially, Gen.G coming all the way from, Korea coming to play here. Definitely different environment, perhaps in the LAN debuff on day 1. Also, if you heard the crowd just now, a lot of cheers coming in for GE fans for Gen.G, because remember, this is, they played together for a Pacific team, and let's see whether or not map 2 will be going to a 2-0 or a 2-1. Oh, it's going to map 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after the break. Yeah, I kind of float that.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Flash outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Flash outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
안녕하세요. 저는 먼치킨이라고 하고요. 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 카론이라고 하고요. 젠지 발로란트에서 연막을 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 활동하고 있는 메테오 김태호라고 합니다.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager/interpreter for the Gen.G VALORANT team.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 타격대를 맡고 있는 텍스처 김나라입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트에서 활동하고 있는 라키하고요. 역할은 이니시에이터 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 코치를 맡고 있는 HSK라고 합니다.
라키예요.
먼치킨.
오.
HSK.
카론.
HSK.
이거 플레이어 아니야?
그러니까.
플레이어.
아, 이거 감독 공격하기 있어?
오케이. 라키야.
확실하긴 해. 저는 일단 인도는 처음이긴 하지만 이제 날라올 때 너무 걱정이 됐는데 오래 걸려서 근데 막상 도착하니까 되게 뭐라 해야 되지? 되게 이뻐서 네, 되게 좋았어요.
I was a little bit worried because the flight was super long. But when I actually arrived, I thought everything looked super nice. So I really liked that.
인도에서 코끼리 한번 보고 싶어요.
I do want to see an elephant.
타지마할.
Maybe not Taj Mahal, but
너무 멀어서. 난 그냥 카레.
나도 카레. 카레.
Some curry.
저는 일단 무조건 푸시긴 해요. 왜냐면은 푸다 진짜 2번 지긴 했어요. 이젠 이겨야 돼요. 이제는.
For me, it's absolutely FUT Esports because I played them before and I lost to them twice. So this time I do want to win. Revenge.
저도 일단 풋인 것 같은 게 대회에서 일단 감명 깊게 봤고 이 무엇보다 그 가끔 나오는 미친 샷 그런 게 너무 잘 봤어서 그게 기대가 가장 잘 됩니다.
For me, it's FUT as well because when I watched them play on stage, play on stream, like I think they played super well. I noticed that some of their players can have absolutely insane aim at times, so I'm looking forward to playing with them.
저는 오히려 G나 바이탈리티. 왜냐면은 이번에 리빌딩 끝나고 데이터가 아무것도 없어요. 왜냐면 다 처음 하는 경기이기 때문에 그래가지고 정말.
그리고 여기 밥 먹는데.
For me, it's G or Vitality because after their rebuild, for both teams, neither team has played in an official yet, so we have no data on them. So it'll be exciting to see how they perform on stage.
세 가지.
세 가지.
세 개요?
그래서 빡셀 거야.
단어 세 개? 세 개였구나.
저부터 하자면 전 이제 침착함 그리고 공격적이고 그리고 클러치.
For me, I'd say calm, aggressive, and clutch.
저는 팀워크랑 침착함이랑 스마트.
Me is teamwork, calm, and smart.
너는 그거 일부러 침착한 3개.
공격적, 변수, 침착함.
For me, it'd be like aggressive and unexpected plays and calm.
While Gen.G had a dominating fight on their own map pick on Haven, the question now remains whether or not we can still be seeing the same. Shall I restart that?
Try again.
I think we should try again. Let's restart again. Okay, so we saw a dominating fight by Gen.G on their map pick, which is going to Haven. The question is whether or not Foot will be able to do the same on Ascent.
Yeah, I think on Ascent, they've already shown in this tournament that they've got a really good performance there, right? The fact that they were able to beat True Rippers in a very demanding fashion, I think it gives them some confidence. But at the same time, you're playing against Foot. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this. I don't know if you've been towards the MEA and heard about what it means to play against Turkish teams on Ascent.
Tell me.
But basically, you should never do that.
Never play against Turkish teams.
Never.
Why?
They're just too good. They just win every time.
They win every time. No, we didn't see that on Haven. What are you talking about?
That's Ascent.
That's true, that's true.
Ascent,
Okay,
yeah.
so let's talk a little bit about Ascent. We all know that in general, overview-ish, it's going to be defender-sided.
Yeah.
But a lot of teams are starting to understand how to play attack-side of that. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of aggression. What do you think?
I think that for FUT, that pressure comes from CNED anyway. So it's going to actually be down to their defense, I think, more so than their attack as to how they beat Gen.G here. Bearing in mind that for Gen.G, they're going into this map confident anyway, I can't help but think that for FUT in their break now, I imagine the coach is probably telling them to lock in, to focus on the next map, treat it like a best of one, and to continue that aggression. Don't get scared, don't curl up into your own shell, and let's see if FUT are going to take that on board.
Yeah, it's just a matter of pressing that reset button, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. You've got to be able to just snap out of it, kind of put everything that just happened behind you and move on to that next aspect of it. It's just key, sports psychology. You've got to make sure you're focusing at your task at hand and don't let your demons catch you. And I don't think Foot would have any demons, right? It's a matter of actually feeling comfortable on the server in regards to how much pressure they have on this event. So if there is any event for them to be able to bring that mentality to the table, at least show us that they're capable of doing so, this would be the event for them to do that.
Absolutely, and I think that in this situation as well, this is when you want to be able to really enable your duelists. You want to have CNET give that pressure. But what are we going to be doing? What did we do wrong in Haven in terms of our playstyle? What kind of breakdown or fell through in terms of our communication? Because at the end of the day, we did talk about how just now you said, when CNET is feeling good, they're going to win the game.
Yeah.
And then we kind of thought, okay, maybe if CNET wasn't losing, they would have a different idea of what's going to be happening. Mr. Fallen would have a different sort of idea on how to move forward. But on Haven just now, it felt like they were meeting a dead end.
Yeah, it felt like they weren't quite finding the answers to what Gen.G were bringing out. Gen.G's proactivity caught them off guard, and it took quite them for them to adapt. But let's have a look at the Agent Select and see how that is going to be affecting the matchup. Miracle, by the way, both teams playing the exact same thing.
I mean,
for me, the big thing to watch out for, sorry, Cash, I'm that excited, I've got a cast in here, which is Krax is back on the KO. I mean, we saw what he did with it yesterday. What was it? It was 28 kills in what felt like almost 16 rounds. It was something immaculate from him. So I looked at Munchkin now, who again has had a pretty good series so far. Is he going to be able to match up against Urax?
Yeah, I was about to ask that, like, what do we expect here in terms of skill matchup? Because at the end of the day, it is a mirror matchup. This is something, I would say that this map hasn't seen a lot of changes, even in terms of meta. What are you expecting to see from both these teams? Let's start with Foot.
I think we're definitely going to be seeing a closer fight. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as the previous one. Both of these teams have experience, but they also have the possibility of looking what their opponents have done so far on this map, what their key game plan is. So for that reason, I'm going to think that's going to be a close one.
I'm sticking to my guns. I think Gen.G have got this.
Gen.G got this? You think it's going to be a 2-1? Let's see whether or not this is going to be true. So ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the screen because our casters, Komodo and Universe, are coming right up.
The last one, I mean, it might be a little bit quicker of a series on this one. I want to see more from Foot, of course, but my word, with Gen.G looking good.
Yeah, this was a worse scoreline than what we saw True Rippers take out on Ascent against Gen.G, right? And of course, now we are going to Ascent, which is going to be another dangerous territory now for Foot after what we've just seen, because Gen.G quite clearly had a control of that map against True Rippers. They were being aggressive, they were meticulous, and they were ready for pretty much anything on that map, right? So they're well adjusted, they're ready into this, and we're gonna have to find out what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I actually want to note coming in towards this on the agent lineup is there is actually a slight difference coming into Ascent for Foot in the form of Mr. Fallen. So in the breach on the last map, changing into the Sova this time. However, usually on the fade. So that's where the change-up comes through, and I like it because it means that we've got a mirror match. So at the end of the day, who is better on this map will really be found out.
Well, let's just go as we have Gen.G going aggressive once again, right in towards B. Maynard actually caught out the player there. Yedije, he's going to get supported. Cracks and Mr. Fallon get one each, and they're going to try and cut down Gen.G immediately as Gen.G have been struck down with their aggression right up front.
It's almost the pistol round in and of itself, isn't it? Missed shots come out from Meteor as CNED just kind of overwhelms them. This is the vintage form of CNED that we were kind of hoping for. All 5 alive for Foot in the pistol.
Well, here we go. Foot have gotten the pistol, which means they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable than they did the previous time where Gen.G absolutely smothered them.
It's a quarter of their rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And with that, we're going to have probably another push up from Gen.G. Looks like Texture is still keen on peeking this. He might just get a bit of a coordinated flash push here because I see Munchkin does have his flash drive available.
Yeah, I want to see if Texture's going to find anything with the Sheriff at the moment. It is the powerful weapon. Flash in, drones here. It's going to spot everything out. They're going to try and get in front. But now Kajika's up. The expectation on a couple of players from Gen.G to push, but they're going to be kept at bay by the dart.
Ed exploring that A site. Yeah, it does get into it. It's absolutely free for him. Make sure that it's his own, and Yedije makes sure that Lakia cannot try anything cheeky through that smoke. And that's going to be pretty much an easy post plan for them.
Setting themselves up for a retake. It is just the pistols, of course. So probably not expecting too much to come through from Gen.G. Mr. Farland, though, on a Ghost, still a bit ambitious, but he still manages to wrangle the spray on towards Meteor. Again, damage the name of the game for Gen.G at the moment to try and take away any of these guns, but unfortunately for them, none will be there. So for Foot, coming away flawless means that the bonus round in the next can actually look pretty decent.
Absolutely. And now CNED, I'm pretty sure he's feeling the heat to actually, do better than he did in the last game. Although he was still the better player in the previous map as well. He was the one who was actually finding the impact with that operator at times as well, and making sure that he was winning his duels quite now and then. But of course, Komodo, Gen.G have got the same level of individuality, if not any more, because we saw 2 aces from them from 2 different players.
And it's an interesting setup as well to come through from Foot. I'm seeing a judge on Mr. Fallen on a Sova. I think you might want to just take the gun out of CNED's hands in a situation like this, but whether or not we'll see that, there looks like some sort of strategy to come on through. 0 point out from Munchkin, reveals 3, so that should be the stalling of the play for Foot. No, they send a flash drive over. It's go time, ladies and gentlemen. Yedije, what a great pre-fire. Texture, though, still frolicking about at the front entrance of the site. Good for 1 before being traded out by Cracks.
Yeah, and with that, the A side has been taking control of the 2v2. Meteor does not have any utility, but Lucky has his drone.
Oh, but Turret spotting out some information as the plant goes down. They know there's a bit of vulnerability at the moment. Drone denied. Lakia with a shock dart, the only bit of utility, but none of it matters when Yedije and Cracks get the kills.
Oh, absolutely. Kind of gave me a bit of a reminiscent, Lakia, Ascent, the Sova, throws me back to 2021, the infamous clutch that he came up with back when he was in U-turn. Oh man, it would have been something if he tried that again, but Foot are ready for it, and now they are going into this Ascent map with quite the more power than they had in the initial stages of Haven. Winning their bonus, have quite the money to work with as well, if at all they do end up losing out on maybe 1 or 2 rounds here and there. As Gen.G prepare for a bit of an uphill battle pretty early in this game.
Yeah, see what damage again they can do in this one. Sheriffs and the Marshal, I want to sort of see the tendencies that are going to start to come on out from Gen.G. Of course, the map pick of Foot. So you would expect that they're feeling confident coming in towards this one. A statement was made by Gen.G on Ascent against Troopers.
Scanning ahead. Destroyed by Munchkin. They know he's here, and they know he's got a sheriff. So they're going to be a little bit careful about making sure that they, take him off his mark. Flash comes in, aiming cleared up. There is a split, by the way. Yedije and at a captain coming in from mid here, and Texture is waiting for that catwalk peek. Meteor taking out 1, and another great shot from Texture.
That's huge, and now it's all narrow focus on the entryway as well. A Paranoia to lined up, I think, all 3 members completely out in the open. CNED down to the count. Mr. Farland traded as well. This is looking good for Gen.G. Imagine a world in which they survive with all 4 members here. They do. Karen picking up the Vandal to close.
Absolutely. Great round once again. turn it back on their heads, and now I'm looking forward to what Foot have got in terms of strategic set plays in store against this Gen.G side. They came into this ascent, of course, with their map pick being the one, but crispy shots like these can instantly turn any game around. Not careful. Mr. Fallon did try his level best, but only one was what he could achieve. And now, an operator for both sides available, Komodo, and a lockdown as well that could be useful for Foot.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how these operators are going to be positioned around the map. Of course, again, aggression from Meteor out through B main. It does seem like Gen.G want to at least have a good stronghold on this side of the map. But pushing out is always going to be a risk. No turret to be seen up on top either, so just bait him into a false sense. No, Texture. It doesn't matter that there's a double swing. Opens up.
Absolutely. Mr. Fallon's getting up a little close.
He has the spike.
Yeah, he does, and he does have a drone. I'm pretty sure he's not going to overextend here. He's just, trying to maybe test the waters, but the drone would be a better option. He's got two players on the other side of that archway, and now he's joined up by CNED. Maybe he wants to take a bit of an operator duel.
Yeah, a paranoia by out of captain to the tree position would absolutely upset what Gen.G have planned at the moment. Drone on out, that should be the go time for out of captain to be ripping a paranoia in just a few seconds, but there is enough time to change things up for Foot if they wanted to. Munchkin completely caught off guard, and now the focus comes towards the side. Lakia down to sub 60 HP. Things are looking a little bit more dire for Gen.G around the site. It starts to close on him. A nice shot from Karen actually to edge out Mr. Farland. You're not going to be able to get a lockdown here by Yedajay, you would think, as the spike to the open. A shot out from Texture. He's looking for another just Texture staple round.
And with that, Foot have been completely put in stop unless... Okay, yeah, Captain gets a third as well, and he turns it around on the head of Gen.G and leaves Meteor wondering what the hell just happened.
10 seconds
now Meteor
left.
needs to come back with something as well. His teammate's done everything for him, but in the smoke, out of captain says no for the 4K at the end of the round.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful from out of captain. Steps up when needed and does absolutely insane stuff, honestly. Okay, we've got a bit of the crowd getting riled up here. Of course, Global Esports would love to watch their ex-player give it his best, and they will support him with all their life.
The operator is going to be out for Texture again, so he wants to be protecting his life in this round, and I am seeing the filthy gun rear its head again. It's Lakia. That's going to be over at the B site, so we'll keep an eye out for any cheeky wallbangs a little bit later on. Judge for Karen as well, but a really large emphasis on mid-control for Foot. Opening frag, though, again from Texture, and it's CNED shut down once more.
Yeah, Mr. Fallon's going to look up towards that same position, making sure that maybe somebody else, peeks out on the back of it and he has a chance to get a trade back, but no, not going to be possible. Once again, the spike traveling towards A-Short, pretty much similar from the last round.
I mean, you got to be careful of tree, right? Last round kind of upset you in this location as well. You weren't expecting them to be so quickly into water. That spot is wallbangable, so Munchkin just has to make sure he gets out of this one. 50 seconds to go.
Cracks needs to be aware of the fact that there could be two players here, and through the smoke goes Munchkin. He finds one straight in, and the lockdown now committed by the attack.
Yeah, if Karen gets out of here with a dark cover, he can either put it at the main entrance or he can assist out the operator position of Lakia, but they're reading into this one. They know where the lockdown is vulnerable. Spam onto Texture after tagged up by said ultimate ability, and as the plant starts to go down, do they know that Karen is actually in the site itself? The judge needs to get up close and personal, and it does. Look at the distance, some damage to Yedajay to get traded out, but it's all now onto Mr. Farland, a 1 versus 2. Lakia has that Odin, remember. They're waiting for the swing, and there it is, an instant headshot Gen.G to find their second.
Yeah, there is, of course, quite the control available for Gen.G. That one little shutdown towards short onto Cracks was more than enough to give them a little bit of that, panic set in. The lockdown, yes, it was a good position. The ultimate, following that, the Hunter's Fury, great to take out Texture, but what they did not expect was Karen being under heaven with that judge, making sure that he finds at least one before he goes down, and the instant trade-up coming in from Meteor through that wallbang to take down Yedajay. Great round from Gen.G once again.
But are they going to be able to double down? That's the question. Of course, on the defensive side here. Got some fans in the crowd for Gen.G. Love to hear it.
Ultimate's available. Too much of an impact for the defense, for the offense, but for the defense, they do have Munchkin with the null command.
From the shadows to the back of the boathouse as well. This is actually unexpected. Gen.G, nobody home. If you were trying to tell me that Foot wanted to sell a fake here, I think that Gen.G have bit it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, but Texture's got a bit of an inkling that there could be some plays happening here. A smoke going down from Out of Captain towards a short, actually, to sell this completely.
But does Texture realize how close Out of Captain actually is on an operator line? Now he knows by the shots, but whisk by your head, not a free haircut today.
Yeah, and now Meteor is going to come up and support him, and they know this is going to be a B hit. Can they isolate him and get that kill because they need it desperately? But Out of Captain's ready for it, and now Texture has been left in the dark.
Couldn't push out through the dark cover to get the trade either, so the site just has to be conceded. You do have a null command to go in for a retake though.
Spike planted.
And that's probably going to be the win condition, or at least retake condition. They've got a recon as well. They've got 2 shock darts, and there it goes. The retake is on.
It is on. Mr. Farland is in another postcode over at the A site, by the way. But here comes the spam. A good one-way smoke actually is going to buy a significant amount of time before things start to get activated for Gen.G. A single trader reveal on Out of Captain. But Gen.G are still not yet in toward it. They have taken off the flank in Mr. Farland, as I say that as well. Lucky are in for another one. This gun is actually getting some damage on in tracks. And Yedajay bringing into a 1 versus 2. The spam in from Lakia. He's found a third in this round, but there's not much time to get the defuse at all. So he's going to try and escape, and he can't even do that.
Yeah, that was quite a late execution from Gen.G. They were a little afraid of that one-way smoke towards B main as to how they could get caught out, and because of which they were just waiting for that, CD-sided contact to come in, but they actually lost a player. There was a trade there, and then Yedajay was making sure that he was patient enough, to hold on to his frags, and instantly after he found the opportunity, out came the guns blazing. The Bulldog did its work, and the round was secured.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better for Foot. A lot more cohesive. Their plans, their crossfires as well, just have a lot more grounding to them. Now it's quick again. We expect this from Gen.G over at B main. Time and time again, they look to at least have a peek on in. This time though, not too deep. It will bring out a drone though, so a crucial piece of information ability for Foot no longer available.
Yeah, the spike is still towards spawn, so I'm pretty sure that Foot are going to take this as slow as possible. They're looking for these peaks. They want these pistol wielders to be taken out of their maybe aggressive positions. That's why Foot are playing on such passive angles right now. Meteor, oh, okay. He takes out the turret. That's actually pretty good. They are allowed to now maybe go in towards mid without any sort of trouble in terms of a turret attacking them.
It's very lent towards the B side on this eco round for Gen.G as well. A lot of emphasis on Texture with the Phantom over at A, having both initiators at B.
Yeah, they've got 2 ultimates actually. If they want to actually go for this, play on the...
that's info, that's huge.
That's big as well, yeah. Fragment's ready, and that's going to go to the right time. Gonna deliver maybe a little more time for Gen.G, but is it going to be enough?
Oh, they all duck on it because the cloud burst. Here comes the execute for Foot. A good paranoia in layering of utility as well. But Meteor completely blinded by that one. A sharp shot out by Lakia. Traded through. This is great to come out from Foot. Just trying to mitigate any damage that Gen.G can throw their way.
Yeah, Karen does have a paranoia to maybe clear off an angle and, get another frag. But no, Prax will take down his teammate. And that is going to be the plan going down. Mr. Fallon with that plan gets down the Hunter's Fury for the next round, but this is going to be the end for Karen as well. 1 clean kill, yes, but no more, as another round for Foot on the board.
Yeah, this time in the half as well, might seem to be an optimal one for Gen.G to potentially consider a pause, have a bit of a conversation. 2 rounds and them lonesome selves. This is a gun round coming forward as well, stacked by a couple of ults, 2 away from a lockdown for Meteor.
Yeah.
And the question I was asking earlier as well, what would Meteor look like coming in towards this series? Is he going to be able to just bolster down on a site itself? Because we have such stark comparisons at the moment on our killjoys. Yedajay leading the charge, a Hunter's Fury ripped in the mix by Mr. Farland. Only the tag to Munchkin though.
Yeah. Pretty early and, information commitment there. They did get a tag, but nothing more, couldn't follow it up. And that's going to be probably what big ultimate, that could have been used for the post-flank here.
Well, if Munchkin does use the null command here and gets down, he can get revived. but we'll see. He goes in for a kill. Meteor's there as well, so he's doubled his frags. It's pretty much just stalling Foot from getting into the B site there. The spike is going up through mid. There's an alarm bot. Meteor for another shot. A reveal for a rotation in tiles on towards Cracks. And Mr. Farland will get traded out, meaning it is just the KO alive for Foot. I dare say not going to be expecting Munchkin to be tucked in the little corner. Oh, Karen!
Okay.
Not like this.
Should have been helping your teammate out there. The knife almost coming in there. Munchkin not happy with that, but he's going to be happy that at least that they secured that round there.
Have we had a knife kill yet?
No, I don't think we have. I don't think we have. We've got 2 aces in one game.
Yes.
We've had quite a bit of utility kills, but no knife just yet.
Right
No knife
here.
yet. And one thing I do want to highlight is CNED's, inactivity in this half as well. He's not been able to give the impact that we were expecting him to give, that he did in the Ascent that he played earlier.
I mean, at least it's being offset by Yedajay's performance in this one, right? It doesn't matter what role you are playing. At the end of the day, if you can click heads, you can still contribute to a lot. But have equalized at the half, no matter what, with the 6, but a null command ripped immediately. The spray goes a little bit awry for CNED. Again, just being shut down.
And he's alone as well. Look at these. One by one, they're just giving these kills. And Meteor has picked up finally the pace that you were talking about.
He's woken up, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
He's starting to get some frags. He's starting to feel comfortable. There's a good foothold on this round for Gen.G. 5 versus 2. Player scoreline, Mr. Farland and Ada Captain need some individual heroics at the moment. But yeah, they are just so split around the map. Lakia attempting a little bit of fate with the peak, but at the end of the day, falls away, and it's information.
Yeah. Fallen does have a recon to maybe clear off angle, but he does spot Karen. That's a shock dart that could damage him up. Soften up a little bit now. There's going to be a peak maybe coming out. Just a touch.
Ahead.
Munchkin, he knows he's close by as well. And this is time for Ada Captain to maybe make something of this. Goes in towards short, and he's going to hope that Texture is not peeking.
I mean, we'll see what damage can be delivered. Oh, good start for Ada Captain. If they get 2 apiece, then we start to cook with gas, some more information, but you do start to feel like the edges are closing around you. Munchkin gets taken down as well, so there's the 2 from Ada Captain. Meanwhile, Lakia starts to come in with the Odin as well. Ada Captain for a 3rd. There is some magic happening here.
10 seconds left.
Well, the Hunter's Fury comes out at the right time. He's going to try and deny that plan. Good assumption, but it's not going to be enough, it seems.
There's no time! Has he missed the time? He's in ahead. The shot from Meteor. That is the round. He comes out with the 4K as well to close.
Oh man, Ada Captain, what a try once again. This is kind of a reminiscence of what we saw just a couple of rounds ago from Ada Captain, where he saved Foot from almost getting in, right? That 3K clutch that he got in.
But the highlight, it has to be that Hunter's Fury at the time.
Absolutely.
Ada Captain could try his damnedest to do that, but the ultimate ripped. You're thinking in this situation, oh, it's going to turn into a 2 versus 2. Let's play it safe. Let's use the lockdown. But no, it's the ambition to just rip a Hunter's Fury dry. You get a tag. You've got 3 bolt shots. You've got no time on the clock. You've got 3 chances to upset a plant. It's really smart at that point in time.
And the awareness is brilliant. And 4 to 6, a tactical timeout here from Foot. Of course, the half is kind of slipping away from what they had it a couple of rounds ago. They were 2 and 6 up, 2 rounds in a row. And Gen.G now have got a bit of a hold on the game plan of Foot here.
Yeah, I mean, if Gen.G can equalize at the half, they'd be absolutely stellar with that, I think you would say, at least coming back in towards this map after having Meteor, having a really slow start. We've mentioned Texture, offset on that. The Operator's been a little bit hit and miss, but the opening kills that they've been able to get, specifically pinpointing CNED, it's always going to be an idea to try and shut down your opponent's star player.
True.
He's been walking into their crosshairs.
Exactly. This happened in the previous round as well. He's all alone on on A short, forgive me. Walks right in, all by himself, takes a bit of an ugly fight. Double players waiting for him, take him down, and CNED has been pretty much silenced in this first half by Gen.G.
Yeah, but now as we do look to get back into it, look at the weaponry that Foot have to play with. It's a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, there is a lockdown available for the side of Gen.G, so they can play a little bit more safe this round, and that seems to be the plan as well. Everybody is in a more passive position this time, making sure that these pistols don't cause too much damage, especially that CNED also has his knives out, which is usually when he finds himself ripping a new one.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case, because at the moment they are starting to come up with a plan to shove 3 members down mid, Spike again, being looked after by Mr. Farland, just experimenting with what to do over around A. and Yedajay around B.
I think this might just be a play for the plan, unless it's a fake. He does commit the drone towards A main, but CNED's walked in towards Market.
It's just going to come down to timing now. They know that something in Market is there because of the 0 point. So Munchkin has a lot to do. A fragment can be thrown out the doorway, but where else do you think things are happening? A Paranoia thrown into main for Yedajay to clear. Rotations start to come as well, but some nice timing yet again on the reveals.
Yeah, and the shock dart is going to, actually hits him quite a bit. Yedajay has got to be careful with textures, a bit smoked off, and now it's on CNED to make this work for Foot.
2 in back of Boathouse, however, revealed, missed shots off the blade, CNED 8 HP. How has Texture found 2 with the shorty like that? The collateral cracks him for 2, Lakia for 1, and now it's all on to Yedajay to see if he can come out with something spectacular. He's got his little buddy beside him, the turret, but it's not really going to do too much. The spike is down. Texture misses the shot. He's trying to just navigate around the smoke. The first shot, it's behind him! Got turnaround! Yedajay has the lockdown now as well. It's a 1 versus 1.
Wait, what? Yeah, the plant's going to go down.
They're still going in.
Yeah?
The plant.
Last round in the half.
No time.
I think we both missed that. We got a little excited by seeing what was happening. Texture, I'm not quite sure if the comms went in because he's sitting there for quite some time as well. And on the back of which should be a half secured in terms of at least just a 2-run deficit. And there it is. Foot Esports. They've got a couple of ultimates to work with. The lockdown available for both sides here. Even if Yedajay didn't walk away from that round with a victory, he's going to walk away with an ultimate that's going to be practically a win condition at this point. CNED once again with the operator towards mid, and Texture is here to meet him eye to eye with it. And he does have the Blaze available as well, so he might get a little excited, a little jump here and there to give himself a highlight reel.
I mean, it's stacked in the ultimates again from Foot, right?
Yeah.
Yedajay with the lockdown, you can be answer back with Meteor's lockdown as well, so they keep each other in check. But if they go in with cracks on the null command of his own, which is now ripped as well, it can be the entry to get in towards this site. Starts going through the tree. Shots are missing from Gen.G. Texture now afforded an opportunity on the operator. Onto cracks though means that he could technically get res if there's enough time.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of Captain's taken control of short, and now they have the ace out in control. But what's gone off is the null command, and that's when the lockdown comes in, and they can hold this down with all of their players.
Yeah, and that has to almost just be the disconnection from Foot as well. Out of Captain down, which means they cannot, from the shadows, over to the B side of the map. Yedajay is actually on a run, but it has to just turn into a flank for him. Imagine if he had the lockdown now. Actually, they're sending the spike over. This is going to be such a risky move. That's a shot from CNED. You love that. But Munchkin completely caught it off guard. He wants to go in, destroy the lockdown. This is just a bamboozle of a round for Foot. There's 15 seconds sub. They're bringing the spike back to A.
Yeah, this is not going to work out. CNED's going to go down as well. Texture.
Yeah. Absolute shambles. And Mr. Fallen, I mean, how do you even get to the smoke? There's no time. Karen will find you. That's just a blunder of a round. But still, for Gen.G, they've made it 6.5.
Absolutely. What a comeback from Gen.G here, being 2-6 down, winning 4 in a row, and absolutely turning this around on its head. And Foot are under complete pressure by both Gen.G and the crowd as well at this point, because everybody is cheering for these Korean amazing players.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding what needs to be done on the side, at the later side of the half. 4 rounds in a row to get the closure there. Thought that Foot were coming off swinging, right?
Yeah.
That they might have found what was working for them on Ascent and to forget about Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gen.G, what they really needed was a bit of that operator magic. The minute Texture actually found his footing on that operator, he started getting picks back and forth. CNED being completely eliminated every single round, finding himself in these obscure positions where he's got nobody to support him, no utility as well, and he's taking these fights even when he knows he's constantly lost them, has been so troublesome because they're going into these sites without their spearhead actually helping them out, and somebody or the other has to step up, and most of the times it's been at a captain actually, who's actually got multi-kill rounds on, he's the only one who's got it to his name.
Yeah, I mean, we'd definitely love to see that you've had a pretty underwhelming performance so far. You're coming into what could be the last map, and you've just been awakened, right? A beast has taken an overview to get back into this. But I'll bring it back to what we saw previously. Gen.G True Rippers, it was 10-2 at the half. Gen.G defensive side was so strong. This time they've been reined back a little bit, so now they have more to do on the attack.
Absolutely they do. And there's the crowd, of course, supporting Gen.G. Everybody's loving Texture's shenanigans right now. But do not just yet celebrate. It's not yet over, ladies and gentlemen. Foot are looking to come back into this with a little bit of V-aggression. CNED, once again, the knife out! And Texture, who else but him to strike first blood?
Yeah, CNED is just absolutely having a hard time to find these opening kills, isn't he?
Yeah, oh, good shock dart there. Lakia does take up quite the chunk of damage, and he wants to give it back. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna take it.
That's all right.
25-55, not too bad, but he needs that kill, of course. Both the Sovas have been softened up. No pushes from Foot from the A side yet, even though so much has been shown by Gen.G. So they're being a little bit meticulous about this.
Yeah, they're playing the 2-2 split. Mid's completely off guard. No alarm bot there either, so it's false information that they have to wait to see what Gen.G are going to do reactively. Now the reveal on towards the site comes on through. Rotations have to come from Foot.
But the waterfall comes in.
Yeah, but all on the site, out of bullets, need a reload. Cracks, good for one, needs a double. Teammates are starting to arrive from CT as well, but Cracks is holding it down at the back of the boathouse, just sailing around, finds his third, and it's all on the Munchkin now. I don't think they exactly know where he is.
30
Yetterjay,
seconds
though,
left.
he has tucked, so maybe he has the sixth sense that Munchkin comes down the stairs. Now he's been spotted to try and dodge out. Yetterjay Cracks, just swings, hits him in the face, and finds the 4K.
Oh man, what a time to step up. Cracks, the clutch master. A 4K sitting in the back of B site, delivers quite the round for his team when they most needed it. That pistol was a must-win after losing CNED especially. It seemed like Gen.G would have actually gone into that B side with quite the power, but they were isolated one after the other. I'm not quite sure why they didn't flood the back of site and take him out, especially in the last one. I think Meteor was taking the fight, and Cracks was actually on the reload. But Meteor was still a little, worried about taking the fight against him.
Oh, just not pushing the back of the site. It's a mishap. Little do they know, no solid information if there is a second player back there, if it's a third even, after overwhelming the site. At that point, there was no big reveals onto it as well. But it is the pistols in this round for Gen.G. A bit of damage already delivered onto Outer Captain.
Yeah. Oh, Meteor, he wants to give a little bit of his own damage to CNED, it seems, and now he's being pushed. Mr. Fallon needs to be careful. Yetterjay, he's gotten control of the map on the other side. He might just get a free kill on towards Catwalk, and he's actually going towards spawn. This might be quite the turnaround because look at Gen.G. They're heading back towards mid, and CNED might not be ready for this unless Yetterjay comes and saves them up.
Spike down at the end of the day as well. Caught in rotation is going to expose that Yetterjay likes to push in potential mid rounds over at B main. It's something that Gen.G were absolutely happy enough to do as well, mind you. But with Texture fighting with Texture fighting CNED, it is the Jet of Foot that falls first yet again.
Oh, Texture, okay, another one from him. And Cracks is now desperate to take this Jet down. Otherwise, it's going to be troubles across the board, and finally he does so. Lakia left alone, and he's going to be backstabbed as well. Another round for Gen.G that could have been a scary one for Foot, but they stabilize thanks to Yetterjay's shenanigans towards B main. Gets a little bit of extra information, a little bit of extra ground control, and make sure that Foot are securing their 8th.
2 kills in the round, though, means that this is going to look like a bit of a weaker bonus coming into it. It's still a pass mark, now that we have the weaponry to come through for the side of Gen.G. So I am interested in what pushing and pulling, what fake telling they're going to be able to do as well, because it's not, a built economy, right? It's only round number 3. We're down to Light Shield. We're sacrificing a little bit of abilities. No alarm bot, actually, for Meteor in this round.
CNED, once again, all by himself, going to explore towards this A main side. Yeah. He's going to hold on to it for as long as possible.
If he dies again on this one, no more peeking to CNED.
Yeah, that is true. The Jet is he still has his dash activated, and not yet, forgive me.
Take flight.
Drone is going to push him back, of course. He's going to just get away, making sure that this A site is guarded as heavily as possible.
Yeah, the B main play again, though. So there's 2 extremities being played with for Foot at the moment. Paranoia in, and luckily for Meteor, he will be able to escape.
Exchange of utility, that's all it's been so far. Stand still in terms of damage being exchanged. Armbot keeping Yerije at bay, keeping Gen.G at bay for the moment, but he's going to instantly fall back the minute it's activated.
Waiting for Karen as well to get his smokes available over towards the B side. They can split. Preemptive door shut down by Foot too. So there's only 2 players on the site at the moment, but you've always got to be a little bit careful. You've been upset in the boathouse before. Ada Captain and Gen.G playing behind it this time. Texture good for one. Ada Captain wasn't revealed just yet. Now he is with the kill out to Lakia. Spike is down. 20 seconds to go, and this is where the flood starts to come out from Foot. Commanding frags though from Gen.G. It's actually going to equalize into a 2 versus 2. Again, 15 seconds to get the plant. Texture needs to get a 4th maybe to secure this round. He gets traded out. Look how low Munchkin is. Needs to get the plant. It goes down. Tucks back into the boathouse. Where does CNED think he's going to be? It doesn't matter. Low HP gets the kill. So the round can go to Foot on the defuse.
Yeah, the bonus, a really confidence boosting round for this team as they will go ahead further. And we still have GE Texture and a little bit of a remembrance for SK Rossi as well, it seems. But for the moment, we got to focus on what's ahead of us, and Gen.G have already conceded 3 rounds early into this second half, and rounds that they should have won. This last round should have been theirs for the taking, but the only problem was once again that boathouse on the back of B. How did they tackle it, Komodo?
A lot of options. I mean, you got to remember as well, if you're steamrolling in towards this site too, and you do have Karen too far away, you get a stand and smoke down over towards CT. You kind of want a paranoia at that point in time. You want some sort of upset. You could use your shock darts. You could use your fragment. There's no chance of an Odin to get spamming in right now either, but that's very plausible for Lakia even on the attack if they want to try and tempt something with that. A discussion, though, to be had for Gen.G. Maybe they are thinking the same things themselves.
Certainly. They needed this timeout. Make sure that the bleeding is stopped on early. No giving away the shop here. Double digits might just be on the cards, but they cannot give up more than 10 rounds here. Otherwise, the game's going to run away from them. And the Odin's been brought out. Mr. Fallen's feeling a little bit of a spammy moment himself.
And I don't think this is going to be expected either, because when you look at the last round, you look at the more passive players, a B main push rather, a bit of an A main push too, this time some spam. See if Lakia can get a reveal out earlier before any real damage is delivered. It's a bit of a haphazard buy from Gen.G as well.
Spam, but it's not going to
nice.
Oh, okay, Texture gets one from the air, does not follow it up.
But they're in, and that's a problem right now for Foot. They need to make their moves over to this site. Null Command actually ripped and cracked it down for the count. Mr. Farland, actually significant damage with the Odin coming on through, but it is going to go into a 2 versus 2. Munchkin and Meteor, the spike is on the lane side of things though. A Null Command is available, a Vandal is pilfered.
Now they're going to get the plant down as well. Killjoys just a wall away from each other. Meteor needs to be careful about what he expected from CT.
Shrouded Step, Dark Cover, no paranoia. It's going to have to be onto the aim and onto the information that Yerije might be able to find for Ada Captain to help here. A 0 point goes on out from Munchkin. And misses Yerije, but he's taken down now. Ada Captain spotted, noted, not finished off just yet. But Munchkin, this is actually being read by Ada Captain perfectly. Gets the kill. Another defuse to come through from Foot. They carry on the flawlessness of this half.
He should have just waited for another couple of seconds instead of peeking out. Ada Captain, that's the Turkish brain that Tash was talking about as well. That Pavlos has mentioned time and time again. Ada Captain coming up clutch for his team. The experience that he brings has clearly showcased itself in multiple rounds where he's gotten multi-frags, and in this one where he required a 1v1 clutch. And Gen.G now in deep trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Ada Captain, I guess, on an outside view, has been questioned a little bit coming in towards this series. He was absent in the first game against True Rippers. He was absent in the first map here, really, on Haven. I guess CNED was the only one that really put forward a performance, but right now, at least, we can be rest assured that Ada Captain is here to party.
Absolutely. Fallen, okay, through the smoke, just finds Texture out of nothing, it seems. Munchkin's gonna try and find information about Market, but nothing gained at all. And that's a hard loss. That's your main talisman resting away from this round.
Yeah, it's going to switch on to Munchkin to be a pseudo entry at the moment. You can pop a null command if you want to get your drone out from Larkia as well. You can start to sniff out anything that's happening around A. Of course, all of A main is dirty at the moment. All of B main is dirty at the moment. The turret is making sure that no one's pushing far. But you've got a player advantage as Foot. You don't need to be taking these risks.
Yeah, it seems like they might be going for a bit of a fake. But once again, Mr. Fallon right through the smoke, sprays down another at the exact same spot as Texture. Lightning does strike twice, it seems.
Check him, PC. Well, it's a 3v5. This is quite a significant deficit for Gen.G. They don't know that CNED does have the operator posted over towards this line either, so the extension, if it does go over towards the A side, it would be quite risky, but with 30 seconds to go, where do you even look to move things in this round? Karen on towards Kraxer from the shadows. It's tempted. He could technically sneak it to the boathouse.
Yeah, but the distraction towards mid is going to be important. Lakia, great kill, but now they need to get on going towards that B side where Yedaje is actually waiting. He triggers the cannon swarm. That eats up a couple of minutes and also eats up Munchkin as this round is pretty much done and dusted. Karen's theatrics will not help them anymore. It's going to be 11 for Foot.
Yeah, I mean, you could see what the idea was for Karen as well. If you could get into somewhere on the B site, maybe you look to keep Killjoy Yedaje over on the side itself. It comes down to a little bit of unfortunate timing for Munchkin in the push in. There's so many angles if you're trying to go in through to the B site from the main position by yourself, right? So you just got to gamble at that point where you look first, and unfortunately, it does come down to a little bit of timing in the end. Another great round from Foot, though. They are definitely on the trajectory for a victory here.
Well, certainly. A lot of ultimates to work with for FUT. They've got the Hunter's Fury. They've got the Blades on Zenith as well. And now the captain, he loves using that Omen ultimate towards that back of B side, but I'm pretty sure at this time he's going to try and maybe get it for information, of course. And great shot. He's woken up, but almost getting eaten away to death by Kia and Co there. Not going to happen.
Drone out as well from Mr. Farland, but what a sharp shot from out of captain. Again, another 3 versus 5 scenario where Gen.G are kind of being punished a little bit, caught off guard. It's not even really at deep positions either, is it?
Yeah, Meteor can explore that B main side where CNED's actually posted up with the operator. He does have Killjoy utility to support him as well, and Yedaje himself makes his way here. It's going to be a dry peek. Does he expect this is the question?
Well, I mean, you can't really off-put him without a flash. So Munchkin, if you can try to set that up, CNED is still going to spot you out before it even pops. So for Meteor, that is quite unfortunate. CNED can get out of this tricky situation. I like it. Cheeky. Back to where you began. I don't think they're going to expect this, but with only 30 seconds to go, your economy is nearing the bin.
Yeah.
You are saving here. If you could possibly,
30 seconds left.
I mean, 30 seconds, Karen's dead. They're not even going to be afforded it.
Yeah, it's pretty much done and dusted. Match point coming in with the final kill from out of captain once again. Of course, him to close it out, as he has been the most impactful player for this Foot side on the second half. And what a shutdown as well, right? This second half, we came in and seeing that Gen.G have got the momentum on their hands, but not a single round, Komodo.
Yeah, I mean, I guess historically, Foot have been a little bit slow to start on this map. But out the gates on this one, straight away, 5-6 rounds that were had 2 backed by Gen.G isolated, and they've just carried all the momentum. It's a flawless defensive half so far.
Yeah, and Texture gonna try and hard it once again.
Oh, but the Hunter's Fury is going to get a bit of damage, a bit of information. The site itself might be conceded, but Foot nearly all here. That is a worrisome spray to come through for Texture. Player advantage as the spike goes down.
At a captain, way to the back of their lines. Cracks already taken on Lakia. This is going to be turning out to be a massacre for Gen.G.
Yeah, and another one goes down. Meteor to the hands of CNED. So little by little, this map is starting to look dire for Gen.G. A peek from Karen into CNED, a trade from Munchkin, but that is it, folks. With Munchkin's death comes the defuse, and Foot will take us to a third.
Well, it has been quite the game for Gen.G. They had a roller coaster of a ride in the first half, and coming into the second one, absolutely smothered by pure domination. Players of Foot will be feeling a lot more relieved than when they started off this game. Of course, you know, that first game being 13-4, and now coming into this, they were up by 6-2, watching Gen.G basically outplay them in that first half, and once again, come into this and just show them how it's done on that defensive side.
I mean, something I just want to highlight, and I'm sure the desk might break this down a little bit, CNED was on the bottom for his team, so that is going to be, you know, something to talk about going into the next map. But if CNED's on the bottom, like we saw in yesterday, who is going to step up? Would it be Krax when it came to the second map? This time, it was Krax, it was J as well. So it's really good to see that Foot still have, you know, a different bit of pieces to slot into the puzzle if they are missing one.
Yeah, and also at a captain, we cannot forget him. His impact has been absolutely massive. Rounds where they've been down by at least 3 members, and he, you know, he's just got 1 player to support him. He, by himself, has just gone out, taken aim deals, and multi-kills after round, and that's helped Foot now come up to this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see the stage. We saw how happy Foot were, but of course, I want to see some nice faces and see how happy our predictions might still be with our analysts.
Looking at the particular game, it was a very interesting moment because as we saw earlier, Haven was clear-cut for Gen.G, and we saw the same thing, almost deja vu, and this time around it's for Foot. Seeing that particular game, a lot of questions are sort of coming up here, where CNED's performance at the bottom, suddenly our idea of enabling CNED out the door. Suddenly we saw that it's going to be a close match, also going to be out the door. Let's see what exactly happened to enable Foot that game.
I think I'm just enjoying the fact that J was able to step up, man. Yeah. Finally, we get to see why this guy, you know, has been hyped up, why he's been brought into this roster, why he deserves to be here, and, you know, finally be a win condition for this team. Now, what really excited me about this is that as soon as they got onto that defense, they never lost a round.
Yeah,
it was like a straight road to victory.
Yeah, it feels to me like FUT, once they figured out that Gen.G, they react quite badly to the faster retakes, they just start capitalizing off of it. Gen.G, they need a moment to set up in their after plants before they sort of have this formidable sort of post-plant setup. Unfortunately for them at least, FUT, they realized quite early that the way to beat it is to go into that retake instantly. And we saw that kind of highlighted in the final round there, where you had the Omen teleport straight to attacker spawn, meaning that they weren't able to hide a player towards the back of a main. Followed by that, you already have the players in Omen towards main, towards connector, who were just spamming utility to keep the remaining players of Gen.G on site, and it just worked beautifully fabulous.
It really did. I think, you know, for this one, Foot can get a pat on the back.
Absolutely.
Especially, you know, Mr. Fallen for guiding the team throughout this, and the coaching staff as well. That first loss on that map wasn't great, right? They had to bounce back, and it wasn't only practically on the server, but it was mentally as well. So the bounce back was glorious, and Mr. Fallen, speak of him, not only did he guide his team to victory, but he did it from the front as well. 17-13 final score, MVP of the series, undoubtedly.
You've got to look at the other solo as well. With Mr. Fallen doing so well, what happened to Lakia? You know, he's one of the players who you actually expect to do quite a bit of powerlifting for Gen.G. Granted, other end of the spectrum when it comes to the duelists, with Texture top ranking compared to CNED, who had a fairly quiet game actually.
Yeah, I mean, it comes and goes depending on the team, right? Because if you're Meteor at this point in time, if you lose most of your players and you're forced into a retake, you know, your score will be bad, right? I think he was a bit unlucky. So when you look at the stats in that regard, I think it doesn't say the whole story. I think it's the fact that Foot was so good at getting those early picks, getting those early advantages, and taking over from there just seems simple.
I think it's also very interesting to see how Foot is understanding that dismantling the plays, dismantling what enables Gen.G earlier is the go time to go. That it's allowing them to rotate fast, and on top of that, when you start to see Gen.G shake, you start to question their confidence. And toward the end of the match, you start to see that question marks coming in from Gen.G. What can we do right now? We play aggressive, we get punished, we play too passive, they are so quick to take up space, and we can't play those retakes. What is the answer coming through? And I think that for Foot, what's so great about it is that they're just so good at solidifying how they actually play together and make sure that they minimize losses.
Yeah, it was a really important map to win for Foot, because because, yeah, obviously if they lost it, they would have lost the series and therefore the spot into the finals. But Mr. Fallen's lead here allowed Foot to have an extra chance, but not only have an extra chance, actually bring the result I anticipated from the start to be the victors of the series. Next map is Lotus, and for that reason, that is a massive advantage for Foot, given that Gen.G lost Lotus against True Rippers.
Yeah, that's very true. I actually think for FUT, it's less so looking to Lotus, it's also looking to how Ascent went. Because it was so one-sided, I actually think that regardless of what the third map is, FUT are going to come into this looking really strong.
I agree, because coming into this particular map in particular, Foot has had a really good history on Lotus itself. They're very aggressive, they know how to watch for their flanks, and again, the Turkish aim meets Turkish brain, perfect for this particular map. A 3-side for you, it's so good for them to go for those lurks, and in a lot of situations, it feels like when it comes to those lurks, those flanks, it seems like Foot always had a little bit extra, I would say, advantage in terms of timing, in terms of aggression, because a lot of time it felt like Gen.G somehow can tunnel vision.
Yeah, I think now going to Lotus, the silver lining for Gen.G is that they've already had a map of practice, sort of on the stage, in front of the crowds, and of course, for them, I think now, as you go to Lotus, you have to do exactly what FUT did after the first map, which is reset, treat it like a best of one, 'cause at this point it kind of is, and just hope that your experience on Lotus will carry you through, and hope that CNED stays quiet going to Lotus, a map where operators are even more scary.
Well, it seems to me that it all comes down to that final map, right? It all comes down to a best of one in which, you know, there's two sides of one coin. But for this particular series, I think at the start of the day, we compared Krax to Munchkin to the impact they can have outside of that duelist role, that second entry most of the time. And, you know, Krax is the one that stood out for me this series. Munchkin couldn't quite get to the level that he reached yesterday, but obviously he set the, you know, the table high. There was a lot of anticipation around him. But I think Krax continuing to be that backbone to the team is so important, and it has been throughout Foot's career.
I mean, I just want to say one thing before I go forward. Krax is cracked. It just really follows the name, end of the day.
I'm sure you're not the first person to say that.
Come on, I thought I was being original for one moment there, but I mean, but coming to this in general, I mean, there's a reason why he's the secondary duelist. I mean, not secondary duelist, but just secondary entry to me in particular. I think that his impact is really high. He's really good at enabling the team, and at the same time, you don't really see that, how I say this, the disconnect between him, the main duelist, and then the rest of the team.
I've got to ask Tash.
Yeah.
How long did you spend at the hotel preparing for that?
Oh, I spent 2 weeks actually for this moment.
2 weeks for
2 weeks for this moment.
As soon as Foot got announced, it was like, I gotta make the Krax is cracked show.
I had to. It was my moment. It was my time to shine. What can I say?
Are you proud of yourself?
Kind of, yeah. Even okay, listen. Even if y'all aren't laughing, I am laughing. So let's talk a little bit more about like what you can expect here. Coming into the first two maps is very one-sided. Again, Gen.G excels at their map pick, and Foot also excelling at their map pick. But what can we expect from Lotus?
I think for Lotus in particular, there are things that there's a reason why there's a reason why Gen.G left that map floating. Right? They made mistakes. True Rippers exploited them. So there's bound to be some preparation coming into this matchup for them to have it as a third map. On the other side of the spectrum, Foot has been good on research on Ascent, clearly playing this map very well. But coming into Lotus, they've also got their experience against against Gen.G. I love mix matching those two teams.
Yeah.
It's part of the fun. So yeah, it's a matter of being able to play out to your heart's desire and, you know, read out what your opponents are going to do. We need something new from Gen.G, and if they can bring something new that Foot can't anticipate, that's where they'll get the advantage. Other than that, it seems that Foot are the strongest one on this map.
Funny you say that, Pavlos. I think Gen.G are the strongest ones on this map.
Why?
I'm sticking to my prediction as Gen.G 2-1. I'll tell you exactly why. Which is, I think that CNED, even though on a sense that operator presence wasn't there, Krax was there, as was pretty much the rest of Foot to pick up the slack. I think on Lotus, your holds are so important when it comes to wielding that operator. CNED has to have a good game. And, I mean, we've just seen from the pressure, maybe he doesn't have it in him.
He doesn't have it in him. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that. I think, again, it comes down to how exactly they set it up for CNED. And again, even when CNED wasn't shining, we saw in a sense that they have this idea in their playbook. Okay, what do we do when CNED isn't performing? The Mr. Fallen step up. The idea that Krax can also step up as well. It's the idea that which team has the most pages in their playbook for this execution.
Yeah, perhaps. But yeah, I love the fact that we get to see a bit of the crowd here.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's out on a break. Everybody literally left the arena as soon as the map was done. They're like, okay, let's grab something to eat, let's grab something to drink, so we can be here for the third map.
The food's
pretty good. Yeah, no, food has been brilliant.
Yeah, it's been brilliant.
It's so good. It's so good being here. The crowd is insane, and a lot of fans just cheering. I mean, that's also that, you know, that home crowd buff, because when they're not cheering for GE, they're cheering for Gen.G, mostly because Gen.G and GE, of course, they're friends. They've been playing in Pacific together. They make content together, and I'm sorry, Foot, you just have that Indian support.
Yeah, I feel like that is the case. I think at what point does it go from Indian support to APAC support, right?
Yeah, you want to see that coming through, and I think in this situation, I think there's a lot of APAC support as well. I'm hearing from production that there's a lot of you guys tuning in as well. I'm sure a lot of them want to see Gen.G's new form of power. What exactly can Gen.G come to the table with this new, with these new additions? And I think that we saw a peak of that on Haven. Unfortunately, we didn't really see that on Ascent. And I think in this situation, it's so interesting when you see the scores, right? It's like so one-sided on both maps.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, when you see your first two maps be extremely one-sided,
yeah,
either this third map's going to be over in 10 minutes, or it's going to be a long slog with double, triple overtimes. I know which one I'll prefer, Pavlos.
I'm just looking forward to some good Valorant. I
think
this is, I think, my second favorite series so far, right? So it only needs one banger map to surpass the previous one.
Yeah.
I think the previous one, actually no, True Rippers against Foot was also pretty good.
Oh, that was so good.
I was thinking about Vitality Furia for a second.
That one also was really good.
We've had a lot of bangers. We had so many good games. And this one is really close to being up there.
Yeah, but anyways, if you guys are here, we are live from the Manfa Convention Center in Bangalore, and you can see yesterday that wasn't there, by the way. That trophy wasn't there yesterday, and that is dope.
That's because they know you're going to run off with it, Tash.
Excuse me, I can't even reach that.
That's true, actually. It's at least a foot off the ground.
Right?
Not even with heels?
Not even with heels.
Damn.
Oh, wow. You guys are referencing what I posted, didn't y'all?
Must be hard.
It is really hard. You know what's really funny? You know when when I'm on desk with y'all, if you guys don't know, when Pavlos and Kremer talk, they make eye contact with each other above me. Not in front of me, not behind me, on top of me. So their conversation can pretty much just keep going, even with or without me. Like, it's just, like, I'm not breaking their eye contact. Like, the bromance, I feel like, honestly, thank you very much. That just solidifies the statement I said.
It does,
yeah.
We've both got younger siblings. You know what it's like.
I don't have an older brother. So
well, now you know what it's like.
I know exactly what it's like. They taught me the word anne. Anne.
What's that name?
A big brother.
Big brother.
Yeah, anne. Yeah, they taught me that. Yeah, they taught me that. So that's how you call your big brothers, guys.
Anne. Is that Hindi?
It's Hindi.
Ah.
Yeah.
There you go. The more you know.
Yeah. So I've had such a good experience here speaking with the fans. They're so eager to teach me the language, the culture, the food. And honestly, coming into this, I think for a lot of these players who have flown in as well, I think this is their first time in India, just like us.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's an opportunity for them to not also, play out their games and have a really good, have a good, partners, a position in an off-season official event.
Yeah.
But they also have the opportunity to meet an entire new crowd, meet another new fan base. And I think for India, that's also very special. Have all these players all across the world to be able to witness some really strong Valorant.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, I think there was this is a lot of the fans saying that, we haven't seen a lot of big events in India for quite some time. And this is definitely the statement that they want to see the really good, I would say, Valorant coming here, seeing the fans, seeing the players from overseas come play here as well. Because a lot of time for GE, they don't play in India anymore. They go to Pacific all the way to Korea.
They do indeed. And I do believe we'll be able to watch the agent select right in front of us. So we getting into the game very soon.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to see if it's how similar it is to the previous ones.
Now, I quite like the KO, to be honest. I think for FUT, the KO's been working very well for them. I mean, Krax has already done so well with the KO on previous maps. I think the Fate for Gen.G, they played against True Rippers, didn't actually have that much impact, at least compared to what I think the KO is going to have. Yeah,
at least comp-wise, Gen.G hasn't changed anything, right?
Exactly.
Even though they had a pretty bad result against True Rippers.
Yep.
Not what anybody expected. But yeah, that's up to them to show us if they've changed something in the server instead.
All right, so Kremer's already said 2-1 in favor of Gen.G. Let's see if this will be debunked Foot versus Gen.G, third map. Casters, take it away.
To me, everyone is kind of split on where this series wants to go. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not going to split, we are going to Lotus. I'll jump back into that in just a moment.
Yep.
But we've got Gen.G fans, we've got Foot fans, predictions both sides. Feels like a lot of people were predicting Gen.G to get 2-0.
Yeah.
And some of them have actually jumped ship now.
Oh yeah, a lot of them actually, you know, we watched the crowd as well, right? A lot of them, you know, shouting for Gen.G, but towards the end, when Foot actually found a win, we heard a bit of scream for them as well, so it's pretty split in the crowd as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, let's get into the game, the decider, to see who is going to get into the grand final for tomorrow. That is what we are here to figure out right now. Of course, I always find it interesting when we get into these veto scenarios because the choice for Foot in this series was to ban Split or to ban Lotus and have the other as the remainder. But if you look at it back, right, Gen.G played Lotus against Chirippers and they didn't get the victory. So I think coming into this, had previously seen Foot ban Lotus, they've swapped it over. They feel like they can win on Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Foot are going to be in a bit of a pressure, of course, given the fact that Gen.G already have experience in this. Even though it was a loss, it's still something that they have learned from. Early aggression towards C from CNED, and he's getting a little cheeky with his movement. Gets one. Damage being given to him. He could not deliver any, but the grenade will force Karen out of position, and he will make sure that the kill is secured. But out comes the cavalry to trade in, and Munchkin gets it.
Going to stall things though with this dark cover as Crack starts to make his rotation over to the C site. It's just going to be bolstered up by two players. We're waiting for Gen.G to pop on out together. Of course, we can see this. Foot do not know what's around the corner at the moment. This dark cover going down is not going to help out for Gen.G whatsoever, but he's at least good for one. Now it's Crack's turn, playing at the elbow, squandered. Player advantage for Gen.G. They can establish a plan.
2 versus 3. Plan's going to go down, and both the players, one coming from Waterfall, and the other one's a little too far away just yet. And Gen.G won't actually push the envelope, do they?
The Snake Spider is actually kind of working in the favor for Foot at the moment. It buys enough time for Outer Captain to get over here with Fallen, but they overwhelm him. Munchkin is looking for another huge multi-frag round. Outer Captain now revealed by the turret. It does a nice amount of damage, vulnerable by the decay as well. And Meteor's just going to take a shot through the smokes, and the round goes to Gen.G.
Great amount of aggression shown instantly after losing their first player. They made sure that the trade was instantaneous onto CNED, who already had taken a headshot straight to the dome, and on the back of which the entire cavalry pushed straight in. And I like the, you know, proactiveness from Gen.G as well, making sure that the minute they, you know, throw that snake bite down towards Waterfall, they push in with both the players behind and take that control and make sure that it becomes a 3v1 without a, you know, shred of doubt.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Munchkin's wheelhouse is the map of Lotus. He put up great numbers against Chirippers. He started off nicely in the pistol round with 3 as well.
Yep.
And immediately we're seeing a change for Gen.G. Feeling pressure over at C Mound, changing it over to Rubble this time. 2 players on the side for Foot. They're going to be battled against right now on the side itself. Distracted by the Prowler. Gen.G manages to get away with 2 there.
Yeah, and the flanks come in, and it's been spotted as well. Meteor's turret has been destroyed, and Gen.G is hoping for maybe a stray kill here or there. But out comes the peek from the other side as well, as Gen.G keep pushing on the envelope towards Foot's hometown.
Oh, there's a nice amount of damage though. If you can get another frag, it'll make it a bit better for the bonus in the next round. Rotating door shuts. Larkia finds CNED. And the 2 players remaining for Foot are just looking for some exit kills at the moment. Gen.G has that Sheriff to play with. Mr. Farland though with this Marshal. Do have light shields around for the members of Gen.G. They walk on in. Karen with the pre-fire shuts that one down. And up with the spike goes Gen.G.
And with that, Gen.G pretty comfortably finding 2 rounds on the board. Munchkin, of course, pretty early on taking in on the action and making sure that his team has more than enough, you know, space to be taken thanks to that Viper wall. There is a pretty interesting wall now from the side of Foot as well. They put a pretty aggressive one towards that A site to take control from both Rubble and the main cavity.
It's not bad to back it up as well. You can definitely see some sacrificial utility used over for the rubble control. A paranoia with some paint shells. You got a 0 point. If you're counting utility as Gen.G, you know it's very heavily stacked at the moment. You know that C is going to look a little bit weaker. It's just at a captain. The smoke is at the front of the entry. But it is going to provide a little bit of a brick wall. You don't want to be running into a snake bite in that cloud.
True. But are still concerned about this being a fake, and maybe A is the place where, you know, you could end up seeing somebody, but Texture is moving up B, and Cena's actually got control.
Yeah, you got to be careful though with Cena's location too, because the toxic screen is there. That can go up, and he'll lose all the information if he's playing any farther back from rubble. So he just has to almost stick around for majority of the round here to get the information if Gen.G start to come out through route.
Yeah, Gen.G are actually touching and going on every side. They went C in the beginning, went and gave a little bit of damage in terms of utility on B, and now they're going to strafe on towards A, where FUT are actually making the right read. The rotations are coming in.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go. You almost have to stay towards the A side, or you want to break the door and try to get in towards B, where you're going to contend with Mr. Farland on the Killjoys. So this can definitely look to be
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Cnet's going to take in the first contact. Maybe he's the one way is going to help him just for a bit, though. But Gen.G are keen on pushing in from main.
Absolutely, Yedajay is down. Cnet now looking for a response. Can't quite navigate the third. But there is only one more player remaining on the side itself. Cracks, it's a good shot on towards Lakia as well. That would have been a nice one on towards Munchkin. But now, in this bonus round, a plant to go down, and it's all on to Outer Captain.
Spike planted.
It's creeping on up. Can't use his wall here. It has nothing to do with the side itself, but he finds the first kill. And now it's all on to Meteor. You can see Outer Captain has so many locations to look at, but look at the swing! Look at the shot! And look at the round for Foot.
What a round from Outer Captain, and he just tells cool it down. We're not yet in celebratory mode. We still have so much more to do. And Outer Captain continuing his powers from the last game. And I'm not quite sure why Meteor had to actually peek out on that angle. He could have held down that, you know, until the tap of the bomb, because Outer Captain had no idea where Meteor was. He got a little too itchy there for that round kill. And Meteor, unfortunately, loses out that fight and the round as well. First round for Foot.
Yeah, such a winnable one as well, right, for Gen.G at the end of that one, but they still do afford themselves a bye coming into this next round. Texture on the showstopper could be really nice to answer with an opener. You then see Cnet one away from his own as well. We're looking at these two to lead on this map.
Absolutely. Valorant is going to play a little bit passive, a couple of spam shots here and there. He did find success with it in the scent.
This is quicker. And there's that showstopper as well, straight on in from Texture. Immediately, Outer Captain starts to pull it back. The gun barrel doesn't even matter. Karen's here to find that one. Showstopper misses for sure, but you can look for a plant.
Valorant still trying to find some strays here, and Munchkin's actually pretty close to him. That's a good position for him. The off angle could actually help cut off that, but they're aware of it, and Foot's actually going all from heaven.
Oh. Will he pop the showstopper though? Paint shells in. He has the satchels. You get the feeling that you want to invest and ultimately try and turn things back. Fragment in. Again, 5 players alive for Gen.G. There is the rocket. Karen does get taken down. Mr. Farland in for one as well. This is where things might look to be a bit pear-shaped. Meteor, nano swarms on the spike. It might have even been destroyed at the moment, so they have to try and get a good line of sight on towards this defuse that is currently happening for Mr. Farland. Still going. They've got no vision. You need to get through this smoke, Gen.G. Otherwise, the defuse is going to come through. And Foot, they are going to get this one and answer to tie it.
Oh, they thought they killed Cena and maybe he was the diffuser, but he was not. He was just body blocking and saving his teammate. And the defuse was, of course, the goal there. And, of course, there's the players from the next game. Global Esports are going to be active on stage in just a couple of minutes. But make sure they're enjoying the game in front of them right now because...
Just a couple of minutes. Who's winning this one cleanly? I want a tight game. I want some overtime in here.
In a couple of minutes, it also could be quite a stretch. It's still, 60 minutes is still a couple of minutes.
That is true. That is true. Seen a couple of weapons though in this one, a couple of different weapons actually. We've got a Judge in the mix for Foot, we've got a Stinger, we've got a Bulldog over on the side of Gen.G. This is definitely some reset territory that we're starting to get close to.
Yeah, and one thing that we actually haven't noticed just yet is Munchkin getting close to Viper Pit, which he did have impact on quite a bit in the first 2 rounds. So he's actually built up there, but Cnet, look at how much control he's got. He's just told Outer Captain to get out of here. I'm going to hold on because there's an alarm bot right in front of him, right? So he's going to hold on and call this A stack to come in through. But is it going to be a little too late? Because look at where actually Foot are going. They're going towards B.
The only thing is, if Gen.G want to go over there as well, that's not a location you're going to expect a Prowler to try and sniff things out.
Yeah.
Pinging in towards the tree though.
Brace
He's
your
setting up for
fear!
the Nightfall to get in towards the A side yet again. He starts to draw rotations in, immediately Texture in towards the site. No audio for the members of Foot who did get pinged out by that ult. So when the plant starts to go down, Mr. Fallen distracted, sees, stuck in towards the drop, but they can't kind of find him yet. There's no abilities to get him.
Yeah, he's going to stay there for as long as he possibly can. CNED's coming in, but look at their kills coming in from Gen.G. They're making it happen.
Even off on the distance as well. Meteor managing to find the kill onto Yedajay over at the pillars, so everyone winning their fights where they need to as Gen.G, but the round isn't over just yet. Out of Captain, changing locations of the Poison Cloud, trying to get a tap on the defuse, baiting them in to a false sense. The Snakebites are buying time. Munchkin, the sacrificial man in this round, but Lakia to secure it almost as Cracks cannot get more than a 180.
Well, he tried his best, but couldn't just get across the mark. But Gen.G did get a little bit, you know, I would say suffocated there because they were not able to kill off Mr. Fallon in the back of sight, right? They were throwing in utility after utility, but nothing solid because usually what happens is the paint shells go there and find the player in towards the back of sight. But Texture had already exhausted it. In the end, what was required was the round, and Gen.G find it on the back of a little bit of a lucky alert, and Meteors hold up towards B.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a deep lurker and waits around as well, because when you think about it, he can't really assist the situation from afar with the dragging potential. Again, though, we're going to start off over at A Rubble, a bit of a change up for positions as Foot. This time, it's just Yedajay holding down C. You immediately see majority of the forces for Foot over at the Alpha site.
Yeah, and the attackers now have quite the, you know, useful ultimates to get on with as well, right? They've got the Viper Spit, they've got the Lockdown, both in deadly combination to use, of course. But I'm pretty sure they're going to, you know, refrain on this round because, of course, the defense is on an eco as far as they can, you know,
It's
realize.
what I mentioned before, right? It was that swing round to push Foot down a little bit. It can be the chance for Gen.G to find some momentum, to establish rounds ahead, to build some of their own economy as well. Definitely wanting to see 5 alive.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to actually invest this round in actually getting Mr. Fallon and at a captain's ultimates. I think that's going to be the main concern for them, so that they can fight off in the next couple of rounds with the ultimate, you know, economy exchanging between the two teams.
The problem with that is Foot are not being proactive enough to figure out where Gen.G are actually going around the map. There's only Cracks at the A site. You can see them toing and froing between the map, and by that point in time, all of the utility for Gen.G now starts to layer onto the side. Although, at a captain starting off quite nicely with the Stinger, traded the pit. Oh, that is so preemptive. Lakia on towards Cracks, but Mr. Fallen with the Sheriff to still keep things in contention for Foot. A lockdown as well, but seen it with the classic, the double rights out, but it's lights out from Munchkin, getting him down.
Oh my god, what a chaotic round. Mr. Fallon finding 2 kills out of nowhere, just pops out of the smoke and gives his team a fighting chance just for a couple of seconds at least.
Costly though, I mean when you consider the Viper's pit used over on the side of Foot, you do have the lockdown used by Meteor too, but I mean when you're feeling so much pressure on the side as well, you do just want to try and make sure you are securing it, because risky in the end. It was a really close one for Foot.
Yeah, most certainly was. CNED almost got away with that as well. He could have probably taken down the last player, but not going to happen. Once again, early A extensions from both sides. Look at where Yedajay's.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good adjustment from Foot, right? All this utility around the rubble, the taps out from Texture, but it's seen and answered, shut down, player advantage held by Gen.G.
Yeah, and Meteor, look at where, again, he's again on that B side, playing around with Fate here to play on the late game, and the Viper pit has been activated.
Can the lockdown from Mr. Fallen be utilized, though, because he's dancing around the pit at the moment, up close and personal, gets some info. But that's it. It's all it is. That a captain is trying to navigate around, and his health is ticking lower and lower whilst he's in this pit. A check in towards the tree. Nobody home. And on towards the spike as well. A tap. They know where he is. Trying to bait him in. There's the first one. Lakia is down. It's not the Viper that you want to try and find in this pit. Munchkin has a snakebite. A molly on towards it as well. But Meteor to find him. It's another one over to Gen.G.
Yeah, Ada Captain cannot keep pulling these rounds out of thin air. He's going to need a little bit of support. That aggression from Foot towards that A main side kind of actually backfired on them, because instantly Yedajay, he teleported in and he found himself down to 5 HP and had to get out. He just couldn't at all find any value out of that, you know, shotted step. And the minute he went back, Foot were actually found wide in the open, ready for basically a shooting gallery from Gen.G.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we'll have a little bit of time right now for these teams to have a discussion in the mix. It's been 3 in a row for Gen.G, and even on the rounds that they lost, both of them on the defuse variety as well. So they were still getting in towards these sites. They were still making Foot fight for these rounds.
Absolutely. Foot definitely need somebody to try and support out a captain in his powerful prowesses every now and then.
Yeah, and I mean, what a glow up as well, right? Yeah. After the performance that we said about the other day, about the first map as well, needing to really come into it. Now, on this Viper, a bit of a change of role. Seeing him on the Omen previously, it's always an interesting thing for Yedajay to
exactly.
go on the
I was going to point that out.
To me, Yedajay Omen, after we seeing him, you know, on the Sentinel roles with this roster as well right now, is an interesting one.
Yeah, 4 maps it's been where we've seen him only on the Sentinel, and then on Load especially, a bit of a change here, because you would expect that it could be something of a similar, you know, situation to Haven, because again, it's a 3-sided map, right? But they've turned him over onto that Omen. You're yet to see what he can actually potentially pull out, but the defense do have pretty strong ultimates now, and they're going to go charging in towards A-Main once again, this time with 4 players.
Yeah, look at all the utility around it. Look at the damage that's tried to be delivered by the player that we're putting on a spotlight right now. Yedajay falls. The rest of Foot start to fall as well. This stack has not worked. It has been cracked like an egg, and now it's all down to Mr. Farland.
Yeah, he was left alone on that C side expecting this A push to work, but he's come on the flank, and he has been taken out as well. Absolutely flawless indeed for Gen.G as they get another round on the board, and they're feeling pretty confident now. You can see it as well. They've got, you know, everybody shouting and screaming on stage. They're enjoying themselves right now.
Yeah, money falling out of your pockets if you're Gen.G at the moment too. I'm giving you guys one back from behind here.
Yeah,
I'm giving it back.
Well, a team that does need to give back right now is Foot. They've got
they need to answer back.
Yeah, they've got ultimates to use, but they've still not put anything into, you know, proposition. Now, CNED needs to make that showstopper work.
The conditioning as well from Gen.G over the A side time and time again. There's 4 players from Foot over there, and they've just been absolutely bamboozled because things are going in towards B. Breakable door open. CNED one-tapped, absolutely obliterated. Cracks will answer back. This Null Commander's here. Wouldn't have minded that molly onto his own feet so he can get some better HP going into the fight. Get a teammate to res him, but a lockdown in. Safeguarded by our captain and a Nightfall out. Texture finds Mr. Fallen. They're hunting. They are on the move. They are on the groove, but Foot answering back. And just like that, it's all on a Munchkin. They don't know where he is. He has to respect this lockdown at the moment. The plant, it is in the open. And he spotted it out. He's seen the idea that he's on the defuse too out of Captain. Can he see the shots? Can he see the traces? The snake bite. It buys time. Out of Captain, not yet on it. Goes for the tap. It baits in Munchkin. The cloud is down. The kill is not there for Munchkin, but out of Captain. The 3K, the tightness on the defuse.
Once again, it is the captain of the ship to take them across the line. Although Mr. Fallon, of course, leads this team, the experience that a captain brings is unparalleled. And the amount of improvement that we've seen from round 1 of map 1 from yesterday to this map has been really, really great.
It's still not really the pass mark of a round that you want, though.
Yeah.
Yes, you get the round, but you have a deficit. You invest a couple of those ults. You got a Spectre, you got a Bulldog in the mix. You want your priority being these rifles. Rubble control to start off yet again. CNAD, that's not the trampoline you wanted.
Yeah. Dexter is going to be detected here, and he's going to hold on to that ground, but a lot of Gen.G players are waiting here for them, unless, of course, Foot actually decides to go away. The rotations are being called in on the other side because they've heard Lakia's utility and Meteor.
One of the things from Gen.G right now is how many players can they bring Foot to this C site. There's a bit of safety over at B. It's the 2-1-2. You've also got Mr. Fallen's alarm bot right and close at the B side as well, so it's a pretty comfortable setup for Foot.
Yeah, they're creeping in now. Yedajay's going to be the point of contact unless it's CNED, and he goes straight down. Yedajay needs to get away, and that's a good decision as well. Keep yourself alive and fight for another time.
But Gen.G don't need to overextend. It's a one-on-one that Texture's going to see himself fighting for. At the moment, he can get spammed through this, but he's expected out. A good swing, actually. Yedajay, uncharacteristic to be losing one of those. It's a 5 versus 3, and a captain is pushing through top. Meteor has actually been dispatched off, but what a pre-play by Karen. I know the footsteps were heard dancing around the drop there, but a 4 versus 2 now. Mr. Fallen, no utility.
Yeah.
No ultimates.
Nothing to work with.
These weapons, would they be better placed in the next round?
Most likely. They've got no economy at all, so this would be a save for them, and they're going to run away from here. But this is going to concede the half, at least by 2 rounds to Gen.G. 7 coming up for them now on the back of a foot crumbling. That they're just not able to find these openings, are they? They're losing players every time first.
I mean, Gen.G are just forcing Foot to letibulate in so many of these rounds, just up close and personal, explosive gameplay to come through from Gen.G, and you're just feeling when you've got the great weaponry on Foot, when you've got bad weaponry, there's just nothing that they can really do to get into it. I mean, the saving grace being out of Captain, I almost feel like in this one. So much contributed by him, because again, I'm going to highlight it, a world champion player, CNED.
Yeah.
I asked you the question, where is he?
Oh, he's clearly having a tough time. He is on top of the board, though. I think it's him or at a captain, but he's still getting a couple of frags. But the problem here is that even after the 7 frags that he's got, 2 out of the 3 rounds that they won have been at a captain clutches. 2 rounds that man has had to clutch, and once again, he's got the Viper Spit activated. And CNED has his showstopper. 2 ultimates. Once again, that A aggression being shown here, which has not worked at all for them.
It's Groundhog Day, that's for certain. Stingers going to be coming out with the paint shells. Paranoia. Satchels again, this time does get him on top of the rubble. Uses the full clip to get it, but a trade out immediately. They know Krax is here. There's somehow he gets one. I was going to say there's no way he gets out of that. But at least bringing it into a 1-player advantage situation for Gen.G, and Ada Captain has left the safety of his pit. That's a good push from Mr. Farlan. It is 2 versus 2. This is such a workable scenario. Prowler out from Larkia, and a great frag onto Mr. Farlan means we do need Ada Captain again to clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. He does have 2 snake bites, which could be of use to clear out some angles, but does he hear Meteor or not? He doesn't.
The problem is there's no... Oh, he does get spotted out by it as well. Now they know he's coming in towards the site. Larkia is down. Does he actually realize where Meteor is playing from? Positioning around, I dare say he doesn't. This is good timing from Meteor. Good movement, and completely caught off Ada Captain. Completely had no idea where Meteor was.
Yeah, beautiful placement of yourself there, Meteor, making sure that his teammate's death did not go in vain. Made complete use of that distraction, but Ada Captain once again in those clutch situations, once again doing his best, but he just cannot keep clutching every single round.
Yeah.
There has to be something done about that A aggression for Foot. Maybe they just need to stop and change something.
I mean, this is the last round to try and deploy any changes, and the change is actually going to be to give it over towards Gen.G to potentially play a better retake where you're stalling with the alarm bot, with the Killjoy utility, putting more focus on pushing C-site to lock them into the lobby.
Yeah, Meteor had picked up the operator, of course, for a bit, but he's actually getting pushed up. They've taken control towards deep down on C, and Gen.G have just left their players lurking towards A as well.
We haven't really seen Gen.G attempt at re-clearing Mound either. They've not been in a situation to do so, and it's good to see that the Prowler is at least used. The protocols are here for Gen.G. That's going to reveal information that Gen.G, they know Foot is pushed up.
Yeah, and now I'm pretty sure they're going to get the win condition on Munchkin because he's just 1 away from his Viper Spit, which could be what they need to infiltrate that A site.
Well,
yes, of course.
Let us see. They're not even going to go there. They're going to go into B.
Yeah, CNED with the paint shots. He does get one back in return as well, but the trades are not coming in for anybody. CNED starts out the party.
Yeah, spike down on the floor as well. They're going to try and play it with 40 seconds to go. They want to try and see what they can do for the challenge. Texture now 1 away from getting out the showstopper. Meteor 2 on the lockdown as well, but CNED is diff. There's the rocket. See if he can try and get it. Yedajay is down for the count. Nearly takes himself with it, I might add. Player advantage for Gen.G. Abilities available for Krax as well. You want to try and get them in, revealed out by the alarm bot. Fragment down, fading time for Ada Captain to push on in. A 1-on-1 trade. Texture is going huge in this round. Might need more, but Krax finds that one. Make it a double.
My God.
And we're not going to see any superstition in this one. It's going to be 8-4 at the half.
Oh, finally somebody stepping up from the side of FUT. Krax, of course, to do it. Took a little bit of while for him to wake up in the second game after what he had was a pretty great first game. And now we're stuck at 8-4, but Gen.G are still going to be pretty happy with that half, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, the discussion really needs to be had now as well, right, on what does this switch up actually look like. Another very, very just isolated defensive side from Foot. I'll highlight this. Every single round that Foot got was a defuse round.
Yeah.
There were no rounds won by kills being collected by itself. So Gen.G are running with this aggression? Are they going to continue aggression over on the defensive side? Because it wasn't working for Foot, right? Over at Rubble, over at C Mounds, none of that aggression was working. Will we see something different from Gen.G to say, hey, we'll show you how it's done?
Maybe. Of course, Texture has been having quite the form as well. He's been having a better game than CNED, at least in terms of a comparison of duelists. So I would expect that, you know, Texture might turn up the heat towards that A main position, get up on Rubble, have support in terms of the Fade, who could probably make a difference in that situation as well, right? The Fade, of course, a utility. The Siege is going to help them out, which we know is absent for the side of Foot. Maybe that one agent could allow them that A main control consistently with success as well.
Yeah, a lot to discuss right now. That is for absolute certain. I want to see Yedege. I think that's one of the highlights that we're missing at the moment. A new role for him in this tournament onto the Omen instead of the Sentinel.
It's not going as well as you would have expected.
Absolutely not.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this half to decide who's going to be your grand finalist. Just a couple more rounds. Is it going to be the Korean powerhouse of Gen.G, or are the Turkish Giants going to make a comeback of the ages? Whee! Okay, where does that go?
It misses, unfortunately.
By an inch.
I love the crowd reaction on that one.
Well, CNED has used already his satchel, so no more flash entering into this site if at all they choose to go for it.
Oh, that's a bit of a pick-me-up, isn't it? Munchkin for one, Karen for another, and this is just immediate. At least an end back from CNED, but he is being bit on up. They're just wanting an aim duel at the front of B at the moment. They have to swing, they have to go for the challenge. They might force it in, but Texture is good for it, and now it's on to CNED. He gets a little bit of damage in the round, but the pistol to Gen.G, and that is not how you wanted things to start if you were a fan of Foot.
What a read from Gen.G as well, right? Making sure that they get 3 players to push up from B, and they absolutely just turn Foot, saying, you know what, we know exactly what you're doing. We're going to turn you around. You're not going to even take a step in towards B main hall. Just simple team fights. That's it.
Careful.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit scrappy to come out from Foot. I don't think they were expecting just Gen.G to all be there, right? So it's as you said, it's a great read. It's great historical research from Gen.G if they figured out that that would be expected to come out from Foot.
Yeah, Mr. Valorant really able to turn around instantly. It seems Texture has gone down towards C, and he's hungry for more. Meteor is here. No exchange of damage just yet between the two, but Mr. Fallon's not going to give this up just yet. But on the flip side of it, they do have a captain lurking towards B. The alarm bot will give it away, and instantly there is going to be a call out from Munchkin to go and check that out, as Lakia is going to hold on to this ace site with Karen.
Yeah, Dark Cover's Fade, Prowler to be sent out to secure a bit of extra information. The Haunt will be online in 5 seconds. You don't have any pushes out from Gen.G over at C anymore because that's where you lost Texture, so it really is just spread around the map at the moment for the defensive side, and that's probably just how they're going to play it for the remainder of this round. Stay and play defensively.
Well, they do have man advantage still secured. Mr. Fallon is now going to try other avenues to exploit because he's not found any success on Meteor on C. Munchkin, be careful, he's the only one on the B site here.
Yeah, you can see the game plan though. Karen's paranoia to go on out. Lakia didn't actually manage to peek on and find anything, so the dark cover that's thrown at these stairs will eventually start to fade. They want to go over to the B side, and that's actually brought the rotations away. Munchkin was there, but now no longer. Lakia to go on in. He's got a glimmer of cracks. He's been traded on out. The plant to actually be brought off. It's a bait to get everybody on into the site.
Down B.
But hang on a second. It's only just down to Meteor. This is a really achievable round for you.
Yeah, it's only turned around with these Sheriffs, and Yedege, of course, will finish it off with a Sheriff as well. Gen.G getting taken aback here, especially with the fact that Mr. Fallon found 2 with that Marshall. 1 on C to shut down Texture, the most dangerous guy on the server right now.
Yeah.
And on the B side, he takes a peek towards Door, and he gets another.
Got to remember though, at the start of Haven, this is the same scenario that happened. A pistol to Gen.G, the second round to Foot, and then Gen.G answered back and almost just won out the rest of the game from there. 2 isolated rounds for Gen.G and then 1 in the second half. So it's not like you can just give yourselves a pat on the back and the job's done coming in towards this next round.
True. Once again, it is going to be Gen.G on the back lines as they will hold on to their ground, but they are exploring towards B and C. They're giving a little bit of a peek-see. more of a stack towards the other side of the map, and Foot are reading this better than they have before. A is going to be the call as Meteor has heard them, and the rotation's now coming in. And
yeah, this sort of round is just going to show if Foot are over-expecting things, to be honest with you. The pistols eventually be spotted out. A little bit more to the scene, it doesn't find that frag, but should still expect this round to go Foot's way. The whole site cleared out. Nice safe plant for Tree. And the retake's on.
oh, they're not yet dead. They've got a lot of players left alive to try and make this retake work, if at all. Utility, not as much. They're waiting for that one Paranoia maybe to be that win condition. Can't texture but capitalize.
Paranoia out, and they all flood on in. CNED, there we go. This is what we were missing. Get confident into the game. A 4K for him. Blinking, you missed that last one there, folks, but at least for Foot, it's another round.
Yeah, absolutely. CNED, there's that smile. Finally, this guy's got a smile on his face, and he's going to give himself and his team a much-needed boost, but there's still quite some rounds down here, Komodo. They're going to need to win the next bonus as well to make sure that this is going to be a successful half.
I mean, they've got to keep calm, right? They were praising themselves. They were telling us that that's one of the things that they say what their team is.
Yep.
And this sort of situation where you are at quite the significant deficit is where you want to be seeing that happen. A showstopper available now for CNED if things go over to the A site, but look at the immediate control for Gen.G. They're pushing all of Rubble, so they can put focus on where Foot are lurking about.
Yeah, but there's nothing else but the showstopper to worry about. The 0 point goes in as well.
But they're in. That's the thing for Foot, they're quick, and the rocket is still activated a bit or more on the timer. It's not going to connect with anything, but it's information. A 5 versus 5 retake come on through really early on, no pit, but abilities on the spike. Now we see what mess of a round Gen.G have to contend with on this retake.
Oh, Yedate's stuck in a pretty bad position though. Can he get out of here?
But look how many of Foot are actually still in the site. Gen.G have to take these fights, and they're winning them at the moment. Mr. Marlon needs more than these 3 that he's got. CNED for the trade. It's a one-on-one Lakia. He needs all of the aim behind him right now. CNED has been marked. He's following the traces at the moment, and CNED is out, but Lakia is there for the headshot. Fist bumps for Foot, but not around, unfortunately.
At a captain's feeling, you can see it. He's just putting his head down into his hands, and he realizes that that could have been the round that maybe turns this game around. Unfortunately, though, Gen.G will be going up to 10.
Coming up next, Global. Who's here for Global? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. All right. We'll see what they've got up on their sleeve next, up against Furia, of course. Now, that's going to be a fun game, but for now, the fun is all out of the picture for Foot. They've got to be really serious and head first here.
Still a bit weaker, though, for Gen.G. A smidge, a Bulldog, a Guardian in there. The Nightfall, though, for Lakia is what I'm going to be interested in to see where that's going to be placed up. But look at the damned aggression from Gen.G. They are straight through towards Mound, no holds barred.
Yeah, and Mr. Fallon's pretty much heard that, so he's going to be careful to get away from this as soon as possible. And Krax is going to make sure that his duelist gets an entry onto that site. There's still a bit of cover, though, for Munchkin.
That was Texture actually grabbing the showstopper, too, so this could actually be a great combination of abilities to get into a retake here. Sound deafening your opponents, but actually Texture bringing in the rocket really early, and Lakia using the Nightfall. Shroud Step. Yedate's can't get away, but little does everybody know that the spike is actually planted at B, so now you've got to use all of these abilities to just get into the fight.
Yeah, and Mr. Fallon has got the ultimate, and there it goes down as I say it. Lakia's coming in from B main, but he's been covered off as well. Actually, Foot are in a great position to win this round.
If Lakia can play this one silently, it could be quite nice, but the alarm bot is still on up. Respect the lockdown. Now it turns into Lakia trying to bait in Mr. Farland. He's got a teammate with him, the Prowler. They know he's close. He is stuck. He has to take this duel. Out of captain with 2. Cracks in with 1 as well. That's doing it well. Cracks for the double. And Foot, that is a sensational hold of the B site.
Once again, it is the supporting team of Foot out of captain and Cracks to get a double each to split it up between themselves to win this round. What could have been a little bit more ugly because CNED kind of getting preemptive there to peek out of that Killjoy ultimate. You know, could have held his ground for a little bit longer. And Gen.G were actually flooding in from that main position as well. So it could have been troublesome, but this one double from out of captain eased up the pressure. Cracks came in, supported Mr. Fallon, and that was it.
I mean, in the immediate split-second decisions that you've got to make there, if out of captain falls, Cracks has to be the instigator. Absolutely. He has to be the one to come out clutch there. So this game, with that round to foot brings it so much closer. This is one of those eco, a little bit of a force into for Gen.G. If your foot, you're winning this one cleanly, you're building up nice economy, you're building up ultimates. Cracks near the null command can be a pretty good one.
There is, of course, another route for them to take on this side. Hold on. Okay, they're pushing up towards spawn region, and Lucky is actually expecting this. They've let this happen, and CNED could be running into a trap here.
Cover going out.
This is where your hands get a little bit jittery. Gen.G got nearly all of their members around this A site, so we can see a lot of abilities just be rained down onto the site at the moment. CNED in the dark cover. This is where he starts, but Munchkin might have been a double right click with the Classic. I don't know what's happening, but these Classics are certainly making a mockery of this round of Viper's Pit. Munchkin, he has swindled a rifle as well, but Mr. Farland, he needs to come up clutch. It's Cracks there. I mentioned him just before. He's shut down. This is a round that is certainly doing something for Gen.G. A defuse coming out from Karen. Mr. Farland can't find anything because it's not even planted for him to deny. Actually, it was in the open, but he's reading into a fake. Oh my, the pit is protecting.
Oh, the win condition. I was actually going to just mention it before we started off this round, but I was actually kind of unsure about the fact that whether he's actually going to commit it in this round. But what a move from Munchkin. The first kill comes in, and he's like, all right, you know what? This round is ours. Instant put down. The cover is gotten, and Karen's kill was the most important one.
I mean, it's 50-50 at that point in time. Do you go into the pit and your HP goes down? Are they off the spike? Are they on the spike? I mean, there's so many things going through your head. You just have to back yourself.
I was actually thinking that a captain would use his Viper's Pit as a safety measure to get into the site, you know, but it was completely the opposite. And Munchkin comes up clutch with that pit, and that's going to be number 11, a round that we actually thought initially should have been a close, you know, to Foot and Gen.G's gap from the Turkish Giants, has now turned into a round that's actually put a lot more pressure on them to get a round out of desperation.
Yeah, I mean, 7-11 at the moment. Gen.G inching closer to a map that they were kind of blown out by True Rippers, right? Gen.G were not looking cohesive on that map, but they've found out what they want to be doing on towards this one. And indeed, as you just point out to me, it is Gen.G actually calling for the timeout. I'm looking at this half right now. We have not seen really any consecutive rounds be found by the two after the little second round that Foot managed to find. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's been a constant change and exchange of momentum, per se, from both sides, and nobody's really found that footing, but it's still Gen.G, of course, thanks to the early lead that they've gotten from the previous half to keep them alive in front by at least a gap of 3, and they're going to continue on to that with this round as well. Although Foot still have a bye in this round, and they should be able to maybe scratch up one in the next if they do have a loss handed to them in this one. They need now CNED and Cracks to bring up something big. Forgive me, not CNED. At a Captain and Cracks to bring up something big once again, because they also are the wielders of those ultimates.
Yeah, but in this round as well, you want to be using it in with the null command, goes Cracks, but by that point in time, Foot, I mean, they are still getting in towards the side. A good read by Mr. Farland. Karen's down. No smokes of that variety for Gen.G.
The flank is still coming in, though, and although the C side has been taken control of, Munchkin, he's going to try and hold on to the sandwich, and finally the ultimate comes in. Meteor, great shot and get away from him, but he's on 10 HP.
That's actually really huge to try and get back into this round, but Mr. Farland is stamping his feet. He is saying, not today, good sirs. Munchkin and Meteor with a pit down. It is wise to go for a save. I'm looking at the money of texture of Lakia. They don't really have it in them. Meteor's got 200 himself. I respect this.
Yeah, it's pretty much a sound decision to make sure that you're keeping these weapons where your teammates can drop onto them if required as well. But again, a round that was much needed, but they had to commit 2 ultimates, the only 2 ultimates that they have left for quite some time as well to get into this game, of course. And this is just the 8th. Now they're going to have to come up with a plan just to make sure that a proper execute needs to come in. So far, what we've not seen from Foot has actually been a solid fake in terms of how they try to maneuver Gen.G. Are they going to maybe try it this time? Because they've been constantly pushing the same region that they tap on.
I mean, they've got the agent composition that they can technically try to do it, but I think the point in comes, will Gen.G actually fall for it when you only have a drone ability in form of CNED's Roomba?
True, that is true. At least they can make it up a little easier in terms of getting into a site, right? They can, lessen the defense, thin it up a little, call a lot more on towards that A site, but it is what it is.
Well, we'll see. 3 players for Gen.G over towards the A side of the map again. Might see Mr. Farland have a bad day at the office. He's going to fall back immediately, and already you are getting a bit of rotations from Meteor outside of the C side, but apart from that, Mr. Farland actually does find texture, so It's a good opener.
That's a big kill. Once again, the IGL stepping up here. He was taking care of the flank last time as well. Made sure to find that one really important kill and make sure that the flank has no more impact.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, Karen. Your teammate just lost your life doing that. Once bitten, twice shy, but this time you'll fall away.
They do have Gen.G to maybe teleport onto a obscure position into the opponent's spawn and maybe, you know, try to sandwich that A site. But they're gonna just wait, and Karen delivers the first blow for Gen.G.
That one's for Texture. No real budging though from the rest of Gen.G. A dark cover to buy a little bit of time. What can Gen.G do around C to keep both of these players here from the shadows to meet with his team as well? No, to keep them actually there into that smoke. Got to get a read on what is happening. Gen.G, everything is isolated towards the A side. I mean, it is still just Karen here.
Yeah, it most certainly is. There is a smoke available to him, but it's going to be the A side that's going to be taken control of.
Here we go. Lakia has a Sears, has a Haunt, so there's some information that they can use and get some entrapments around the site happening.
There is a Paranoia available for Gen.G as well, so if they want to go aggressive towards that spawn region, they could do that. But there is, of course, the retaliation from Gen.G coming all from spawn.
Smoke's down. CNED in the site. Everybody else away from the action. Jumps on through, though. CNED good for the first. Make it a double onto Lakia, looking for third. This is what we were missing from him. It's now on a Munchkin, but by that point in time, the damage has already been delivered by CNED so quickly. The round goes from winnable for Gen.G, but won by Foot.
Oh, man. CNED stepping up to the plate, but I was kind of a, I would say, premature jump from Karen there as well. No utility to actually, you know, distract CNED from that, you know, deep mid-side position. No flashes that utilize that. I think he had
single flash comp.
Yeah, did he use the Paranoia? I'm not quite sure if he, yeah, he did, but it went the other way, of course. And they had to clear it out manually. And Lakia as well, coming off from the other side, was a little too late. And CNED, of course, on his best days, can pull off stuff like this.
And Gen.G has used their timeout for this half. So in these sort of scenarios, they only have the freeze time to really talk about things. Push up with the pistols up through the C side of the map yet again. The Haunt not really finding too much. And everyone else around the A side as well being really passive to Gen.G. Just playing on the back of the information off the turret towards B.
0 Point is going to get them a little bit of information. They know that Karen's still positioned here. He's been keeping them at bay with that one-way so far.
Slow creep into B, spotted out by Lakia. Communicated. This is actually going to be a nice ult farming round for Gen.G. If you can get a kill or somehow manage to get an orb and your death, you'll get them two away from a bunch of these players, but creeping in the dark cover, it's actually being pinged on out. This might be expected by Gen.G. 3 players rotated over towards this one. Utility all starting to come out. Mr. Farland gets in front of that one, but do they expect a Ghost of Lakia to be here? It is traded out. Munchkin's now in for one as well. This is where things get awkward and dicey. The rocket is pulled on out. Nothing can be done by Karen. Munchkin falls as well, so it is weathered by Foot.
It most certainly is, and a Meteor has made his way here, but it's all he's got. The Marshall, nothing.
30 seconds left.
But just dead for him. As the last man standing, Texture looking for one. Gets a second. No, it came too close, but it's not going to be enough. Does get 2 orbs though. That's going to fuel a little bit more towards that ultimate. The showstopper now one away from being established as Gen.G. A pretty decent round, to be honest. They got 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Karen, if he was able to get that Sheriff another kill in towards there, what could have been that round? But Foot, they have brought this game back from an 8-4 half lead. From scrappy starts in this one, it's within 1.
And now Mr. Fallon has a lockdown. Another big ultimate to be used at the right time, of course, as well, to equalize that score. And Texture, again, like I mentioned earlier, 1 away. He's picked up the Operator as well.
And he's playing really patiently on the side as well. We've seen time and time again, slowness in the smokes from Foot before the explosion. So you kind of almost do want some timing where those smokes over at C are not there to allow Texture the offline.
Yeah.
Foot are playing this a little bit more passively. They're going to be aware of the fact that there could be an aggressive push once again. But Lakia spotted out one, and he's going to get away from there.
Yeah, a lot of utility has to go towards Rubble, though, to clear it out. 0 Point will do all of the clearing that they essentially do need.
Gen.G, be careful here. Lakia does have a little bit of support in the form of his buddy Meteor. But can they hold this on? Munchkin's been called into give a hand out as well.
Yeah, breakable door opened up when you think that Foot go to B. They've done it before, so you do kind of expect something like this, an attacking Killjoy lockdown in towards the breakable room. And I mean, you just do have to respect this at Gen.G at this point.
Yeah, you're gonna have to just stay outside of that radius and make sure you're not found any, for, you know, your positions.
Lakia used the Nightfall as well. We are going to turn into a 5 versus 5 retake.
And this is going to be Gen.G's time to shine. If they don't get this, Foot might just get away out of their reach.
Mr. Fallen is playing a nice lurk as well, out through rubble. This time for Gen.G to get on in, spearheaded by Texture on the A.
There.
On the A line from the link, on the off as well, but it's Krax holding it down. And CNET as well. Can he answer with a double of his own? He cannot. Texture to find it. It's just getting a little bit too far-fetched for Gen.G to continue to go through this one. Here's Mr. Fallen going in for that flank as well. Some extra damage for Texture for sure, but folks, we are going to be going at the distance. Can they hold on to the weaponry? Looks like Munchkin is doing his damnedest to try that, but the operator now, the last weapon for Gen.G. Full rounds of regulations to be played. Foot, find their 11th, and Texture has died to the spike. The operator's gone. That's just misery.
Yeah, that is an absolute nightmare. I'm not quite sure why he didn't expect the radius of that spike, you know, to be blown up until where he was. But Gen.G are now under pressure. The crowd, of course, loving them and supporting them through their misery. But is this going to be enough to get them where they need to be? 11-11. It's time for Foot to make a wish.
These are the sort of things as well that can upset you as an individual. You were really hoping right now that Texture is not phased. All of his experience and his previous rosters, you are hoping that it is what it is. It's okay, I made a mistake. Let's just continue on. We've got this game to play. We've still got rounds. It's time out to have a discussion like that right now.
Well, I'm pretty sure that HSK needs to give his team a bit of direction because they clearly have been trying out things that are not working out in their favor. With everything seems to be played out of their book so far. And this defense has fallen apart time and time again with a little bit extra force of oomph from the aim of these Turkish players. CNET's woken up. Krax getting a double as well in that round.
What are you thinking though right now as Gen.G? You've had your discussions. I think the biggest boon for them in this round is they've got 3 ultimates to work with. Karen's, I mean, maybe not as powerful, but the weaponry coming into this situation, imagine if you had the operator, right? You would be wanting to go for the force. You would have such a strong buy around the operator potentially. The peak of 3 over at the rubble as well. Looked a little bit awkward in the very beginning, but seen it on for the opener. Texture falls as well. This is Foot looking to take the lead.
And they might as well just do it. They've got only one player to defeat here on that A side, Lakia. He's going to call in for a little bit of support, but can he help them out? Meteor, his ultimate is, of course, a win condition, but this round seems far too gone for him to actually use it for the retake.
Foot have done well for those first 2 openers, that's for sure. Taken down Texture, taken down Karen. You've only got Munchkin with his utility, and when you think, what have we seen from him so far? Well, we've seen that wall over at the A side of the map. Does that suggest that the C site is the weaker one? Yedajay finds Lakia off in the distance. So little by little, this round looks so good for Foot to win it flawlessly.
Munchkin, he's been so good so far, but he's not going to be good for this. Out of Captain goes down to 2, but it doesn't even matter.
I mean, Meteor's in another postcode, mate. He's in the tree.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to take a world tour to get all the way there, maybe find
30 seconds left.
1 kill at the max, or even give himself up at this point.
It doesn't really matter. I think at this point in time, you probably don't want to die to Krax to give him a null command, to CNED to get him 1 away from the showstopper. In fact, if you want to die to anyone, it's probably just going to be Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, but Yedajay's going to get him, and there it is.
There you go, 1 away from the shadows. So we'll see if that's going to mean anything in the next round. What it does mean, though, for the first time in this game,
Foot take the lead.
Foot take the lead. They find a series. They find grand final point.
Absolutely, it is. Towards the final round we go. Ladies and gentlemen, is there going to be a turnout of an overtime from Gen.G? We've seen it against True Rippers.
Or are Foot going to get into the grand final when everybody might have thought that Gen.G were going to win this map cleanly?
Absolutely. 8-4 was the half, ladies and gentlemen. They were up by 7-11, and they've been stuck on that number since Donkey's years.
And look at the aggression in Meteor as well. All of these abilities to Showstopper as well. It manages to get Mr. Fallen out of the count. Gen.G, they've done what they needed to there, and Meteor preemptively dropping the lockdown, but out of Captain. Bit of a wasted Snake Spite at that point to make sure he can escape and not be pressured, not be chased.
Texture still holding on to that A site, A main cavity.
He's got to be so careful, doesn't he? He's been spotted. He's got his noggin still.
He gets away from there, but CNED's going to try and trail him into that A side, and he's getting in creepily close. Is he going to be able to find him?
The orb is gone here as well.
Yeah.
The orb is gone, so no one on foot can get that. Texture caught sleeping though. Didn't know CNED was this close. Karen misses it out. He's revealed himself.
That's going to be a problem now. They know where one player is, and Karen's gone down, and Meteor will trade him up, but it's still a 3 versus 3. Gen.G need a retake to come in now, as the A side has been taken control of.
And whoever plants get their ultimate as well. CNED is going to be the one, so the Showstopper will turn online. A 3 versus 3, a Prowler out from Lakia. And finds CNED in the middle of the side. He spotted it out. There's the rocket. Meteor is absolutely dead to Riot at the moment. 1, 2, and 3 in the third location. But it's the tree that is going to be the foothold for Foot. Yet a J on a Munchkin, and Lakia falls in the heavens. He finds CNED. But will he be traded out? No. There's another one. Lakia, show us what you've got to ascend into this roster of Gen.G.
Oh my God!
Lakia, the little man, but he stands tall. Oh my! This is what we wanted to see!
Oh boy, a clutch out of the bag, out of nothing, in a moment of time that was the most desperate one for Gen.G.
Holy!
And the atmosphere in this arena has erupted on the back of that 1v3 clutch. Foot are stunned by one man. And that man, of course, happens to be the infamous Lakia.
I think I need to take a break. Oh, when you're feeling that everything is going right for Foot in that moment in time, CNED gets his Showstopper, the 3 versus 3, they get the kills. Lakia, though, pulls off the unthinkable in that scenario. I mean, they spotted him. A Showstopper was used to take out his teammates. CNED is finally finding his form in the later stages of this map. 1v1s, isolated duels. You can't teach plays like that, guys.
Absolutely not, you cannot. That is what greatness is made of. Absolutely amazing. This is why Gen.G picked him up. This is why Lakia has been called one of the best players from Tier 2, from Korea. And now, in overtime, we face them once again, he says, this time on level terms. Once again we go, once again we fight, and blow for blow are to be exchanged. Or is this going to be Gen.G's revival? Is this going to be the round that they needed to push the envelope to the final?
Man, this is anyone's game, and CNED is trying his damnedest. 27 kills already, pulling his team through. Suppressed a little bit right now, though. Texture. The Rays counterpart going in for a peek at CNED. The paint shells to tickle him.
Texture, he's going to try and find something through that smoke. Not going to happen, but out of Captain's found a lot of control alongside Mr. Fallon as well. And this is probably going to be Lakia's problem. If at all they don't check this, it's going to actually end up turning out to a massacre for Gen.G. That turret is available, but I'm not quite sure which direction it's facing.
Well, out of Captain is where Gen.G buys weaponry. He's going to have to fall on back, though, because you don't want to get caught out in no man's land. That's kind of what is happening right now, Mr. Fallen. That should have grabbed the orb free of charge. He's got his buddy in tow. 45 seconds to go.
Where exactly do Gen.G want to end up? The spike is traveling towards A. They've got 2 players lurking outside of B. And the entirety of Foot is now focusing on the A side itself. CNED still here. They're rotating over Gen.G as well, but no, Gen.G instant turnaround. B is the call.
They're taking a page out of Foot's book as well, something that they love to do. Yep. Go towards A early on, break open the door, get the plant open, but this is going to be a 5 versus 5.
Absolutely, and the plant's going to go down in an open spot. It's going to be pretty much accessible to every angle, unless, of course, there's a late lurk coming in.
There's no paranoia. There's no flashes, though, at all for the side of Foot, so everything has to almost be a dry duel. CNED has one satchel to try and just block off
Oh, that's a good seize to
Absolutely, there's the paranoia as well to come in from Karen, so Lakia picking up some site textures here as well. Actually, Lakia managed to get traded out. Foot are finding a stronghold around this site. This retake is looking superb. Munchkin, though, he's the last one. The smoke starts to dissipate. There's just too many members for him. He manages to find 2, though. A nice try, but Foot will get the defuse, and they will secure themselves again another chance to get into this grand final.
Oh, quite the love for CNED here. Everybody loves him. And why wouldn't they? He has been the star of the show so far. Had a bit of a rough start, but he's taken up straight to the top of the mountain. And he, of course, wears the king, the crown of Turkey on his shoulders, on his head. 13-12. 28 kills for that man whose name is being chanted across the stadium.
I mean, Munchkin's trying as well on the flip side for Gen.G, 25 to his name. But it certainly is CNED, the spotlighted player for this series. We'll see if he can lead Foot into this grand final. But Mr. Fallen, again, he's been stellar at finding damage, at keeping members here around the A side of the map. There's 3 this time for Gen.G, but everything is setting up for a bit of an early situation at the C site.
There.
And with this, they've got even a flank going, lurk going in towards B, but out of Captain. Gives away the spike, makes a good choice, but Gen.G is now going in with the spike as well.
Well, they're going in, that's for certain. Cracks finds Munchkin, so that's no longer a Viper to account for vulnerability, though. Doesn't matter, Cracks, he weathers that one. One off the null command as well, give him the plant potentially, but Gen.G will go for that instead. A 5v3 Foot. A plant to be defended by Mound if they want. And all of this utility that Gen.G are trying to throw is just getting denied the space that they need to retake as well. Mr. Fallen on for the flank. That'll be onto Lakia if it comes through, but Lakia is already dead. Now Texture in it, shut down. CNED is going to be the one to end it. And a congratulations is in order for Foot, the victors, and our second grand finalist. In order for Gen.G. They can be proud of the performance that they have put out today, and you love to see this, the sportsmanship between both teams. They know that new rosters have to prove something. This is the space to get your practices in order.
Absolutely.
But I think we've seen a little bit more of the practices being put on show today. I think we've seen just a spectacular show from these two teams.
Yeah, the crowd's loving it, of course. Gen.G was the name that they were chanting for quite some time, but it is also Foot who get quite the love from this crowd as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what a match to get our finalists for Convergence 2023. Vitality now will be facing off their EMEA rivals.
Yeah, I mean, what a spectacular map. I couldn't have asked for a better map to close, to be honest with you. You know, we had the choice of Lotus or Split, and I think, you know, maybe Foot got a little bit more than they bargained for in that one against Gen.G, who looks, you know, quite not as strong on the map against the True Rippers, but I mean, 8-4 at the half, it gets into the overtime. Lakia with that phenomenal play on round 24. I think that one's going to stick with me for a while at least.
Yeah, absolutely. An amazing clutch to send it to overtime, but Foot were ready for it. They stood in their places, they planted their feet to the ground and said, we have this in the bag. But of course, it had to be that man to finish it all off. CNED, the number of rounds he actually, you know, had the impact in the second half, especially when they were 8-4 down, constantly pushing the envelope, and their constant turnarounds, you know, in that attacking side, you know, from the A to B side, is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, talk about peaks and troughs, right? From the first map where CNED is looking pretty good, even though Foot kind of get obliterated in a 13-4, to dipping right on down in a good map victory on Ascent. We were kind of wondering, where is he going to be? But my oh my Lotus, I think that's just got to be the talk of the town at the moment, and I'm kind of hoping we get to see CNED on stage. But folks, let's find out who it is as we look for an interview on stage.
And there you have it, everyone. Our winner, a 2-1. And I'm so sorry to Kremer, his prediction was completely wrong. With me, I have Mr. Fallen, the big brain of the team. First of all, congratulations on that very, very intense match. How do you feel going that close, toe-to-toe against Gen.G?
Well, I guess we can just make it on 2-0, but we just on a kind of communication missed it. There's a lot of chaos in the game. That's why we just slipped right now, but we just want to fix it, you know? That's all.
Okay, so I am very curious to know what happened in Haven actually between you guys.
Well, in Haven, there's a lot of chaos and nobody could hear each other so well, so that's how we lose the game, yeah. But we just adapt each other on Ascent and we just won the game.
All right, now let's talk a little bit about the crowd. So just now you heard a lot of people just screaming Gen.G, Gen.G, Gen.G. And then what were your thoughts when that happened?
Well, actually, I don't really care about them spotting a day or us. It really doesn't matter. We just came here to play us and show ourselves how to play like, I don't know, like a decent team. Just, that's it. I really don't care. They can support Gen.G or us. It doesn't matter for me. All
right. So anyways, last question from me. Now, you guys just brought in 2 new players to the team, and it looks really good. Do you think that this is a team to conquer VCT EMEA next year?
Well, that's why we built this team right now on the EMEA. We're just prepping for the Berlin right now. This whole tournament is just like a new experience for us and for the young talent of Year2J. We're just trying to adapt the team. That's all.
All right, so before we go, one more thing. You heard just now everyone screaming, foot, foot, foot. Do you want to say anything to the people in the crowd who are cheering for you?
Well, thanks for the support again. We're just here to win, but first of all, we're just trying to try new things on this tournament right now. We might split sometimes, but just keep supporting us. Thanks, you guys.
All right, and there you have it, Mr. Fallen, the big brain of Foot Esports. And for now, Pavlos and Kremer, can you break it down for us?
In the mind of the big brain himself, it seems that there was a lot of chaos involved in that match. So breaking down this matchup will be a little bit more difficult than we would have hoped. But yeah, it was one that it had back and forth, it had comebacks, it had insane clutches, and it had a crowd that was cheering for both of these teams because they just love Valorant.
Yeah, it was an awesome series of Valorant at that. One of the things, though, I imagine there's quite a bit to talk about, so let's get into the nitty-gritty straight away. One of the things I want to highlight, actually, is from Gen.G when they were on their attack, which is, with the Fade, you expect to have that little bit extra utility. You expect to be able to sustain a little bit longer and sort of go blow for blow when you're taking your sort of second and third duels within the round. But no, for Gen.G, they ended up committing extremely heavy to securing that first pick, and then when it came to the afterplants, they had very little utility to work with, which is why we saw for FUT, those retakes were so strong, especially towards the latter stages of that first half.
I do agree with what you're saying, right? Because at the start, Gen.G seemed like they had a solid control over the game. It looked a lot more solid from them because they looked like a team. There were some coordinated plans that came into play, but Foot suddenly started to disrupt them. And after that, I don't think Gen.G were able to come back from that.
I also don't think they were able to come back from CNED. I mean, we saw some masterful plays from him. And, you know, I said in the pre-game, ashamedly, I said in the pre-game, does CNED have it in him? And you both laughed at me. Well, now I know why.
Oh my word, 12-14 has to be the score here on Lotus, going blow for blow. We've got our last finalist. It's going to be an EMEA showdown. Foot making their way into the finals tomorrow. Gen.G, unfortunately, this was a solid run for them. They got to show us their limitations, some of their strengths. What are your general thoughts from this map in general?
For Munchkin, particularly, actually, I think that he has been consistently one of the top fraggers for Gen.G. And when you sort of look to Texture, you look to Lakia as well, you expect them to be the ones to really pick up the stack, to be the ones putting up the big numbers. The fact is Munchkin says either to me, this team's going to be insane once they find their groove, or Munchkin's having to carry more than he should. That being said, you know, Gen.G did very damn well to get here, and in the map as well, they did very damn well. You can't take away from Lakia that 1v3 to secure overtime. Well, it was breathtaking.
Yeah, you can't take away from the experience that these guys have gotten in this particular matchup. I think both of them are pretty much coming out of this one with having won something, right? Winning this experience again on a stage against teams in a different region, which otherwise wouldn't be able to compete against unless they both qualified into an international event, which don't happen that often either. So let's have a look at who is the MVP of this map as well, because I think, you know, highlighting, you know, the team is well and truly good, but there are some certain people that just keep on giving, and one of them is CNED.
He is the gift that keeps on giving, isn't he? And I mean, for Turkish Valorant fans, European Valorant fans, they're going to be delighted with this. CNED's back, he's scarier than ever.
I mean, there was half of the...
Even APAC fans, you're right.
Yeah, half of the crowd was shouting Gen.G. The other half weren't shouting Foot, they were shouting CNED, right? This guy carries so much of, you know, of love for the scene. You know, the fact that he's brought Turkish Valorant, Turkish Jets and Turkish Toilets on the map, right? He's a spearhead of that. So getting the recognition he needs all across the world is so nice to see.
Yeah, for everyone playing on Frankfurt servers, I can only apologize because a race is going to be insta-locked pretty much for the next 2 or 3 days now due to CNED's performance here.
Yeah, indeed. So overall, you know, we've seen this third, you know, we've seen this whole entire series. What do you think are our key takeaways from this one, given what we've already talked about at the start of the day?
I think for FUT, one of the key takeaways for me is that they are damn good when they're online. However, they do still need a charge up time. And you know, the first 5 rounds of every map for them seems to be quite messy, and they need to take some time to sort of fit into their groove, sort of click with the map. Whereas for Gen.G, very good start. Bear in mind that this is, you know, the bloomings of a new plant, but it's looking beautiful so far. Once again though, they need someone to really step up, and it shouldn't have to be Munchkin.
Yeah, it really shouldn't. And I think in the previous map that we saw, it was Krax that stood up more than Munchkin himself, but Munchkin just keeps being the highlight player for his team, right? It often comes down to him, whether it's clutches, whether it's just solid taking on duels and winning them. And if you're playing against a team that is so mechanically capable, getting that score is just that more impressive.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think that for FUT now, they're looking over to Vitality. Both of these teams are looking towards being one of the best in the MEA. I feel like what we're about to see here could be a matchup we're going to see very frequently in some very high-tier events next year.
That's what we're looking forward to, right? Seeing if these teams that actually are here in India can actually make their level, make the level of their play that much greater. But looking at the Vita overall, this was a best-of-3 map series that went all the way. Both of the teams winning their own map picks quite simply, stomping them. That is the best way to describe it. And the end result was as close as I don't know. Did we expect it to be this close?
I mean, I did say it's either going to be done in 10 minutes or it's going to be double, triple overtime. So we got pretty close with that. I didn't get the prediction though, as Tash kindly reminded me.
The one prediction you got right. Yeah, I mean, we were both wrong at the end of the day. I think Tash was right, which is why we got rid of her, which is why she isn't on desk with us right now. Yeah, we won't admit that. Yeah, but it was a 2-1 result for Foot at the end of the day. The reverse sweep. And again, we've got to give credit to Mr. Fallen and the coaching staff for being able to get this team in the right mindset to perform it, especially after a 13-4 loss in that first match.
One of the other moments, one of the small details I want to highlight from FUT particularly, and it comes to Q-Rex as well, is Krax was, his hold on Tree, particularly on that A site, has been absolutely immortal. It was amazing in the game against True Rippers, it was amazing again just now against Gen.G, and it feels like it's a position where every now and then you have a player who's sort of known for being able to play one spot. That Tree position held by Krax was just incredible. It worked beautifully in the game against True Rippers by just bouncing in and out and allowing it to buy time for his team rather than using it as a position to pivot to get those kills. In this, slightly different. He uses it to swing with his team. They use it to take 2v1s. It's treated like a position to swing from.
Definitely puts a lot of pressure on your opponent and makes you avoid a lot of places on the map. But what's something that you guys can't avoid is the next match. For everyone here, I know they're excited about it because they're about to watch Global take on Furia. It's going to be the India versus Brazil matchup, and I'm sure you guys won't want to miss that either. See you in a bit.
We were chosen, watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. डरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटे चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms of reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. आज तो बुझाए मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for.
Where the
From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Put your back down on your knees. I am the Put your back down on your knees. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja.
Testing.
'Cause I am the Raja.
Let me know if it's okay. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18.
Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Live from Manfo Convention Center, this is Convergence and the match that many Indians have been waiting for. This is GE versus Furia. Global Esports, definitely the darlings of India when it comes to VALORANT, alongside some of the best from Brazil, is what we're going to be seeing today. And if you guys are over here in Bangalore, do come by to the Manfo Convention Center, because not only are we here to support GE, to support the Pacific teams, but there's a lot of stuff going on here. Other than the big teams, we have some fun activities going around.
Yeah, I mean, talk about fun activities as well. We just had a little sneaky meet and greet with a bunch of people in the crowd. They gave us gifts as well, so it's an absolutely amazing welcome here in India.
Look, they gave me like a little butterfly necklace. That's so adorable. I love that they gave that. So friendly and so humble to be here in India. It's my first time, so thank you guys so much for inviting us to be here. Now, let's talk about this matchup, Universe.
Yeah.
What does it mean to see Global Esports play live here in front of the crowd?
I mean, of course, it's an amazing experience, right? This is their brand new roster, and the previous edition of this roster, you know, they couldn't really play in India as well, right? You know, back when they had that, you know, eternal 5 duelist roster, they couldn't do anything in India in that sort. But now they've taken their first step into this season with their first match in India. So it is, of course, a great chance, you know, for not just Global Esports, but also the people to show their love to this team and what, you know, they expect of them, what they can do in the upcoming season as well.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, that we get a team from 5 duelists to 5 flexes essentially right now, and we don't even get a Sentinel being played in the previous one. So I think it's a little bit funny, but I mean, there's glimmers for this roster, right?
Yeah.
We get to see them walk out, we get them ready in towards this series as well, because even though they can't get to the grand final necessarily, I think the crowd still wants to see them. Give them a good show.
Yeah.
Give them a good show, and also give them all your cheers and all your energy, because I was talking to, you know, some of GE's owners and also founders. They said that for a while now, fans have really missed seeing Global Esports play live. Ever since they've been playing in Pacific, they've been playing in Korea. So they don't necessarily get to meet their idols live here. And I think a lot of them are showing up for this team regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that this team does have potential, right? There's no doubt about it that they can practically, everybody can almost fill in any role, but I'm pretty sure what they need right now is a bit of a direction, which I hope comes today on stage.
That's right. For now, this could Convergence be the stepping stone of GE. Let's have it for Global Esports. The crowd like just vibrating the entire arena, how excited they are to see GE play. And on top of that, while they don't have their full roster with skills coming through, it does showcase that they have all the support coming through from the Indian fans.
Yeah, and this is clearly a you know, stepping stone for this team, right? Because even if this is not a qualification match, this is a match to show what they actually can do. Because Vitality was a bit of a, you know, hit and miss. I mean, mostly a miss. But this team had a lot more potential, and I'm pretty sure that this match is to show the fans some love, as well as, you know, what they actually are capable of.
Speaking of capable, we have some of the best in Brazil. Let's give it up for Furia. loud, and it's really scary when you hear about it playing against a home crowd that isn't in your favor. Another thing that I am really worried about as well is because they are a team that's been struggling to find their footing in the Brazil scene.
I mean, you can hear the crowd for GE as well, but there was some cheers for Furia, so it's good to see that they've still got some fans here as well to back them up, because Furia is one of those teams that had some problems coming in towards the Americas scene as well. That's why there's changes to be coming forward, and you also have to remember something. It feels like Furia is the shadow, right? Because it's always loud in front everywhere that they go, and they want to try and be the team that Furia can look to, that the home crowd can look towards. It wants to be Furia for these guys.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that, the way Furia have taken a step onto the stage, their first game itself was pretty much a do or die, right? And they had to win against Vitality or else they're going to be out of the competition, which eventually ended up happening. But speaking about Shadows, Komoda, I want to actually point out the parallel to this, where Global Esports actually, coming into this tournament, they were, of course, the Indian favorite team. Nobody expected True Rippers to, actually play the way that they did. But it almost seems like there's a lot of people right now, asking questions whether this, is a tournament where True Rippers end up performing better than Global Esports.
Oh, I mean, there certainly is a world in which that's going to come true, but it all relies upon this game right now, doesn't it? Because we saw the power that this Furia squad has still been able to come out with in their game against Vitality too.
That's right. I think when we come into Furia, we think about ground zero. This is where they want to rebuild. They want to just find a different direction on how exactly they want to find that success over Loud. Again, they brought in some of the best here from Brazil. They had to replace DJZin as well as Mazin with Liadzi as well as Havoc. And Havoc is definitely the most interesting one, in my opinion. He is definitely the youngest player, and he can play so many different types of smokers.
Yeah, I mean, the young age of this roster as a whole, right, can kind of be a hindrance, but it can also kind of be a buff. You've got just raw potential, raw firepower coming in. But when you want the level-headedness of somebody with experience, that's not something that these guys can kind of rely upon, right? That's where your coach more often has to come in to have some discussion with you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I believe that there is one big difference that's going to be probably estimated today is the fact that can't we stand up to the fact that MW0 had probably a great game yesterday individually, at least on that race, especially that we were talking about yesterday, right? MW0 constant impact for his team, and especially that one stretch of rounds where he got 5 first bloods in a row, constantly entering and making sure that his team has the support in terms of taking men down and giving them space to exploit in that game yesterday. But can Povi replicate that, or at least do a bit of that? Because MW0 is coming here as a seasoned Tier 1 duelist.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many spearheads on these rosters, right?
Yeah.
Who are we going to be looking at? The duelists are usually going to be the flashy agents. We did see previously CNED had a bit of a step down coming into the second map. The third map, he absolutely shot on by. So if we are looking for global right now, Polvi is certainly someone that we do have heavy expectations on.
Yeah. I mean, Polvi did have some insane impact on, I believe it was Breeze, where he was just having the time of his life. But I'm not too sure what exactly is the problem that's coming in from Global Esports.
I think that the impact that Polvi had was more like, the number of times he climbed upon mid and he was given that free reign, right? But that was all about it that he could do. And he was eventually read out by Vitality, making sure that they could stop him. Again, individuality came in only from that one player that was Polvi. But again, it wasn't enough at the level that we would expect him to have, given his statistics from previous, from his past tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a grain of salt as well, because it isn't their full roster, so you definitely want to see how skills is going to slot in, like Vitality, right? Vitality, we know, are changing roles, are figuring it out. Is Global having to do the same thing right now? Because it is essentially a completely new roster as to what we had last time.
That's right, and I think that another thing that's coming through as well is again, this is still a brand new puzzle piece put together. They're still trying to find their footing, trying to understand one another. But I think what's really important as well is that Global Esports is starting to understand the impact that mental can have on the game. Now let's have a look at Furia on the other hand. We talked about how young they were, and as well as the big changes that come through. I really want to highlight Conan here about how he was previously their sub, now put into the main roster, and on top of that, IGLing. There's a lot of pressure on this man.
Yeah, absolutely. There is pressure on this man, and he's going to have to try and showcase what he can do, better today than he did yesterday. Because yes, there was a bit of a flair shown by Furia as a team, in a couple of rounds against Vitality, and on that Breeze map, there was, some good resistance from this team. But of course, there had to be one main man who turned them over, and was Runner.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at the roles as well for this squad. They're happy enough to kind of change it up map dependent as well. Conan switching from Sova to Viper, where previously they had Liazzi on the Viper. So maybe they are comfortable in doing that on certain maps, or if it was just a experiment. The off-season is the perfect time to experiment with these things before going back home, before going into the Americas circuit.
I mean, this is the international stage. This is the stage where when you play in EMEA, when you play in Americas, when you play in Pacific, this is not, they are not going to get this chance again, because usually for the entire year, the regular season, you're going to be playing with the same teams from the same region. So then they're going to be exposed to different styles of play, different outplays, different calls, and most importantly, I have to say, it's also the changes when it comes to some of the players, and I really want to see a comparison between two of these players. It's going to be Paul V and MW Zera.
Yeah, and MW is clearly, he's got to head over, Paul V, and given it's not too much of a difference. Of course, there is a significant amount though in any way, because he's got an average skill of 20.5. Of course, both of them played, just the one time. They're going to be facing off each other today, of course. So I really expect that Polvi, is coming in with a little bit more of a fire to prove himself here on the Indian stage, because he's got so many fans here as well.
I think between these two, it's who's going to find the silver medal, because we already know the runner has the gold medal. I think you've got to see who is going to be the duelist from these two that is going to be able to rile up the team, who is going to be the leader in charge when you're not looking towards your IGL. It's these guys, because, I mean, I'm going to make the same comparison. CNED was the one to absolutely drag his team through the mud at certain times in the previous series. Do we get the expectation, or do we get the feeling that Polvi is going to be able to do it? Because when I look at this, I think MW0 has shown more in the series against Vitality than Polvi did. Yeah,
I think I'm going to have to agree with you, but at the same time, you really have to come back to the drawing board. Like, I mean, when you look at Gen.G on day one, it was looking so rough for them. And then on today, they looked so much better, they looked so much put together. I'm wondering if we are going to be seeing the same from Global Esports, because I think the biggest problem that Polvi has here right now is the lack of support from his teammates.
I would say that the parallels drawn between both Gen.G and Global is pretty much the same, because both of them, both these teams had only one player from the previous roster kept in, and everybody else was changed. So in that sense, maybe we could give Global a benefit of the doubt, because also Benkai is not here, and they've had only a couple of weeks to give this roster the time, skills come in, and he had a couple of moments yesterday, but it just wasn't enough. And of course, there was also role changes that we saw. Somebody who we've seen Lightning Fast play that Cypher role usually on that Breeze map earlier edition of Global Esports. It was actually Skills who did.
Yeah, well, look at the video right now. I'm kind of expecting a bind to come through. It was a good test for both, Breeze. It was a good test for both of these teams. Sunset is always going to be a fun one, and Breeze. Okay, so that was the map that both of them got destroyed in by Vitality. So that is why I want this map to come through, because it is just going to be a sensational test which team is better with their standard comps.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about Global Esports once again, though. Going for Sunset after getting what they got from Vitality, especially with that composition, having no Sentinel, are they going to repeat that once again and basically fall trapped? Because Furia are more than capable of replicating what Vitality did, if not to the extent of what Vitality did, at least to a level where they can stop them without, having too much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I look towards Sunset as well. If Russ is going to be bringing out the Gecko again, I'm going to be drawing a comparison against Russ to something from Paper Rex. We saw something deploy it over at the AVL League that was just played out previously. But then, even to take it a stretch further, Polvi on the duelist role, is he again going to be someone who is going to be able to compare against something who takes the same role? So there's multiple players on this GE roster that we're kind of looking to when they go back to their competition at home in Korea for the Pacific League. Are they going to be able to play as well something to compare against him?
It shows a lot of, I would say, metal when it comes to this displacement. But before we go to the casters, guys, can we have a moment of silence for Benkai's Fallen Fish? All right, that's it. There we go. Let's go to the casters.
I'm going to stay silent for that. No, never mind. This is time for Brazil versus India, a matchup we've all been expecting. We know how crazy the crowds can be over in Brazil, but I think it's time for India to show they've got a little bit of that magic as well. Let me hear you guys make the noise that we all know you can do.
Pretty loud.
This is going to be a good match, everybody. Global versus Furia.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to this. I mean, the fact that Global are going to Breeze once again is going to be very, very interesting. We're going to go straight to our agents, select their power plus. Once again, I cannot wait to get into this. You can hear how loud the crowd is being. That's before the game's even started.
Look, crowd buff. That's all I'm going to say. Global might not be at their strength without Benkai being here, but let's see how this one. Gecko's sticking around. I think we saw Gecko earlier this tournament, right? Yeah. Russ brought it out on Sunset another time. This is the second time he brought it out. Didn't quite work out, so...
I'm glad they're sticking to it.
Okay.
And they're against the Neon as well, so we're seeing some very unorthodox compositions here. I will admit, so at face value, I like Furia's a little bit more. Just because I think that Neon works so beautifully with a fade and a breach.
Okay.
So there's a potential for some very aggressive mid rounds, there's a potential for some huge spouts of mid control. And I think that if Furia are going to be as aggressive as I may think, I think we're going to see rounds decided within the first sort of 10-15 seconds.
Ooh, that's going to be exciting to watch and definitely going to be unleashing a lot of adrenaline in this match. I can't wait for this one, Crowman. I'm sure everybody else at home cannot wait either. Ladies and gentlemen, put your voices and hands together for Furia and Global Esports.
Go with the pistol round. It looks like for Global Esports starting on your attack, Furia on your defense. Furia stacked up what looks like a bit of a skirmish, tailored towards A main here. They'll be going up against Skills alone on the Viper. Skills, the man who had a pretty quiet series in his previous one.
This is going to be quite the battle. Furia and Global both eliminated from this tournament in regards to how they can progress, but at least they can go out with a bang. It looks like MW0 will try and go quite fast. Actually looks to his left side. It's Skills to get the first kill. It's Global Esports on the board.
That's a great way to start as well. With Skills finding that pick, look how the rest of Global, they've actually not decided to push off the back of it. They're going to remain disciplined, they're going to remain controlled, and they're going to let Furia push into them once again.
Skills. Nice shot into Liazzi. And Global keep it strong.
Once again as well, Pavlos, they're not extending, they're not accelerating. They want Furia to be the ones to make all the mistakes here. I quite like this actually. It's a complete 180 as to how they approached Sunset yesterday.
And how does Furia adapt from this one? Holvey not giving them a chance to do that, and they're looking for a clean start. Furia didn't have the best of results against Vitality, but it was a fair fight. It was a strong one. Many would have thought if they weren't in the same group, could have been a final, but no. Russ making sure that Global is on top on this pistol, and there's only one player left, and Khalil might be able to find something out of this, but no. A flawless to make the crowd go wild.
Go wild only one round in, Pavlos. Imagine what happens if GE win a map here.
The thing is, I've really enjoyed the crowd in the previous matchup as well, because they were cheering for every type of kill.
Yeah, they were.
For every type of insane play, because even though these guys are fans of Global and the Indian VALORANT world, they're also fans of the game itself, and that's what's really important.
That they are, Pavlos. For Furia now, I believe the pause has come very quickly. Hopefully all could be remedied shortly, and from what we have seen, Pavlos, it may not be much, but from what we have seen, Global Esports, this has been a very, very slow start to the map. They've allowed Furia to be the ones to take the fights, they've allowed Furia to be the ones who make the mistakes, and I mean, you can see a lot of GE signs, jerseys, and cheers going in favor of the Indian team.
I'll tell you what, the stadium is going to be filling up soon enough, right, Saturday evening. Everybody's starting to tune in. Global with the first round on the board, starting things off well. Now let's dive into the nitty-gritty of this one here.
Yeah.
Furia, right? Quite an organization, quite a bunch of players. They've shown in Brazil, at least regionally, most of them, that they're very capable of many things. But now they put this bunch together to try and have greater successes than they had with the previous roster. Even though at the start of the season they looked pretty strong. Towards the end, LCQ, they got eliminated straight away. So that's got to be a sore feeling within the organization itself.
It's got to be, and the elimination here certainly isn't going to help that. But I tell you what, Pavlos, I think Furia have shown quite a bit of potential, and I think that all things considered, I will be very surprised if they go backwards from here. It feels like for this team, the only way is up.
The only way is that?
The only way is up.
Ah, the only way is up. I thought there was continuation to that. But yeah, it was, you're definitely right. You're definitely right. With the low results of last year, maybe there's an opportunity for them to keep growing this time around. And it'll be interesting to see how they get there. Obviously, this is an opportunity for them to, dig into all of the issues. Of course, they need to basically figure out their coordination, and this event is the perfect place to do just that.
Yeah, there's someone in the crowd who, their whistle, it sounds like birdsong. They've been doing it all day. It's incredible.
You know who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Let's hear it again. The whistle.
Will the mics pick it up?
No, I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
They're shy now.
Yeah, maybe they got a bit shy, but yeah, no, honestly, the bird whistle, we actually turned around and wondered, how did a bird get in here? Yeah. And then we actually saw some guy with the, that sound came from a person, so quite interesting indeed.
I'm very jealous, Pavlos.
Can you do any type of whistle?
I could like a normal whistle, but I see a lot of the GE guys, they could do the wolf whistle where you put your fingers in your mouth.
Yeah.
That's really loud. It's impressive how the lungs on the GE fans.
Indeed, indeed.
To prove my point.
All right, man, that's pretty loud.
That's pretty damn loud. That's pretty damn loud.
That is pretty loud. Oh my God, yeah. I mean, on the topic of GE.
What are the owners of GE? Just handed him a bottle of water.
Yeah, they're like, you're gonna need that, mate. Oh, yeah, honestly, for Global, I think it's unfortunate that Benkai couldn't be here, so we won't be able to see him at full strength. But given what we've seen so far, what do you think Benkai can provide to this roster?
I think Benkai provides the stability, actually, with that you sort of get with, that you somewhat get with skills as well.
Yeah.
Is Benkai, off camera, is known for being sort of eccentric and sort of wild. Actually, when he's in the server, he's surprisingly controlled, surprisingly disciplined. And he has a much slower play style to what the previous iterations of Global Esports were trying to lean towards. That being said, though, Pavlos, it's enough speculation from us. We're back into the game.
Back into the game, indeed. Let's see what comes out of this one. GE obviously entering the second round with favorable economy, therefore a stronger arsenal of weapons. Furia, on the other hand, are going to have to do with just a pistol. A bit of a stack up towards the left-hand side. You can see 3 players waiting. We did mention that with the Neon on MW0, we might be expecting some quick and explosive plays. But Global, as well, have slowed the pace down, having a lurk with Polvi, the Finnish man with a glorious mustache. Looking to see if he can do any damage, but no, he just holds back, knows that that's not his fight he needs to take. Instead, gives the info over to the rest of the team that they can start to slowly move into the A side.
They're going to be encroaching on a very lonely Azzy here, Pavlos. I can't help but worry that for Furia, this rotation needs to be much, much quicker. Yes, there's a threat of Polvi, but there's also the threat of losing this bomb site, and that rotation is coming, but it needs to really get a wiggle on it. They want to get into this retake quickly, and well, with another plant, Russ getting that bit closer to the ult on the Gecko.
I mean, we did see some pistol round wins in the previous series that we did watch, and with Fury on the previous matches that they have played. Don't want to cause alarm here, but Liazi is definitely showing intention that they're not going down without a fight. Paranoia misses a mark. G, untroubled by it. Skills, Blaze King, successful. MW0 though is sharp shooting. Lightning Fast being there as a guarantee. Skills is in trouble, only with a pistol. Now down to Lightning Fast. Doubles up! And that means that G won't be conceding this one. Second round is theirs.
It is the second round for them. However, Pavlos, that was by all means not clean. They really struggled to find that there. And I think that for Furia, they played it beautifully. Once they got that first pick, they went silent. They allowed GE to worry about potentially flanking a squad. And instead, they then push in with that Neon, which is, as we said, has done so well with the crosshair displacement. It's done so well with trying to catch defenders out of position. And they kind of do there. Global, I think they commit a little bit too heavily to the frags. And they end up, well, having to rely on skills to bring out some heroics to win the round. Rifles now from Furia. Ults, yet of a pipe dream for the time being. Liazi, close angle to work with though.
Waiting game. Imminently to be peaked by GE, and Liazi might be in trouble. It's a one-way smoke, but it works out great for Liazi. Blind as a bat eventually, but does end up dropping. But it's still going to be Furia on top with numbers by the end of that trade.
That's ruthlessly efficient actually, and for GE, they haven't got any other map control. It's either commit to A or play for the long round where they have to re-clear mid, they have to re-clear their own spawn, they have to re-clear B main before they end up committing to one of these sites, at which point Furia is going to have a pretty good idea as to what's coming.
Yeah, not all over. Not until the sound of the whistle, but in this case, the tick of that clock.
Take hold.
I don't think they know how much that siege was important. They got smoked off in the final moment, didn't quite realize that they did catch 2 people in that. Rush to exit it, Conan holding down the line.
Left.
Alone with the possibility of a swing from the other end, but Conan doesn't need help. Lightning fast opportunity taken to push through. Grab a pick on Havoc, does even out a little bit, but he's up against 3. Not an easy one. Required a clutch into the smoke and into the hands of Conan. Furia on the board.
I like the thought process there, actually.
Yeah?
The smoke to be able to teleport to just the corner of the angle, but unfortunately, it's just not enough, Pavlos. So for Furia, the rifles allow them to put themselves on the board, but it's now time for G to bring out some of their own. Liaz one away from his ult, as is Russ here. On topic of Liazi, look at this. Beautiful stroke break transfer, and well for G, there wasn't much response past that. Conan didn't even have to move there.
Yeah, it's the 2 players from Furia that managed to pick up 2 kills apiece. And with that, they're able to close it out. Furia seems like they're not only playing up against a team, they're playing up against an entire stadium.
The ultimate is ready.
So just like many had to do in Brazil and lock in, play against the crowd, that's something that some experience they're going to have to gain as well. GE, look at this mid-push smoke onto the one end, means the focus towards the left-hand side. There is Havoc there to stop them. Conan trying to spray onto the other side. MW0, that was quick. That was extremely quick. Catches GE. Colby no more, but Russ avenges Conan out 4v4.
That's going to be the ult as well for the Gecko to worry about. Liazi, one of his own, but look at the lurk here from the Viper pushing up to this A site. Furia, they're going to have to play retake here, and it means they are going to avoid the thrash. But what happens when it gets reclaimed here and it goes into the afterplant?
At least the A site will be taken down fairly easily. Paranoia missing its mark, but Liazi elevated. Look at the wraparound. MW0 on the lurk. Looks like Furia are going to wait for him to get into position. What decision do you make here? Elbow, perhaps? No, goes the short way around, trying to have a crossfire with the team. Iliazi.
She's still gunning for you.
Paranoia. Does detain him, but MW0 is there from behind, gets a double kill, and might turn the entire round around. That's 4 kills for him. Blazer King keeping the team alive, but it is just not good enough. Furia successful with a retake.
MW0 just popping off there, Pavlos, isolating the 1v1s and just shutting them down with some masterful precision. Furia, they equalize the 2-2. However, ults committed from both sides there. The overdrive available for MW0. And considering how much mileage the Thrash got there, I'm very curious to see what the overdrive can do, bearing in mind that Furia, they are not shying away from taking these early fights.
No, I did like that GE did end up pushing towards spawn there, trying to take space of their own, but at the same time, they gave up too much, and they gave up control over the spike. If the plant of the spike was in a different position, maybe it would have been a better decision in the end.
Against the Stingers, MW0 has the overdrive and the judge.
Uh-oh. We might be seeing some close-to-some combat here. MW0 pushing forwards. That's a lot of B-main control.
That it is now, and well for GE, they don't really have much to work with in terms of the longer-ranged fights. So actually, fighting for B-main here on a relatively close angle with the Omen somewhat favors them.
Liazi respecting the plethora of players.
Shadows traveling.
Try peeking the smoke. Liazi might be against a lot before he even expects it. I think that's a dink through the wall, but it's not quite quick enough. That's the TP. Is he going to be saved? No. Polvi quick enough to the trigger, but that's going to be the overdrive enabled Havoc. The only one for Fury to get a kill. Look at the back of the site, though. MW0 is doing work. GE, are they in this? I don't think so, unless Blazer King is able to do something good with this Sheriff. Assistance from Skills going in from the sidelines, but MW0 is all aware. And with Spike not even planted in the middle of the control of the defenders, Furious look poised to close this out themselves.
Blazer King just needs one here to make it sort of financially viable for GE here, Pavlos, but he's running into 3 players all on the same position.
30 seconds left.
MW0 is down to 5 points of health. That could have been a pickup. And all of them holding the same angle, and that is virtually impossible. Good call by Furia there in the end, and that's going to be the round for them as well.
Once again, very, very disciplined from Furia, actually, to fall back when required, and to then just completely hold that position, to not leave that connector angle, and instead to capitalize on the fact that GE have to move into them.
with that, we enter another buy round, I do believe, from the GE side. This is a moment for them to try and get back into this. A couple of ultimates available. There is a Nightfall from both sides. Options to use that aggressively. Looking at this, Furia want to take this really aggressively. Look at MW0 here, stopped by the snake bite for now. I think it got a couple of people stand up there, so if he did push, there might have been a chance for him to pick up a couple of kills.
The silver lining for GE here is they lost a lot of map control, but Furia committed a lot of utility to make that happen. The Overdrive, or the Neon, now without anything to work with.
One way we're familiar with, MW0 trying to play a little bit more aggressively with Paranoia, forcing him out. A side seems to be the area of approach Furia. They give it over, only MW0 holds it and is fast enough to get out of harm's way.
Does just that, though, skills. Remember, he's about to get his Viper Spit, so an alpha plant here for GE would be perfect.
Preemptive Nightfall coming through. Furia, perhaps to delay it. They want to regain sight of this A position. W0. Oh, he's clean with it. Rusto turns it all around. Lightning fast to the center of the site as he does make his appearance. But still GE trailing. They need a fight and they need it quickly to go in their favor. Russ and Blazer King both winning out their kills. Look behind you though. Liazzi is there to try and stab you.
Russ for a 1 versus 2 now. Spike is going to go down. Remember, he's one away from the Thrash here, so getting a kill could almost guarantee the round for him.
Can he do it? Is there movement for him? Oh! 2 bullets, 2 kills, and Russ makes the crowd go wild.
Oh my word, Pavlos. And well, for a moment it looked like he only got 1, but they line up for him. Furia, 1 misstep, and it's instantly punished by Global Esports, and you can hear how excited that makes them.
Wow.
I need this. Thank you.
Pure prowess. Good idea from Liaz to enter the back line there, but this, let's have a look at that one again. They weren't ready for that one bit.
No, they were not. Viper Spit is available for skills now, so G, once again, it could go for one of these faster rounds, and it looks like they may do just that. Already with control, over to a short. Instead, Lightning Fast, tagged a little bit on tiles, is going to back away. Remember, the buy here isn't great for Furia, Pavlos.
No, it really isn't. Opportunity for GE to gain the lead. Take it. 2 VCT teams from 2 different regions of the world, Pacific and Americas, and 2 countries represented, India versus Brazil.
There.
I mean, on the G side, there's more than 1 country represented, but you get what I mean with your opponent. Good shot onto Blaze King.
Look where skills as well. Look at this nut setting up over to Wayne. This could all be one elaborate ruse, one big flank potentially from GE.
Havoc. I like the fact that Global take control here. Don't allow Furia to set up at all. Nice shot from Lightning Fast.
From the flank here. It looks like skills may actually fail at timing here with Conan, while the rest of Furia are ready to push through main.
Oh, they both look at each other! They had their knives out! They just say hi and goodbye and avoid the fight altogether.
Now Lightning Fast, look at another flank to worry about.
Around the world, around. Oh my God, that is clean! Lightning Fast taking charge. MW0, nothing you can do. And that is going to raise him off his seat.
Rightfully so, Pavlos. A 4K from him there. And that comes from flanking the flankers, who already had spotted the flank from Skills, who was already flanking the remaining Viper. The Fade even. What on earth?
Flank squared.
Flankception from GE. And look at this from Lightning Fast. It's the same lineup that actually allowed Russ to win the 1v2 in previous round.
Furia need to stop stacking their players together.
They do. I mean, they like hugging, man. So it must be cold for them, actually, all things considered. Ult advantage still for GE here. Polvi with that showstopper to work with, and maybe a very fast round off the back of that.
Polvi, showstopper out. Liazzi picks it up. No impact for the showstopper, but Skills is trying to turn it around himself. Uh-oh, they don't know he crossed it, which means it's a free kill. Blaze King as well from elbow. And MW0 needs to account for Russ's position. And Rush has it all covered. GE turn it all around, and they're loving this crowd support.
Yeah, Khalil, he's got to save. Look at the economy for Furia. They just don't have the money to work with here. Khalil gets out of there.
Planted.
Global will make it 5. Lightning Fast, 1 from the shadows as well. They still haven't had to commit to the Viper's Pit either. So the win conditions, they're going to carry over Pavlos. GE, they've got off to a flying start.
That they did. Who would have thought this was a bite round from Furia? Ended it so quickly. And we'll be forced to another eco. 4 rounds, 2 ecos can't do great for you. The more buy rounds you have, the better chance you have at winning the game. And Furia not really having a chance to be on the board with that.
Absolutely right here, Lightning Fast. Going for the flank onto Khalil here. Does he spot him out? Oh, he does! And oh, that's a nice shot as well. Global, they make it 6, or they make it 5 even. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away from a very, very convincing half here. For Furia, this is the sort of time you start looking at a timeout. You start considering, okay, how do we break this momentum that Global have established?
It's going to be a difficult one. For Lightning Fast, I think this is an excellent game so far, and I think this is a tournament where you'd want Lightning Fast to do well, right? He's kind of replacing SK Rossi into that lead Indian player in this GE roster. So a great performance here will show that he's deserving of that spot.
Even in the timeouts, GE will sit there and shout down Furia. And you know what's a wise tactic? If you are loud enough with your crowds, are Furia even going to hear their coach?
Is that really the tactic here?
Well, it could be.
Stop them from hearing their coach?
They're loud enough.
Or maybe that's why the tac time matters.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you tell the crowd to be quiet so we can't hear? I'm pretty sure that's not how he sounds. He's probably speaking Brazilian. No, don't be quiet, crowd. We
Brazilian,
love
Pavlos.
Yeah. Oh my God, Portuguese.
How many countries have we been to cast?
I don't know, how many?
Enough to be embarrassed by that mistake.
Oops. You know what I mean. Brazilian dialect of Portuguese? There is a dialect, no?
Yeah, I guess
there is sort of a dialect.
You can make that
because they switch
argument.
up words and everything. It's a different pronunciation as well.
You both know that's not what you meant, though. But we go into the 9th now. The timeout for Furia, is that going to be the saving grace? And I mean, for me, my eyes go to Khalil, who has had a fairly slow start. Pavlos 1 and 6 at the moment, and he's not been able to get much mileage from this Viper when it comes to at least slowing these attacks.
Can't feel good that Furia back to an eco. I'm seeing an overdrive available, so if Furia potentially get a couple of kills here, definitely not the end of this round. MW0 though will be holding on to the ultimate for now. There's some comms going around. They're just thinking that it's best to group up their players, but they might have made the wrong site decision, as Global Esports are fancying this traversal towards B.
Something to mention, Pavlos, is that because Furia have the weaker buy here, they're the ones who have to push the subject. They're the ones who have to try and fight here. And for me, I can't help but think that when it comes to Furia, how do you get on top of Global? How do you prevent them from taking the range game with you, especially when you're going into a retake because you've stacked the wrong site?
Spike planted.
I mean, you've got to take a chance. You've got to take a chance in rounds like these, but it does give an opportunity for G to come back even closer. But Overdrive is going to do a little bit of damage, but 1 kill is all it will be getting. Lightning Fast repositions the back of the site, paranoid, but will this position be checked? Trust them. Lightning Fast from the shadows gets back into safety, knowing they don't really have to take this fight. Want to take full safe, want to make this a completely safe play. After shot, forcing Russ out into the open, but you don't really want to force this man out because he'll start shooting upon you. As clean as it could be, really, from the GE side. Nicely done, no risk taken, and a round for them.
I think Russ does fall there, so the economic damage is going to be at least inflicted onto Global Esports, but with what is now, I think, 4 or 5 rounds on the bout, they are not going to care. Very, very impressive so far. And for MW0, he's not got too much mileage from the overdrive. It feels like a ability where he's only been good for 1 with it every time, whereas you see the likes of sort of Russ with that Thresh. He's used that numerous times to set up multiple kills, even if it's by repositioning. That's sort of what Furia may need to change here. As the aggression continues, skills good for Liazzi. That can only work so many times. That A-take can only be so effective. And for Furia now, it's once again back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it seemed like Liaz didn't have the assist to peek out with his one-way there. And had to pay for it. I like the toxic screen as well. Kind of gives a position for GE a little bit easier. It seems that they're playing around the Gecko a little bit better than they did the first time we saw this competition. Bit of a trade out here from Conan. Have to lose a player per side, but Conan takes a lot of damage in the process. And GE spread out generally. Furia like to play this one in pairs.
They do, and I like that. I like that play style. It means that you're able to trade. It means that you're able to get an early warning system in place as well. And because Global Esports haven't really thrown any flakes at the moment, it means you can at least slow the attack when it comes. That being said, though, the attack looking over to that A site, a position which Furia have left unguarded. Pavlos. It may be another retake attempt for Furia.
Again, I'm enjoying the calls from Furia, knowing, having a stronger site and a weaker one, and thinking that a retake is also quite a possible effect for them, but they've been a little bit unlucky in regards to making this call so far. And G will definitely take advantage of that one. Don't you love Wingman running with a spike on a mission? Can we get a cheer for Wingman, everybody?
Planted.
Apparently not.
Just one person. Thank you. That one person, I love you. Oh, a bit of a trade, and it actually goes in favor of Furia here.
Laser King only knows the position of one of these players, Pavlos. He's got to be damn quick here.
Repositioning. Spike touch doesn't reveal his position. Both of the Fury players looking the right direction. GE not quite able to pick that one up. Instead, it goes to the Brazilians.
Remember, for Global here, they've guaranteed at least a draw in this half. So regardless of outcome, they are in a fairly comfortable position. For Furia now, you're scrambling to get those extra rounds, especially on your defense, which I'd argue that Sunset is fairly defender-sided, Pavlos.
Gives an opportunity to come back. And with that, GE approaching their next attack. Spread out, spike towards the right-hand side. Can definitely tell what the leniency is looking like here.
One away from a Nightfall on either side. Khalil, one away from his own Viper Spit here. Very early fresh usage here, and it looks like Global Esports want to go fast on this push over to A, establishing some very, very quick control. And bear in mind that this is a position which Furia have been fighting for the last 5 rounds in a row. For Global to mitigate that, it's going to be down to Furia now to make the next move.
Yeah, Russ using his Trailblazer, using his Thrasher as if it was a Trailblazer, and he'll get a second one as he picks it up again.
Rash isn't done with you.
Trying to assist into the B main as Polvy's been able to draw some attention towards him. Thrasher used for a second time. Again to clear out a bit of mid, but not quite able to catch anybody out. GE still lingering towards his right-hand side. Interestingly enough, Furia hold on to a lot of the utility, especially on that Havoc side, who's going to be very crucial to the defense of this A site. And how much are they going to delay it? Fake smoke towards the B site. Is that enough to lure and keep the Furia players in that direction? Havoc, first blood going to him. Blaze King able to trade it back, so no more breach utility. But Conan and Liazi have his back. Nicely done here from Furia to pick this up. And GE are in trouble now with 30 seconds remaining. Have to pick up the spike.
30 seconds left.
And don't have much going for them. There is a Viper Spit available for skills. Maybe can work some magic with that, but it has to be a risk.
There's always going to be a risk when you have that 0 to worry about. Polvy, that operator at point blank, not quite able to achieve anything, and with skills also falling, Furia, they look to silence both GE and the crowd.
That they do.
Well, hoping to.
There ain't stopping this crowd.
For Global Esports here, going into the final round of this first half, I want to mention that from both of these teams, they've not found anything really from their Viper Spits. I'm expecting Skills to at least use it this half. For Khalil, I'd like to see him at least get it online this half. I don't know if he'll have the opportunity to use it. But for Liazi, out comes that operator, and this time on the open rather than the neon.
I've seen that before. Carmen Quap, shout out. Hasn't always worked out.
But it does now.
It does now, but still with not without consequence. GE again spread out. Hoping Skills can keep attention towards this A site as Furia look to peek it out themselves. Might be a simultaneous push from both of the teams. But it's GE that needs to be pushing it. Polvy finds the opening.
Straight into market as well. It's going to mean that re-aggressing now for Furia, getting back onto the site without real B main control, without real mid control either. Look at where Skills is, Pavlos.
And look at this. Skills, quicker. W0. Oh, elegant kill by him. Try and get more, but Polvi, Mr. Mustache, is here to stay.
Final save from the Finnish player, and with that, it's going to be a 7-5 lead for Global Esports now, going into this second half, going onto the defense Pavlos. Do you think GE are going to be able to keep this up, or do you think it's going to be Furia to regain the lead?
They're definitely going to take some fighting here. I think they just need to regroup, maybe take a timeout. I think this halftime timeout is a perfect moment for the coach to get this team back on track. But is it going to be enough? I think that's the question here. I mean, 7-5, it's close, right? It's definitely not over. But Global seem to be the team that is taking most of the control. And winning that last round of this half might give them some extra momentum entering the next one. But it all comes down to the pistol, doesn't it?
That it does, and I mean, True Rippers, they showed us exactly how good pistol rounds can be and how influential they can be over the course of a series. So for Furia, a little bit of pressure on them now to win this next round, because it would set them up for potentially even just retaking the lead past Global Esports. For Global, the pistol here would allow them to try and push ahead and maybe even start setting up a victory on this first map.
Time to take over. I mean, look, again, this is one of the rare opportunities Zusu team will be able to face up against each other. Last time that could have come up would have been a lock-in, but there aren't many opportunities like that unless you do qualify to international events. So they've got to make the best of it. Inter-region competition. And right in front of us to see here in India. What a treat. 5-7 is the score. Furia enter the attacking side as GE now are the defenders.
It's going to be the defenders of this A site from the looks of it. Furia, it may be a fast dash down tiles to try and overwhelm the Gecko. If not, it's going to be that ace site under a lot of pressure here. Russ, the man who needs to rise to the occasion here. He needs to be the man of the hour. Furia look like it's no messing around here.
First shot's shown. Furia. Oh, full-person peek. Just gets out of it with his life. I think onto the head of one of the players' skills. Entering out of the smoke, Blaze King as well. They're taking super aggro approaches to this one, and they've been able to shut down the spike. All of a sudden, GE have got a numbers advantage, with Furia trying to punch back.
It's the control of the spike, Pavlos, that really is going to be the killer of this round for Furia. MW0 going for a bit of a flank, but any moment now, GE are going to realize that's the potential.
Look, Lightning Fast has turned around, but MW0 comes out on top still. Liazi, next player in contention, right clicks and shows his presence. MW0 there is rotated in time. Is it going to be in time, in fact, for the opposing players? It's going to be Global Esports to come out on top with that one.
The stand-in, Skills, the superstar, comes out a 3K for the pistol round. And well, with that, we're going to have to see what he can do going into the rest of this half. They're here for bunks. Oh, that's the streamer we met earlier. For now, though, going into the second half.
Oh my god, this is such a troll. I just realized what the crowd is shouting. Let's go Khalil, he's 1-8.
Oh my word.
I'm not sure if they're doing that as BM or they're doing just to like, you know, we want to see a little bit more of action here. We want this to be a close game. It could be both. Up for interpretation. It's Lightning Fast with the first blood in this round. Mosh pit, making sure the push is stopped in its tracks.
Looks like for Furia here, really is stopped in their tracks. They've completely slammed on the brakes. They want GE to at least probe to try and to get a little bit more info before they execute, but no. They encroach forward, spiritoriously setting their gaze to this site. Rusto, a bit of information to work with, bit of utility to spend. That's going to buy a further 10, 15 seconds now as Furia may just have to head back to the drawing board.
Got a minute to work with. So they can figure out another plan. It looks like they're going to be moving towards the safe side. Nice shot from Habit. Rush good for one, but that box does him a lot of favors. Skill there to assist. It looks like they've already got Conan's number. Ringing it. Hello? You're there? Oh, Conan. Makes away with a kill. Skill's not going to make that easy for him. That's GE, keeping the lead and extending it.
They extend the lead, Pavlos. However, Furia, they move to their rifles now, bearing in mind that the last time Furia were able to bring out their rifles, it was a victory in that round, and that was where they actually started striking back against Global Esports. So I worry, actually, for GE, that this could be where it slips. This is where the map suddenly becomes much, much closer. That being said, though, that comes with a big if. is if Furia lose this, GE are in an extremely strong position, especially when you look at the economy, both the ult management for Furia and the financial economy, neither of which are in a healthy spot.
Yeah, they do have some weapons to work with. I don't think it's an all-impossible one. They've got 3 rifles, one of them being a Vandal, and some Polvi, which is exactly who you'd want it on.
It's a very aggressive push from him, actually, trying to get behind B main here. Liazzi's wary of it, but I don't think he's wary of the fact that right now, Furia, they're just being constricted to this push to B. And look at the rotation that's coming in from Global as well.
This Toxic Stream giving them very small space over the B side, but that means they can take it in 2 parts. Now going for the second end of it. Delivering with the first blood, Furia. Keeping it really strong for them, but look at Polvi. Oh, lightning fast coming in from behind. Don't underestimate the classic. And Furia need to rethink this, need to grab some kills themselves, but GE are playing like a one solid unit, a well-oiled machine. GE looking to take over.
They play that beautifully, Pavlos. Once they get the initial information that it's a hit to B, they make the rotation. They don't stack the site though. Instead, they stack the positions outside the site. So the second that spike is tapped, that's when they push in, when they know that one of the Furia members is going to be preoccupied. They bounce off one another beautifully, and they just trade one another to perfection. Look at this lightning fast, Polvi, lightning fast again, all aided by Russ on the Gecko there. And you can see by the joy on GE's face how much these rounds mean to them, especially now that they sit at double the scoreline of Furia. Nightfall available for Conan, but is that going to be enough here, Pavlos, when the buy accompanying it is not that good?
My ult's not ready.
Ooh, Polvi, Russ. Where did that come from? 2 different fronts, by the way.
Let her go.
And Russ is in trouble. MW0 wants a bit. Oh, that was personal. He's saying enough of this. We need some presence in this game. And GE are making this easy. Oh dear. Have a piece of Blazer King. Khalil alone, 11 points of health. Oh, it's cold. It's cold out here. And it's a lonely world at that. Polvi putting him to the dirt. And they are just a step away from closing out map number 1.
You want to talk about pressure, Pavlos? This is pressure. The crowd against you on your opponent's map pick with a buy in you, but after these Vandals, how far does it extend, Pavlos? They'll be out on pistols, fighting for their life. 1 away from the overdrive, 1 away with the Nightfall. But will that be enough, Pavlos? MW0, he's done a lot with that overdrive, but only for 1 kill. We've not seen the big thwars of multi-kills, which, well, they seem to be desperately looking for.
And now a mountain has been created, right? Global Esports. They've done quite a lot of climbing. Furia are left below, looking upon them, looking towards them, hoping that they can get their tactical timeout required.
So Pavlos, when this GE roster was signed, a lot of questions were raised about who the hell's this Polvi guy? Who the hell's this Russ guy? What are they doing here? I think those questions will be answered, especially if they beat the likes of Furia.
The Finns knew, the Northern European League knew.
We knew, but now the world is going to know, especially if Global Esports can continue this dominance fashion.
Someone's got to tell me what is Polvi's mustache care routine.
Well, he can only dream of having something
Could
like
only
glorious.
dream, honestly. Should I grow everyone out? I reckon I should. Looking glorious.
It takes years to craft one like Polvi, Pavlos.
True that. Let's see if G can close this one out. Furia just took a timeout. Let's see if they figured this puzzle out. For now,
there.
Heading most of their forces towards the right-hand side. GE fairly passive, letting them move in. It might be the right call given that Polvi has got a big gun in his hand, scoped right in their direction.
That it is now, and well, for Furia, this Nightfall usage for me is going to be almost the trump card in this round.
There.
Having the ult advantage over Global Esports isn't going to be a permanent thing. The second GE start making moves in terms of going for picks, going for control of these ult orbs, that's when they're going to start building up that ult economy as well. Fairly quiet round from Furia actually.
Yeah,
all
from
the way
G as well.
Yeah, all the way back through their spawn to try and head back towards this B site.
Face your fear!
This Fade has done such a good job of setting a fake here.
Yeah, it's already caught out a couple of players, but they've only seen one Fade, so that... Oh my god, where did that come from? Conan absolutely ripped Polvi out of this world. And that's allowed Furia to move in to the other side of the map. Yes, the skill's there, but he's waiting for reinforcements. It's a 4v5 for this retake.
Rightfully so, GE. They get ready to cascade back onto this site. They're already in position. They've already got a bit of control, but it's that main spot that is really going to be the challenge for GE here.
Dark cover to at least conceal one of the edges of this site. Lightning fast, trying to touch the spike within the poison cloud, but there's a lot thrown at him, and that is some of it is going to be led. Russ finding a kill against Havoc in the end, but it does seem that Furia's team to be on top of things, that they've got double the amount of players. Spray across, Blazer King can't do much. Blazer King, you've got him one, you need 3 more, and just Furia running away, but they're moving it back in it together. MW0 slides through. And Furia don't want to let this round go just yet.
There's an extremely messy afterplant, and there's one bit of util I want to highlight there, Pavlos, from the breach of Furia. They use the aftershocks on their own position to obscure the vision into main. Very, very cool bit of tech there. And it does mean that even though you're still going to see, even though bullets are going to come your way, it gives you that sort of half a second of hesitation. And when you're at this level, Pavlos, half a second might as well be a century. The ults all coming online now, practically. The stage is set for another messy round, and we are going to see an extremely fast bit of util usage here, as Furia wants to, well, accelerate onto this B site.
Talk about acceleration. That's exactly what they're going to do. Polvi though, oh, he's going in enemy lines. Expected so far. Rolling Thunder though, they want to take market control. One player might be caught out. Spike going to go down. MW0 picks up the kill, but Polvi and Russ find their way out to the back line. Polvi has made his appearance known. Showstopper is going to be enough. That is GE showing who is boss and getting themselves on match point.
Just when Furia poke their head above the parapet, just when it looks like that they might be able to find their way back into this half, GE, or should I say Polvi, responds violently, swiftly, and ruthlessly. The showstopper at that point felt like overkill, Pavlos, but it simply didn't matter. 12-6 for Furia. Viper Spit available, but in order to even use that, they've got to get onto these sites, something which GE has been preventing them from doing pretty admirably for the last couple of rounds.
The half ended 7-5. Since then, GE have won every single one until, except for one, really. Can they keep that streak going? Finding fast in trouble. MW0, good shot. Down to 5 points of health. But it's still a player's deficit.
Global Esports here. Going aggressive once again towards main. I like the fact they're still they're trying to re-clear for map control. But that being said, Furia, they do the exact same strategy which Global were doing in the earlier rounds of the first half, where instead they go quiet. They let their opponents stew in almost paranoia, Pavlos. 50 seconds left on the clock. Global now. Seeds of doubt starting to hatch, and you see the rotation over to B, but Pavlos, they've gambled wrong.
Plays King. Will you be enough? That's one. Decent trade. A weapon upgrade available for Furia. That's going to be the A-site take for them.
Not much to work with from Global here as well. A lot of their utility on the Viper has been expended. Only a single snake bite to work with. And already a player down going into this. And those bad weapons that were on Furia already mitigated by picking up the falling comrades of GE. Viper's been expended. At what point does this become a save?
Yeah, definitely don't want to go out without a fight. Let's see what they've got here. Russ, only player to get a kill for GE so far in this take. Sprays down desperately, trying to find a shot through the Viper's pit as Iliazi tries to square things up himself. Russ, oh, that's some damage. Both players of Furia are low, but MW0 finds himself the back line. Furia not gonna get let go just yet.
I think that was 11 HP total they had there, Pavlos. They were moments away from going out with two of the players not even seeing Russ. They certainly felt his light. 5 rounds now to climb for Furia. It's still a mountain, but they've made first base. And you know what I like, Pavlos? I'll tell you what I like. That operator comes out on Polvi.
I mean, last time we did see the
limited
operator.
success.
It's, yeah, it didn't see any success, I'd say, at all.
Now's the chance for redemption. Bear in mind, Skills still with a Viper's Pit, and it seems like he's shied away from using it this map, apart from the second we bring it up.
Yes, it's sort of a theme for Skills.
Yeah.
Trying to use it at the best moment. Might sometimes prohibit him from... But this time he does. MW0 first blood yet again. He's being quite the troublemaker for this GE side.
And MW0 will be delighted to retrieve that operator as well. Bear in mind, MW0 top fracking the server. He has had an incredible game so far. And he's going to look to continue that streak here as Furia set their gaze to an assault for this A site.
Approaches on. GE defend with 2. Russ, no more. MW0 picking up that op. It's done quite a bit. Lightning fast on side though. Can he stay quiet? Oh, season plays. Not even good for one. MW0 is taking this game personally and wants to take over. Skills, the only player remaining, he's on the wrong side of the map. Has to respect it. Allow Fury to pick up this round. They're not even going for the spike plant. I guess they're just going to wait to give it to MW0 for overdrive to be available. A very smart decision. And that basically puts Furia on an 8th round, just a few away from GE's round score.
That economy that a mere few rounds ago was thriving is now starting to scrape the bottom of the penny jar. Skills, only about 450 credits to his name. The rest of GE, they desperately need this Phantom to be saved because they're going to lack teeth going into our 21st. And for Furia, it couldn't have been better. They've been given an operator. MW0 has now got another overdrive to work with. And better still, in keeping everyone alive, they themselves are going to start to feel the luxuries of interest rate.
Skills. He's being chased after. Uh-oh. I guess he lives, I assume. And with that, we'll save that weapon into the next round. For Furia, though, that's ultimates being created. Tempo paced up for them. Is it enough? GE definitely want to take this time to figure out the plan in which they'll be closing this game out on. Only one round required up for them after all.
Absolutely. And I mean, for Global Esports here, they only need one. Bear in mind that they're about to approach their next ult cycle anyway, so they have the window of opportunity about to present itself. How do they set up for that window? How do they set up to close out this match, just get it over with, and force us the breeze?
If it is going to be a GE victory here, do you think they've got it in a 3-mapper? Or is it going to be a 2-0 affair?
I think it's a 3-mapper. I think that from what we saw of GE's breeze, it required quite a bit of work. I don't know if the work that it required is going to be fulfilled in the space of just a day.
So you're expecting a Furia Breeze win. So for GE, if they want a chance in the series, this map is definitely necessary.
It's crucial, Pavlos.
All right.
I mean, with Haven as the last map, I think GE, I mean, judging by how they've been playing these last couple of series, I think that Haven may be a map that suits them. But, I mean, for Furia, for MW0, I should say, any map that requires an operator is a luxury for them.
GE not going to fight this close. At least this one drive will make it slow for Furia. One drive, one-way smoke to make it difficult on that right-hand side for now. Furia going to pace it out. Last time this happened, it was kind of Furia's anticipation that GE could go aggressive.
Yeah.
But for a second time running, that is definitely not the case.
I like it. GE aren't going to play Furia's games. They're instead going to play what suits them, relax a bit, see what Furia are going to do. Remember, they're the attackers. They've got to make that first move. And it looks like Tiles is going to be the position they fight for here. A lot of damage done to MW0 early on here.
That's going to hinder his confidence for sure. How much of a change will it make? Thrasher taken out by Russ, clearing out, and he'll be able to reuse that again. I'm quite a fan of the way Russ has been using this Gecko.
Yeah.
Taking basically the abilities that can be used to their absolute value. Furia, on the other hand, you can definitely tell they're going to move into this B site now with a double-sided approach. They need to be careful, though, because there is going to be a push coming in from GE in mid, but instead MW0 was pushing himself. Blaze King does win it out in the end. Conan looks to trade, but GE have got this all locked and loaded. Only 2 kills elude them from closing out this entire map. Scales, not the right crossfire placement, but he might have the correction there in time. Russ does trade it out eventually. Oyazi, what can you do here? He's even got from the shadows, but not much time to get the TP over. 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Can he get the spike down? No. Chooses against it. Lightning fast, looking to move in here for market. Paranoia towards him. TP out. Shroud step. Gonna get him out of there. But it is Blaze King moving into sight to secure the dub for GE. 13-8, the final score. Global Esports get map number 1.
They put themselves on the board, Pavlos. They show not just us, they show India that they are a team to fear.
Definitely a strong map from the Global Esports side. Definitely one that they required. Furia did try and give us a fight by the end of that one, but they've got a long way to go if they want to end up securing this series. Best of 3 series, of course, with Reed coming up next. That is the best chance they will get. GE are loving this one. The global players enjoy the home crowd support.
Absolutely, and I mean, I want to highlight Russ's Gecko, because for me, the use of that Thrasher to be able to get sort of 2-3 cycles out of it before the execution even comes in from Furia is such a wise way to use it, and you're no longer using it as a way to disarm and counteract, you're instead using it as a way to gain information, which is something which Gecko players haven't really used, at least not at the professional level for at least mainstream yet.
Yeah, it's the fact that we haven't really seen enough Gecko, right? That is definitely the way to play it, and the most effective way to do it. But enough rambling on for us. It's the analysts, the more clever ones, if you will, that can break this all down for us.
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, Kramer and Pavlos. We can literally feel the Mountfall Convention Center just vibrating from the energy. The GE fans are insane, and this game just, question is it really the home crowd buff?
I mean, I would say so, of course. You know, the crowd is something that always, gives you that little bit of extra oomph. And compared to day one, clearly there is, an upscale of voices and an upscale of number of people as well. And this is something that I actually wanted to point out as well, right? The crowd is something that the Brazilians are proud of, right? Especially when we saw them lock-in.
Yeah.
But here, we are seeing them against it, and clearly they're taking in the pressure.
And I mean, a team being quite young as they are as well, that actually could get the better of them at certain moments too. They don't have tenure to be able to defend themselves mentally. That's where having a assistant coach can come in and help you on that mark as well.
Yeah, but coming into Sunset, this is Global Esports map pick, and I think there's a lot of, a lot of conversations. I think we saw the same moment this morning when we saw Gen.G having a rough run, and now GE started to step up. They really have managed to pull themselves together. Let's talk a little bit about I think the lineup from Furia. New Zera playing something that wasn't played in the previous time they played on Sunset.
When I look at this, I think you want to take risks and everything. It certainly was an agent composition that Global weren't expecting coming in towards this one, but I have to give them a commendation for how quickly they were able to adapt against the speed that MW0 was coming at them as well, because you also have to remember at that point in time, Furia themselves need to also back up MW0, and it feels like at certain times there was a bit of a disconnect. There was some good tandem plays coming through from the guys over at Global as well, and I have to say it, I asked earlier on, the performance that we're getting from Russ on the Gecko, would it have been, something-esque? He topped up on the team as well, so I'm absolutely blown away by what the change has been from Global in these 2 days.
Yeah, and you can really clearly see how much of an impact that MW0 has had alone on this matchup, right? 8 rounds that they've gotten, I'm pretty sure all 8 have been on the back of him at least getting a 1 kill minimum, because he's on 29-14 all by his lonesome on top of the mountain, and then there's a bunch of GE players right below him, and then comes Conan once again, who's had a little bit of an impact, because the Yasi, Havoc, and Khalil clearly could not handle what Global Esports were doing. And I think that the one parallel that you can draw here is the fact that they too did not have a Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of space, a lot of gaps that could be coming out in this one. I mean, when you look at it, it's both sides, right? So you've got to question yourselves, what were Global doing that Furia were not? They were taking space. They were making sure that Russ was getting good timing and good repetition on the Thrashers specifically as well. Good usage on the Dizzy, and just overall good plays to come out from Global, that they had each other's back. I feel like that was one of the biggest things that was a detriment to their potential success in their game previously. But coming into this, they've had the discussions, they've had the talks and everything, but for Polvi, I mean, we're talking, compare him to CNED, right? Coming in towards this one, Polvi was absent, but like when CNED was absent, the rest of the team stepped up.
Yeah, that's what I really wanted to highlight as well. When it comes to Furia, yes, you have MW0, the power was the impact to come through. But again, you have to remind each other that this is a 5-man game. In a lot of situations, yes, MW0 wants to just drag his whole team into the next round to the finish line, but the rest of his teammates weren't able to. Why?
Yeah, I think that the most important factor for global esports, to stop this Furia execution was the fact that they read those, MW0, surrounded executes, right? They had the stun from both MW0 himself and the breach, and the way that they were actually playing was instant aggression right up front, making sure that they set up MW0 for success. Yes, a couple of rounds he got it, but then global esports were able to read it. They made sure that on their attack, they're holding back a little, making sure that they don't give MW0 what he needs, and making sure that even though he runs by them, they're going to let him do his thing and then approach him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, MW0, the amount of opening kills that he was able to get, if I'm looking at this 29 kills that MW0 actually puts up, just that as a statement, the closest being Conan on 14, but he doesn't unfortunately get the MVP overall. Blaze King, and I was going to mention him previously as well, because I feel like coming into this, the amount of assists just coming through from all of the utility as well, something like 90% getting involved in all of these duels is absolutely phenomenal.
I think what's really good is coming to see how GE is coming together as a picture instead of like separated puzzle pieces. There were a lot of question marks on GE playing on day one. Yes, each of them are very, very mechanically skilled, but in terms of where they are in how they played, it was all over the place. But today, yeah, very, very. But now today, you start to see this sort of, a connect from each other, how they enable each other, and how exactly they can kind of really help their teammates really step up and not rely on one person only.
Yeah, it's more of a refined approach, right? The number one thing that I noticed was Polvi being a little more active towards taking map control rather than taking aim fights, right? And he did that constantly towards mid. Global Esports had more of an impact when they went to that mid region, trying to exploit the fact that they can split Furia into two halves and then approach the site that was required. And Furia too were kind of complacent at places where they were too, I would say, intensive in terms of wanting to take aim fights, and they ended up losing their players. And at the end, it was just MW0 who was trying to get them out of these sticky situations.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it previously when Sunset was played. The attacking team was always the one kind of taking space over towards mid. Defensive teams in the renditions were happy to take elbow, were happy to push through B main and everything. So it definitely does show that the research was put in from the coaching staff of Global, from the players themselves. They came up with a different strategy, and it worked.
Yeah, and I really want to see a comparison between two of the players in the game just now. And honestly, when you see, we talked a lot about Russ and MW0. I mean, for Russ, he is the IGL. He is the one that's trying to make sure the team is going in top form, making sure that they're able to just follow through all the plans. But MW0 coming with a 381 ACS compared to the rest of his team is, I don't know, something that's really surprising me here.
Yeah, I mean, doing the calling, going in first with his team, supporting them, getting all the information, using all the flashes, getting good kills. He's doing it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of times you also saw these individualities coming in from the other teammates of Russ as well, right? Lightning Fast with that 4K in the one round. A lot of lurks coming around from Global Esports, especially when they were on their defense. And of course, we had, the startup was from Blaze King himself, right? He started with the 4K in round number 4, where, they were starting with the mid takes. That's where the game actually started changing for them, because that's where they started showing us that they've learned what Vitality threw at them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the turning point was just a little bit after that in round number 5, right? The quick lineup for us, stuck at the back of the site on A, and then you're doubling down the round after, the 4K to come through from Lightning Fast. I mean, you hear the eruption in the arena. I think that was one of the loudest ones that we actually got to hear in that map, and it only got louder from there. So when I look towards what we just saw in map number 1, I'm hoping that we don't see any fall-offs from this team, because Breeze is more of a known quantity when it comes into these two teams.
Speaking of that, we saw a lot of the Polvi step-ups on day 1, I believe, when we start to see those 3Ks, the 4Ks come through, especially on Breeze, which is going to be the map that we are going to go to after. And it felt like a lot of, I would say, pressure was on his shoulders. Now, today is going to be very different. We saw in Sunset, a lot of pressure is off his shoulders. He's able to rely on his teammates. He has this idea that, okay, my job as duelist is just to give that space. Once they're done, okay, everyone's going to step up, especially from Blaze King himself. What are we going to be expecting on Breeze?
I would say that they're going to if they're confident to continue the same, composition on Sunset, I'm pretty sure they're going to go for what they did on Breeze once again, because there's no reason to change things if it's not broken, at least in front of Furia.
Well, I mean, Furia changed something, and it wasn't necessarily broken last time as well.
Yeah.
This time, could you call it broken? I mean, there were a lot of pieces that were looking connected. MW0 was certainly grabbing the team and really trying to drag them. But I mean, coming in towards Breeze, you get it as your own map pick. I mean, it probably is the map where if you were going with a game plan for different agents, you don't want to be questioning yourselves now, given the result of the first map. You have to still go forward with the discussions that you had previously, because 13-8, you've got quite a decent distance in the map that's just being played. You can't let yourselves get in your own heads, because again, I'll mention it, the youngest team that we've got here.
Yeah, true, absolutely. And coming into Breeze, of course, the last time they played, this was something that I pointed out as well. I'm not quite sure why they made this change, even though it's something that you would say, all right, it's not too much of a, a detriment, but they did put skills on the Cypher, and they had Lightning Fast on the Viper on Breeze, right? Now, skills, he's clearly shown that he's got what it takes to play on the Viper, and in the previous edition, like I mentioned this time and time again, Lightning Fast's Cypher is something to behold. It's really, really powerful, especially on that map of Breeze, because he knows how to lurk in a capacity of a Sentinel who knows on Breeze, especially when the timings on mid from the B, tunnel position are so important.
And I mean, when you compare him against what would be expected, the counterpart, Khalil, right? I mean, the performance speaks for itself. Another kind of lackluster, under-the-weather performance. The bottom of the scoreboard in its entirety, 5 kills to come out through on the Viper on the previous map, just isolated time and time again. So if the switch is to be flicked whatsoever, it is now coming into the next map. Because if you had told me in the very beginning that Furia was staring down the barrel of, being against Global and not getting a map at least, and this is the performance where MW0 is still just absolutely dragging them through, I would have said you joked.
Honestly, I think it's very interesting when you talk about that. I mean, let's take a step back. Let's go back to day number 1 on Breeze. So I think that we saw a lot of, I would say, disconnects from all the players of GE playing that particular map of Breeze. They were all over the place. They weren't able to stop Vitality's really aggressive sort of plays coming forward. Basically, Vitality was able to not only take the site, but most of the fights were happening to the back of site. So if there were any changes that were to be happening from GE, what do you expect to see?
I think the one thing is the fact that they constantly left that Cypher on B, right? They didn't really try to experiment with what skills can maybe do. So I think that A side approach maybe needs to be a little bit more, refined in terms of how, because the Cypher chipwires on A are actually really, sneaky. And we saw that from Safe, right? That's what caught Russ off guard multiple times, where he was stuck in those wires and they just kind of, isolated them. Cage through, shoot, finish. I think that's what GE need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even going to add to the fact that it is going to be a different composition that they're going up against right now, or expected to, because I just remember Kicks, the flashes that were getting in was a little bit of a stir in the pot when it came towards Breeze.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about when it comes to Breeze. Both teams seem to really try to see what they want to do coming forward. It is either a do or die moment, 2-0 in the favor of Global Esports, or we'll be seeing a map 3 is the question. So before we go into the game, we're going to have a 1-minute break. And then when we come back onto the casters, Pablo and Kramer, we're waiting for you.
Chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of
time. It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
back. We're back for the second map of the series, and I couldn't be more excited to see how this one turns out. It's on Breeze. We are playing on After All, where Furia has had successes and G not so much.
That's very true, but that also being said, on Furia right now, the only player who looks like this here is MW0. It feels like a little bit of a quieter game from everyone else.
It does feel like that, and when you look at it on the other side, you've got a very coordinated GE, I'd say. I think the fact that the crowd is routing for them is definitely enabling them. After every single play they have, they get energized, and you saw Lightning Fast a couple of times, maybe some of the others, I don't think we got to see all of them. They just got out of their chairs and screamed and were so happy about it. But I believe we got to jump into the agent select as well, right? Because without agents, there's no game.
There's no Valorant.
There's no Valorant. Let's have a look. Pretty standard.
Yeah, this
and the exact same from both sides.
Yeah, mirror matchup, pretty standard from either side. My eyes are definitely going to be on Polvi and on MW0. For Polvi, it feels like with the operator, he had very little success over on Sunset. Now that we move to Breeze, a map which is dictated by how well your operator players can do, I worry how he's going to match up against MW0, who right now is on fire.
Yeah, still, both of the teams are relying on a single controller approach. Yeah. You know, that's a double controller has been more prevalent recently, so them going back to the old and tested sort of comp will be interesting. But I hope you guys are ready for this one because we're jumping straight into game. It's Breeze, everybody. Make some noise for this one. It's G versus Furia. I hope you guys are back in your seats because this one is going to be a banger.
That it is, Pavlos, and well, with Furia starting on the defense, Global Esports on the attack, set up for what looks like a fairly fast hit towards this B site, running straight into the awaiting Cypher setup with a Sova in the form of Conan there to aid them in this endeavor.
Start off, it's going to have to be this B site take. Fairly passive setup there from Furia. The Cypher setup is going to slow them down just a little bit. Ooh, Conan, first blood, going to Furia. And it looks like Polvi wants to go a little bit aggro here. Will he be supported with any flash? I think Russ is a bit occupied right now, and Polvi's going to have to do it all by himself. He's got assistance from Blaze King after all, so G have brought themselves right back up with that 3v3.
Three-man flank coming their way now, and with low HP on almost all of the members here of GE, that Sheriff on MW0 is going to be so damn scary.
Repositioning from Blaze King to have a crossfire set up together with his teammate. That's going to be good enough for him to grab another one. He's going to turn his attention towards him. MW0 good with two. It's going to be good enough. Triple by MW0 to cripple Global's pistol.
We said that Sheriff is going to be scary when everyone is so damn low on HP, and it is just that. MW0 showing no signs of cooling down or slowing down between maps now. And as Furia get off to a flying start on a Breeze, the question now goes towards Global Esports as to how they look to respond and how this eco is going to be tailored.
We start to see some smiles already from the Furia side.
This goes here.
It's good to see MW0 already with 3 kills on the first round. Not too bad, not too shabby. It looks like it's a force buy from GE. Spectres and Stingers around.
They're going to try the same strat again. I like this, Pavlos. I really like this.
And this time the Furia setup looking slightly differently.
That it is. However, with MW0 there, with the Guardian, it's going to be a lot of initial damage coming their way.
Oh, damage from Khalil. Doing work with his Bulldog, still holding his ground. Oh, damage onto Russ, not quite good enough. Ends up finishing off skills, but it is GE that have equalized the score when in terms of the players alive.
Down to the 3 versus 3 now, Pavlos. It's still damaged players on GE, but this time the weapons looking a little bit better.
Lightning Fast on the back end, but Blaze King finds first shot. Blaze King wanting to go in for more, but having none of that. Russ, so good to react to that one, but Lightning Fast in retaliation. You get 1 round, we get the second, Global says.
The force buy catches them flat-footed, and I tell you what, Global, they do such a good job at isolating the 2 players on that site. The flash to force MW0 back, then the overwhelming push onto the Cypher, who just doesn't get out in time, is a great way to execute onto that site. And then for Blaziken, it just helps that his aim is impeccable to Avalos. Level pegging once again, and Global showing us that potentially they've been able to adapt their Breeze. Potentially, Pavlos, it's got a bit better than the last time we saw it.
I think it's a statement telling Furia, there's no resting, guys.
Yeah.
You think you guys have an easy round? No. You've come to our home ground. You've come to India. You work with our rules.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
Well, maybe the rule of the jungle here is Skills gets ready to take a very early duel with Khalil.
I think I just saw a bird fly. It surprised me. Anyway, Furia. What are they going to do with this one? Sometimes you want to take risk on these pistols, and that's what MW0 is doing, but it's not a collective risk. Sort of trying to see if they can ease out an advantage somewhere.
That allows them to do just that. It's a fairly slow round for the time being. G realized that Fury have got to address somewhere, and MW0, he's sort of probing, he's breaking utility, but it's not the big extension that we're sort of waiting to see from the arm of Furia.
G trying to sell the B-side holds, but I think for Furia, I think they're happy they've got 4 players here, given that this is going to be where the push is going to be taking place. Probably leading the charge. Snake bite to at least hinder some of the places that they could be hiding out on.
Left.
Furia being patient on this one, trying to see if they can surprise them, maybe obfuscating their movements, and at the end of that one, actually, it's Havoc come out on top. Russ with the wraparound. It's only a go, and there's one player looking his direction. It's difficult, Havoc having the better hand, but it buys enough time for Lightning Fast and Blazer King to turn onto the other side. Conan keeping it close, but no upgraded weapons yet. Polvi with a Vandal on a one-on-one. Damage onto Corvin, but it's Polvi coming out on top.
It is by no means pretty, Pavlos. No means at all. However, Global Esports, they take the lead 2-1, and the only thing that separated them from defeat there was 15 HP on some funny Finn.
Let's go.
Let's go. You look at the ult management as well now, Pavlos. MW0 about to bring out a Blade Storm. A full buy from either side. Russ looking at that null command, as is Polvi. But it's a neural theft for Khalil and the Hunter's Fury for Blaziken that are going to be the big difference makers in this round. And for Global Esports, now they start setting their gauge to A main, a position in which they've neglected thus far in the map. Furia, it seems to be on the back foot, with no money to spare. They can't risk being too aggressive here.
So MW0's position right here has 2 aspects to it. One, if they do push through mid, it's an off angle that sometimes doesn't get checked, or it's a crossfire opportunity. 2, it's a really quick rotate position, right? Wherever the fight commences, he can get there quite quickly. So for this one in particular, G moving it towards this A site, you might expect MW0 to move into the double doors setup quickly enough, and that will allow them to have a 4-player defense onto A.
That it will, man. I mean, we saw what a 4-player defense could do with an eco. Imagine what they're going to be like with rifles. Khalil flashed out of the position, a bit of a fake being sold here. The Blazer King to open the Hunter's Fury.
Polvi, impressive. Havoc, not yet spotted. Opportunity, missed. And that means that G are ahead, 4v3. Havoc Conan on his own, holds his own. MW0 is there to assist him though. Lightning Fast trying to move forward to get into the step position. MW0 denies it. MW0 coming alive. Skills all that remains. 1 of 3, 2 players are low from Furia. Oh, Khalil finds the headshot. Needle within the haystack, and that's Furia on the board.
It's a beautiful spot of repositioning there from Khalil as well. The second he sees that Cypher cage go up, he anticipates that the Skills is going to try something a little bit booky. He may not go to A main as we may think. And for Furia, thankfully, MW0 is still around. A great execute, a great retake from him there. And for Global Esports, Pavlos, it feels like they're quite slow to plant the spike once they actually get onto these bomb sites. For Global Esports, though, out comes the first operator in the hands of Polvi.
This goes here.
And with a neural theft to accompany it, Furia, what are they going to do to potentially counteract this? MW0 would very much like that operator should Polvi commit to it, but it may very well just be a Blade Storm round from him.
Might be a mid push, a very
Marshall
mid crunch.
Get out of my way!
I don't know, man. I don't know why you sounded like Yoda there. You're like a Marshall.
Yeah, it comes as a bit of a surprise. Especially when there's the option for a rifle. However, Havoc, the push through A main, going to catch out Skills. The rest of Global Esports now going to have to rely on the blade source from both of these players now. Both of these units. Polvi's good for 1. He wins the cutlery battle. It goes down to a 4v4.
Definition of Finnish acrobatics. It might not get gold in the Olympics, but Polvi's definitely showing there's some skill in this country. Did that connect?
Here.
I feel like it did.
It may have. Well, he has to be careful though. He does only have 40 HP, so an overextension here can be punished very quickly.
Furia
Here.
might be catching Polvi off guard here. No, instead it's Khalil to pick him up instead. So all of a sudden, Global in trouble.
Look how unguarded the safe site is for G. They may have outmaneuvered them.
And look at Russo, he might be able to catch out the rotation, but instead he's the one caught off.
30
And now,
seconds left.
with that, Global leave their hopes in terms of 2 players, Lightning Fast and Blaze King, to try and save it all.
They're peppering utility towards mid, however, there is still need that first kill. They need it fast as well, because Furia, already with control in main, means that GE, they have to pick an angle and fight for it, and against the neural theft.
There's a chess game being played out here. GE wanting to play towards spawn, but Furia reading it, meaning that they can play from 2 positions here freely. And that's going to mean that also Furia picks another round.
Yeah, great stuff from them, and it feels like that operator on Polvi didn't, well, the attempt at the operator on Polvi didn't quite get the mileage it needed. And I raised the question when he got the Marshal. There was the option there for the rifle. It feels like that Marshal was to accompany a Blade Storm.
Yeah.
It felt like for Polvi there, he was half committed.
Hey, Razor joining fight.
Here.
You know what's being said
to
there?
see it. No idea.
This is a nice spot. Yes, that goes there.
GE fighting Pavlos, and
they're fighting to equalize things right now, because Furia found a couple of rounds in a row, and Furia with momentum is a dangerous tiger.
You want to talk about momentum? Russ has that no command, so Global Esports can set up for an extremely quick execution here. However, it may be exactly what Furia are expecting. Look how passive the setup is on both A and B here. They are anticipating Global to thrust themselves into a site as quick as possible.
Spike dropped.
But they do take a pause now. Respect given over from Furia. And a movement towards elbow here from the attacking side. Very passive for Furia, actually.
You are powerless.
No command. Activated. Not affecting many players. G has been using Russ for fakes quite a lot, but this time it's not a fake, it's not an obfuscation, it's a complete direct hit onto the B site, and Furia have read it, respected it. And that retake is going to be 4-player retake. Conan trying to interrupt the plant here, and he's done well to do so. That allows movement from MW0. Rush tries to stop it, but eventually this fight will be going down, and Skills collects a kill to put them on even higher ground.
Furia, if they want to get back into this Pavlos, they need that kill, and they need it fast.
Holding out onto the side, Russ, sideline. What a swing by Havoc, flashed out of their minds, and that Conan is even giving them more firepower. Polvi goes ring around the rosy, but got so many players he's got to deal with, and Havoc played so well this round, there's no way Furia wouldn't collect it.
What's a retake from Havoc there, Pavlos. He dances around that pillar, he uses both his flashes and Russ's flashes, actually, to position himself. It allows him to get center sight, pivots around pillar, just as how we saw Polvi doing it there. And Furia, they bring out their first operator of the game on MW0. Pavlos, I couldn't think of anything scarier.
I couldn't think of anything prettier. That's a nice trophy.
That's a lovely trophy.
Yeah, and that's what these 2 teams are fighting. Well, they're not really. They're not fighting for anymore, are they? Yeah, because there's no chance they get into the finals.
This is a
but
match.
yeah, fighting for the glory, fighting for bragging rights.
Yeah. I like the fact that GE have gone for fairly early timeouts. I think one of the curses they had in their game against Vitality, is that when they were calling their timeouts, it felt like it was already too late.
Yeah, that's definitely an adaptation from them, and
I feel like
I'm not sure who's entertaining who. I feel like the crowd is entertaining us more than we are.
Yeah, we're missed spectators. I genuinely
I think they should be on a payroll, not us.
Rahul is like 90% lung. That's genuinely all he's made of. GE.
I'm pretty sure he sounds louder than the rest of the crowd.
Yeah, combined.
And by the way, this is me throwing shots at the crowd. You guys got to be a bit louder.
Yeah, you got to be louder. Got to drown him out. The GE. It's going to be a bit of a shaky buy. Bulldogs come out, there's the odd sheriff here or there. It's certainly not what you want to wield going up against the revelation of the operator over on MW0, and he's not going to waste a second in going aggressive here. Instantly going for an aggressive peek through mid, as GE, well, they ready once again to assault this B site.
MW0 has rotated over quite quickly. Khalil, nice little tripwire trap onto Polvi. NW0 waiting for the smoke to go down, perhaps to take his attack, but no. G double back from it. They said, enough of that, no more.
Enough's enough. Skills. He seems to have outpositioned Furia here. Having got fairly deep onto this site, he's going to telegraph that to the rest of his team that this is clear.
I think Liazi knows how much space he's given over, so he's
Yeah,
definitely
I love
aware of
this.
this, respecting it. And he's not going to move there in alone, so they're giving GE the space. Spike will be going down, but Skills hasn't given it a single inch or hint that he's in that position. I love that MW0 is checking this. That is so good from him. Definitely shows why he's at this skill level. Not keeping anything to chance. Can't turn on to Blazer King in time, so maybe not the chance here, especially when Skills gets another. Traded by Conan, and Havoc is doing his work. Russ, Sheriff, but at least he's got the spike planted for him.
Trying his best here to dance around these pyramids, but no. It's completely overwhelmed. Khalil, it's a nice shot. And with that, Furia are going to extend their lead that bit further. For Global Esports, the timeout did not work out. And with 5 rounds to play with, Global Esports, they desperately need to start at least putting something back on the board.
Hey, at least the timeout, I do believe it would have been for this next round, right? Because the previous one, there were Sheriffs, Bulldogs, wasn't quite the most favorable round for them. But I'm liking the way they're playing around the map. Maybe with better guns in their arsenal, they'll have a better chance of closing this one out, at least getting a bit closer to Furia. The half's not over, right?
Yeah.
There's 12 rounds and a half, no, only 7 being played. That's about half. A bit more than half, but you get what I mean. I don't do maths, I'm a caster.
Out comes that operator for Polvi as well, so we are going to see the first operator duel of this map. And something I want to mention is Global Esports haven't tried getting up mid through through B shorts yet. Instead, it's been fairly regimented as to how they're getting onto these sites and a little bit one-dimensional.
Well, that's the first pick from NW0. And G, now without their lurker skills. Rush spotted, respected. Furia are giving a lot of respect to GE and giving them so much space.
It is. GE now with a man deficit. However, that Viper Spit available for Lightning Fast could very well be the difference maker, at least in this retake, especially when it means that NW0 is going to lose impact with that operator. Colby swaps out weapon, getting ready to dart onto this site now. But it's going to be a 3 versus 5, Pavlos.
Yeah,
things go from bad to worse with 30 seconds left. What could GE do?
You definitely need a pick here. And with NW0 finding shots through walls, Blazer King being no more, it's just becoming easier and easier. And to be fair, we haven't really seen NW0 on operator today, and now we're showing why he should be on that big gun. 3 kills. Yeah, this team hasn't needed to do nothing. That's why they've made space. That's not why they're not taking any confrontations, because they're like, NW0, I think we've got a treat for you. Just come over here and get a kill for me real quick. I feel like that's the whole mentality of it. And because of that, not a single player on this Brazilian side has taken any damage this round.
That big gun, Pavlos, that big scary gun. That big scary Furia and that big scary NW0, who is going to bring 6 to Furia now, guaranteeing at least a draw in this first half. As Global Esports once again have to figure out what beats Furia, what makes them tick.
Do you know what's scary to me? Every time I see dolls like that in, not in a store fashion, wearing, clothes, showing off clothes and stuff, I always think of Weeping Angels. I don't know if anybody knows a reference out there of Doctor Who. I always think of Weeping Angels. If you stop looking at them, they'll come after you. So every time I see something like that, it just scares me.
NW0 scares me, Pavlos.
Yeah. 4 and 5. GE. They can't help it, but they're always playing off a disadvantage.
Yeah. And Fury comes out to try and level the man count, but unfortunately for Blaziken, Furia have to have some pretty good movement with them, and well, with very little damage done to the remaining 4 players, GE once again have to reevaluate how they attack here. Through the wall, Blaziken strikes back, NW0 turns out he is mortal.
And at least GE now on level playing ground. Now they've got an opportunity to try and take over. What is concerning for me is that they've split up. And yes, okay, you may try and fake something out, but then you can't guarantee a trade.
Absolutely right here, Russ. He's going to try and accelerate to be accompanied by Blazer King. Only Conan to worry about.
Oh, Flash is going to really affect Conan here, and the fact that...
down, B.
I do believe BlazeKing had his recon out, couldn't shoot back, but eventually gets the trade still. A 2v2, and with Spike going down, and a rotate coming through from Lightning Fast, this is going to be a close one.
Especially with the Azzy going for such a big flank, but out comes that Viper's Fist, and all of a sudden, flanks may not matter, Pavlos. Angles do not matter. Furia have got to wade their way through the green ooze to get onto this site.
Can GE finally get around? Will Furia forever hold the lead? In and out of the Viper's Pit, Liazzi takes it down. Furia want to deny this. All down to BlazeKing. Spike in his realm. Viper's Pit returns. In he goes, gets one, doesn't realize he's done damage to the second. BlazeKing swings, and that is going to be the third kill. Global finally break their drought.
They strike back. The grey, green, and greasy ooze happens to favor them this time around. And every time we cut back to the GE fans, another Valorant agent is there to support them.
This is not fair at this point. Not only is Furia playing against the GE, they're playing against another set of players, another set of agents, and an entire crowd as well.
Is that a Marshal that the Viper has?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the eco's going to be sorted then. You've got an extra Marshal to play with.
It's a very good eco if you've got an Odin as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what? I quite like this. A round one by GE into their own timeout. It's unorthodox, sure, but it could be that they want Furia to sort of sit in the revelry that they've just lost a 1 versus 2, having almost immediately lost the Viper's ult as it was committed.
You know how all these 5 agents could make up a team? Wouldn't be a very practical one, right? 2 duelists, two controllers, and a sentinel. I mean, it's better than the ones I'd find in comp in my solo queue endeavors.
That's because you're silver, Pavlos.
I'm not, I'm diamond, come on.
Are you now?
Yeah.
You actually are silver?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, all right. You've improved since when we played.
We need to play more, mate. We need to play more, but still, back in it.
MW0, another operator to work with. 3 rounds left of this half. These 3 rounds are going to be very telling as to whether or not we'll be seeing Haven or not in this series. Skills, Neural Theft available. Havoc 1 away from his null command. And for GE, what looks like another default here as Mid seems to have been eluding GE for quite a while here. They've not really put too much pressure there outside of trying to get through door.
Yeah, it's interesting because Furia haven't even been challenging it either, so
yeah,
could have been missed potential, untapped perhaps. But this time around, Furia are looking through it, pressuring in through double doors, occasionally diving past it. But as soon as the Poison Cloud has made its way in that direction, you can see the defenders moving back. Very slow. Question marks for Furia. Pretty much playing in the dark right now.
That they are. Looks like GE setting up for an execution to A here, actually with that mid control. There's MW0 to try and neutralize one of the angles of attack here.
He's done this so many times. So many times as Furia played off of a numbers advantage. And now the rotation from GE towards the B site has sort of been read. Here. And Khalil doesn't really need to show his presence. He's got so many positions he can hide in. He's yet to be checked. Conan is there to assist.
30 seconds
GE
left.
Taking so much time to try and clear it all out. There goes Khalil. He's made his position known, but all he needs to do is wait for his team here. And that's exactly what he's done. Polvi does take him down. Polvi doubles up. Polvi triples up. Havoc during return of his own. And we're still on level footing with BlazeKing coming in from mid.
There's not much time left at all, Pavlos. 10 seconds to work with lightning fast. He's got to get to this site.
He's made a lot of noise though, BlazeKing has, and Polvi knows of his position. Spike will be going down. They've got more time to work with now. BlazeKing coming out on top, which means MW0 is going to do it alone, but if there's anyone to do it, it's got to be him. Operator, not the best weapon in this situation. Oh, you can see BlazeKing going all the way around again. Oh, look at Lightning Fast playing ring around the Rosie. Not giving him an inch, waiting for BlazeKing to come in, and that's exactly what gives GE the win, closing up the gap, boasting up the score, up to 4 rounds.
Remember, Pavlos, for every operator that's reinvested by Furia here, that economy is going to get pummeled very, very quickly. And for Global Esports, the option to retrieve it for Polvi, or the option just to continue with this rifle, is theirs to make. I believe they retrieved it for Polvi, and for good reason. MW0, he has not shied away from these long-range duels. And the man himself, Polvi, absolutely saving the round for GE there. Look at the ult management as well. All sorts being racked up. As we go into our 11th, as we go into our 12th, I believe that it's going to be a messy ooze of abilities to work through.
Yeah, big turnaround there from GE, to be fair. Playing off a player's advantage, especially with MW0, keep on giving. But the fact that they know that they can bring it back from a 4v5, let's be fair, in a close fashion, still good hopes for them. Ovi giving the operator a good college try.
Oh, he's hoping for the timing now on the jump spot. What angle does he commit to? MW0 also looking to commit to an angle, this time though through mid, an angle which has brought him great success over the last couple, or over this map so far even.
This B-side is a fortress, I'm telling you. 2 wires, Sova as well, that will reveal you, even behind smoke. Conan delivers. Khalil can't quite find it. Instead he drops, while their opponents shoot upon his teammates. Ras doubles up, but here is Furia. Blink and you miss it. The Black Panthers win the round.
Absolutely, the second someone attempts to try and take an engagement, Furia, they are so swift to respond.
So quick to pounce.
Absolutely amazing. And for MW0 as well, I think that was just pure reaction to spotting out that player in mid there. He was more focused on the B-side execution. Once it was recovered by Havoc, he was able to shift his gaze back to the lurking member and to make sure that Furia don't accidentally let Global Esports back into the rounds here. 3 ults apiece for either side, and as we enter the final round of this first half, Global Esports want to mitigate the damage, the lead Furia have ascertained, at least so far.
Yeah, it's going to have to be, of course, lightning fast though, finds first blood, and it might actually be quite a good mitigation, because 7-5 scores, very much turnaroundable. Havoc on site, trying to delay, but Russ is having absolutely none of it. Oh, barely avoids a Hunter's Fury there. And I believe it was a teammate, I'm not quite sure actually.
All the more reason to dodge it, Pavlos.
Yeah, because that would have been dreadful. Oh!
Russ.
Man's playing happy feet right now.
All right, Twinkle Toes, what else do you got? Not much. Khalil shuts him down.
All that dodging for getting killed by a bullet. Lightning fast, oh no, he's all the way behind them. They've got no idea. He's waiting for the second one to reveal himself. Khalil alone, but not for long. Meeting the same destiny as his fallen comrades, and that is going to be the half, 7-5.
Absolutely incredible recovery from Global Esports there, but you can't take it away from Furia. MW0 starting this map with a bang, that is for sure. We asked if he could keep it up, having done an incredible map of Sunsets. From the looks of it, Pavlos, he can, and not just can he keep up what he did on Sunset, he can do even better. Yes, Global Esports have been recovering. Yes, they have the support of the fans, but for Polvi in this 1v1 with MW0, unfortunately, it's the Brazilian who's coming out on top. Coming now to the defense, Polvi really needs to step it up.
I'm going to put caution to the wind here and kind of be the devil's advocate. Furia, even though, you know, defense on Breeze, often favorable. Last time they played it, attack seemed to be their favorite side. That's where they found most success. They love controlling the tempo, the pace of the game. So even though Global do close up the gap and do get into that defense side, they're going to have to hold good resistance against this Furia team, because as soon as they get the ball rolling, they don't stop that easy.
No, they do not. And I mean, we saw it yesterday against Vitality. Once Furia had their momentum, even Vitality couldn't stop it. And at the moment, they're one of the favorites to win the tournament.
I mean, they're not going to. Oh, Vitality, yeah.
Yes, it's Vitality, Pavlos.
Brain not braining.
The yellow one, not the red and blue one.
All right. Thinking time before we enter the second half. Furia and GE giving us a great fight so far. The first map, to a lot of people's surprise, going to GE. And to be fair, I don't think people blame, I wouldn't blame the doubters, right? I was one of them.
Yeah.
They're not full force. They didn't have the best result in their first series of this tourney. But giving us reason to doubt those initial thoughts and actually believe they've got a chance here in this tournament as a whole, well, at least in this series.
This is what you get for sleeping on SA Valorant, Pavlos.
That is true.
Mulvey. Oh, that's an opening.
Give me some of that Finnish magic. Show it to me, baby. Mulvey doubles up. And just like that, Furia dropped to 3. And on their attack towards this A site, you've got to think of something fancy. Havoc finding one, making things more fathomable. Russ to the other side. They're losing player one by one. The job hasn't finished yet. Instead, it's GE that might be in trouble, given that Russ is isolated. Liazzi, nice shot. That means that Furia are now in the driver's seat.
2 versus 3 now. Damaged players on Furia. Remember, this is the exact circumstance which Global Esports lost in our first pistol round.
Last player standing.
Liazzi controlling, Blaze King down to 70, shot from 2 different directions, finds a dink onto Conan, but not good enough. Furia, massive turnaround for them, that pistol.
Yeah, and I mean, it opens beautifully for Polvi. It's fast and fashionably fresh from our Finn, but with only 2 kills, it's trying to follow it up. It's trying to stop the actual attack, which comes onto that bomb site where Furia are able to get the advantage.
Seems like the team overheated after that success. I thought maybe they believed that the round was over and didn't really give the benefit of the doubt to the rest of the remaining players.
I think that's a Hindi one. That's why I don't know what. I don't know.
Someone should text us.
Yes, we got the translation for that.
Tweet to us. We need to figure that out. What does that mean?
Global Esports down to pistols, mere classics to defend themselves against the wrath of Furia. Bear in mind that Furia, they've been pretty accurate with their guesses when it comes to stacks on their defense. Global Esports have quite a big show to follow. That being said though, it's Furia back off. They set their gaze to B, a site which only Russ is going to be there as the defender.
Definitely not ideal and a good read by Furia. That Ardra didn't spot out anyone, so I don't think they're quite sure of how empty the site may be. But yeah, it's barren.
Oh, I like this read as well. Huge flank through mid. Conan's got to be careful. He's the only one without a, well, he's only down to a Sheriff.
He's out.
And he's
takes
overwhelmed.
the fight instead. I don't think he realized how many players were there in mid. He thought he could take the fight.
Might be a bit early to say Pavlos, but this is possible.
Quite early. If it's going to be possible, it's going to be a difficult one. Depends how well they're able to coordinate their efforts, especially with the poison cloud in their direction. The fact that Furia know exactly where they're coming from. Cannot be easy at all. Yeah, the time is ticking. They're just trying to deny weapons here at this point. Spike is going to explode. Oh, actually like this. No, they're denying orbs. And with that, no orbs to be collected by Furia.
I like that. I really like that, Pavlos. It's a smart way to play. And bearing in mind the mileage that both these teams are able to give. It's a fashionable man right
Someone
there.
clip that.
But bear in mind that when it comes to these ult orbs, Pavlos, the ult management has been very effective from both these teams, especially on Sunset. It's done very well, especially for Furia towards the start of Breeze. For Global Esports, I think identifying that and trying to mitigate that is a very, very wise course of action. However, the trade-off is that Furia get quite a bit of a cash injection because they've not had to fight anyone past the lone Sheriff. That was on Conan.
Very aggressive in the mid stance here from Furia, although there's a lot there to sort of figure out this actual approach. Camera spotted. The information has already been relayed. It's just a matter of fact where GE try to push. Instead, they do take this A main control. And with this pressure on the right-hand side, Furia elect to push further into mid.
Oh, do they even go deeper than this? They go deeper than main, and it looks like just that. It's going to be a fast flank from Global Esports, but now it all falls down to the Viper to stop this.
Skills, opportunity missed to pick up the first kill, but ends up with one without being traded because he's got lightning fast there with him. Havoc cannot reply enough, but he's still got some damage in him.
Look at now, the flank of Holby's coming to fruition. Only a Vandal and Guardian to work with, but getting onto this site is going to be the problem, Pavlos.
And Conan and Havoc are not stopping holding these hands.
Right here.
Playing this one together.
30 seconds left.
Thing is, with planting here, you're exposed to all sides. GE, both players win their trades at the same time, and that is the round for Global.
It's a great response from Global as well to realize that without the mid control, they have to push somewhere else. They commit to that A main presence once they'd already shown that they'd backed away from that A main position. Really, really strong stuff. And now that Furia have realized the second they leave a position, Global are just going to take it and go for the fast flank anyway, what do? You've got to span out, you've got to go into these defaults, but that falls against the Furia playstyle almost, where you send an MW0 to just kill everyone.
Gap closed. And with that, Furia, I believe they might be crumbled economically as well.
Yeah, makes sense for the timeout.
And with that, this Furia side definitely looking a bit troubled. 9-6 is the score. Halftime 7-5. 2 rounds by Furia, but 1 with a pistol on the follow-up. Global, as soon as they get guns on the board, they're right back in the fight.
Pavlos, I'm no detective, but I think the fans are rooting for GE.
And that's your answer.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll have a brief technical pause. Hopefully we'll be able to remedy that shortly. Bearing in mind that for Furia, their economy is not on a good spot now as they move into the 16th round for Global Esports. They've had success now in this in these last couple of rounds. They've had success with the rifles, but the challenge now is going to be repeating it. The challenge now is having the success with these rifles once Furia have rifles of their own. Once MW0 has an operator out, that's really where we're going to see the true test of Global Esports attack. Defense even, to apologize.
Yeah. One of the things we really haven't touched about is the fact of Russ, playing with Polvi, right? These are two players in the Global Esports side being brought over from Northern Europe. Now, yeah, okay, might not have been in the same teams, but they've definitely competed against each other. That region, very close. So being able to play with old competitors and now being new teammates is... Actually, I'm lying. They have actually played together.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have played together. And yeah, back in 10-star. Yeah, okay, never mind.
That's a while ago.
It has been a while ago.
For now, Furia, 2 points away to get that Hunter's Fury on Conan. Outside of that, though, it's going to be an ominous round and a fast round as MW0 gets ready to accelerate onto B. A lovely shot to open the round. Pavlos instantly traded by Skills.
4v4. These retakes, man, this B-side retake every single time gets us off our seats. Havoc, first to blow trouble. GE closing the map in on the attackers. Conan, though, has got a flank in the making of his own, and Havoc finds the opportunity to just peek out. Plays King, surely this is where he falls, or elects to fall back at least. Furia answer back, and that's going to be double digits for the Panthers.
Furia look unstoppable there, actually, just bouncing off one another within the angles of that B site. And for Global Esports, it feels like once they had the information on mid that this was going to be a B execute, it felt like half the players committed to fighting for it, whereas Skills and Russ, they backed off. And it meant that they were sort of caught in the crossfire there. A rough position to be in that Furia exploits beautifully. 3 rounds away now before Furia are able to take us to a 3rd map. For Global Esports, 4 rounds to equalize, a further 3 from that to get a victory. It's certainly no easy task, no easy feat. But with a crowd like this, Pavlos, anything is possible.
I mean, even without a crowd like this, anything is possible.
Yeah.
I'm going to remind you, Fnatic played against Loud on a home ground in a finals and came back from an 11-3.
That's very true.
And won the tournament.
That sounds like a pitch for Furia.
Right? I think the fact that Fnatic was able to achieve that, now anyone can say any score can be, overturned.
Oh! It's a clean shot from Polvi, shutting down MW0. Flash to reaggress is going to keep Furia cowering, hiding back in A main, and is instead they're going to back all the way out, actually, and set their gaze back to mid as Polvi looks to accelerate even further.
The thing with Polvi is that you never know when he's going to push the gas or the brakes.
Yeah.
Right?
He slips, hit the wrong one, got a 2nd kill. As well now, lightning fast. Probes for info, sees that those Furia players are a little bit more closer than anticipated. However, the snake bites are going to buy even more time. Skills, though, you peek the wrong angle, immediately stops.
Or peek the wrong player, if you will. Lightning fast. sneaky. They know he's there, but do you expect him to fall back or reaggress? Goes in for more lightning fast. He'll take that any day. And the rest dropped soon after. GE, 3 rounds of difference now with Furia.
Blow for blow now, these teams are going in this absolute brawl of a series. Remember, Furia, they are fighting for survival within this series. Global Esports, they are fighting to show the world that no matter where you come from, these guys are going to be able to beat you.
I mean, there definitely were a lot of question marks with the building of this roster.
Absolutely.
A lot of people wondering where players are from, what are they doing here. But it seems that, you know, Global have done their scouting right. They've done their research and brought in quite the skillful lot here. And even without Benkai, even without one of the greatest players that have graced Valorant in the team, they can make it work. 10-7, job not done. 6 required for Global, 3 required for Furia. Even though things have been going blow for blow, the team that can afford that to happen is Furia. For Global, they need more than what they currently have.
You're absolutely right. These 3 rounds are going to be so damn crucial, bearing in mind that we have a bye here. Loser of that down to an eco. Round after that is a bye. It's the first and third round in the next 3, which are going to dictate the victor of this map, Pavlos. That's immense pressure for both teams, and for Furia, going into that first one with a timeout, it's certainly going to help. They go into it with an ult advantage as well. That null command on Havoc. Havoc, by the way, who is having an incredible game at the moment, is certainly going to be the difference maker, especially when it comes to mitigating the weaker weapons for Furia here.
Clear idea here from Furia. Attack this right-hand side. For Polvi, he might be a bit close to this action. Oh, he's found himself a corner to work. Did he just drop? I think he might have. Yeah, he have. He slid into the corner of the cubby.
He wasn't seen, though.
He wasn't. Doesn't mean he can't get seen. Flash assistance.
Here.
Instead of drawing back, he sticks around. That is bold, so bold, but they peek from 2 different directions. Still, Russ Polvi come out on top. Russ again! GE looking so strong on this defense. Russ, unrelentless. Havoc having to stare at his teammates dying as he falls victim to death as well. Conan gets flashed out of his mind, might try and find an extra kill here. Oh, they need to be careful of that one. Don't give it to him that easy. No, oh my goodness. At least Conan tells them beware, but GE win the round nonetheless.
I guarantee you Coach Spin is going to be having some strong and colourful words with the entire team for that.
I just remembered.
What's that, Pavlos?
Spin also was in 10 star.
Yes, he
was. I wonder why Polvi and Russ are in the same roster.
It's funny you mention that, Pavlos. I think there could be a connection. Ult management once again going in favour of Furia now. Almost neck and neck between these teams. Polvi bringing out an operator of his own. Means MW0, who has had a fairly quiet game thus far, at least in the second half, is going to look to try and recover it here.
A lot of pressure coming in from mid. Teams like GE have it all covered.
Slow position here. Once the mid control has been established by Furia, the mid round seems to be at least very, very calm here. And it all feels like quiet before the storm. Russ peeks into mid, good for one, instantly traded. That's a brave peek by Blazerkin. And as GE tries to get the hell out of there, Polvi may be trapped.
He might be, but he gets out of harm's way for now. He's low in health, but it seems like a pivot from GE is required. Furia heading towards this B site.
Only about 35 seconds left as well, Pavlos. They got to move quick here.
I don't think they might have been quick enough because Golden Skills is there to start shooting upon them from this distance. Liazzi trading 3v3, lightning fast. They know he's here and he hasn't got any help. He's got to do it all by himself. Accurate with the headshot. Spike dropped. He's buying time. Can he buy more? No, MW0 puts him to his grave, but Liazzi's got other work to do. I don't think Blaze King is going to expect this. He's being treated right back. Polvi.
10 seconds left.
He's shown his ground. Cloudburst to allow him more space.
the
6
time!
seconds.
Oh,
He's
that's
done
the
it.
time!
He's got to stay alive. He mustn't bake this.
Oh,
He's
my
done
word!
just that.
1 blaze and 1 second and 1 round now is all that will separate the two of these teams. What a round from Polvi. What a smart round as well to get that initial shot with that blade, to get the hell out afterwards, and then to be able to bring Global their 9th. There's a reason this crowd is so loud, Pavlos, and it's rounds like that.
And Furia now have got to be scratching their heads.
You're absolutely right.
Hero Vandal and Liazzi putting a lot of, you know, searching deep into his pocket for that one.
You got to look at the ult management as well. There was the Neural Theft, the Hunter's Fury, and the Null Command, all committed to that round that Global Esports were able to circumnavigate, all thanks to, well, to a couple of bits of cutlery found in a finished drawer. Probably somewhere in Helsinki.
Oh my
They're probably still
goodness.
frosted.
Can we get to see this again? I think we can. This is brilliant. This is gorgeous. It was a back and forth round as well.
Absolutely, and the fact that we saw Liazzi get sort of into position to outmaneuver Blazer King as well, that should have sealed the deal, Pavlos.
So smart from Liazzi. We all thought it was done and dusted, but then that.
Oh, just nasty. Just nasty.
This is truly good Valorant, and whoever wins this, honestly, you can applaud both teams, but Furia for sure are looking to have a better result in this one. Definitely don't want to be knocked out of a tournament, you know, losing to a team that they should be favored coming into.
We talk about favorites, and then we talk about clear favorites. And if we isolate the teams here, we remove the home crowd advantage, we remove the home territory advantage, Furia should be winning this very comfortably, Pavlos.
I mean, there's quality in Global, we knew this.
Absolutely.
But it's the matter of having well-known names, right?
Yes.
And I think Global are making some people that haven't had the most of experience in that global stage show up.
Absolutely, and now with a rough buy here from Furia, it's going to have to be down to the Blade Storm and the fast execution to this A site, into the Operator to try and win this Pavlos.
Polvi doesn't hit the first shot, and that's going to be crucial. There are Sheriffs available for the Furia side, but most importantly, Blaze to MW Zera. But no more.
Liazzi up through mid, trying to do a bit of damage. Whoa. He is good for Russ, but Polvi's still lurking in the midst.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't be sleeping on this Global.
Spike planted.
Because the fact that Liazzi's got a Vandal is going to be very dangerous for the Lightning Fast, creating a flank. Wait a minute. Does he have time, though? That's what Global are waiting for the flank. Oh, Liazzi turns around, but it's not going to be in time. That's the Vandal going out of the hands of Furia. Now Global need to move in together.
Havoc, the only man on site, now desperately trying to hide. There's a Neural Theft. He's been spotted out. They know the other players are in main.
How do you play this out, though? How do you balance this? This main position is so difficult to tackle, but they isolate the fight, throwing in a Poison Cloud into it. Skills! Stop it! That is absolutely magnificent from the Global side.
They equalize Pavlos, and Global Esports, they survive another round. Now looking to turn the tables on Furia. The economy not in a position to work with here for Furia. They've only got about 1 or 2 rounds worth of buy in them. Global, they've got 1 or 2 rounds before victory.
This was quite a substantial lead from Furia that has just been knocked out.
Yeah.
And with that, wind out of their lungs. Taking a breath here for sure. Definitely want to take a couple of breaths.
Yeah, and this is where they really have to figure out how do we shut down Polvi, how do we reactivate MW Zera, who going into the second half has almost been neutered.
What do you say to Furia right now, right? I'm bringing out Coach Kremer again.
Coach Kremer's coming out. If For me, it's to get MW0 to relax, to keep his confidence, to encourage the team, to fight against Polvi. Polvi's got very aggressive these last couple of rounds. He's been allowed to start trying to shut that down, start trying to get into positions where you could trap the approaching defenders. Make sure that you're punishing every step of ground that they go for here.
Let's see how they elect to tackle that issue, Polvi being quite a big one. MW0 flustered, I think you could say.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one expected to do all the showing up, and I think, again, we talk about tempo on this team, so important, and they had it throughout the first half of this game, but ever since we entered the second half, and ever since Global started winning, tempo has not been there for Furia.
Something to mention for Furia as well is they've had crowds that haven't been on their side. They've had crowds that have always been on their side. They've never had a crowd that has been so loud for the other team. These are young players, remember. This is their first time experiencing that, and that's got to weigh on their psyche.
Oh, yeah. And there's so many young stars playing, right? So many young stars that you could say have made their debut into a VCT level here today in India and can grow up, you know, sooner, later, 5, 10 years in the future. These guys will be our future stars, right? I'm looking for Furia specifically here, right? The average age, just under 19, I do believe. God, it's crazy what these could bring out, but they need, even though they're young, they need to find a way to calm their nerves. And I know how difficult it is without so much experience, especially on a stage like this, when the crowd is against you. It needs a lot. So if they're able to show that resilience, would be quite the statement from them.
If there ever was a time to show up Pavlos, it would have to be now. Bearing in mind that they're mere 3 rounds away from being done with the tournament. They may have another map in them. They may want to show us their haven, but they've got to get us there first.
It takes a lot of maturity for the Furia players to drown that out.
Yeah, absolutely right. Do you want to have a go at that, Pavlos?
About what he said? I'm definitely not going to give that a go without knowing.
That's right, we'll do it with the crowd now.
Yay! Shitty fighting.
Count it down, Pavlos, get them involved. I'm sure we get everyone on board with this. If we count down from 3, I want to hear a very, very loud GE fighting, okay? 3, 2, 1.
Hey. I love that. I love that. Are there any Furia fans out there? I wonder.
Let's hear.
All right. Doing 3, 2, 1 for Furia. 3, 2, 1.
Ah, it's still about. It's still about.
All right. There's some people supporting it. At the end of the day, this is Valorant, right? We support some good play.
That we do. That we do. And we have been given some damn good Valorant today, Pavlos. It has been absolutely incredible. And to think that, well, there's the potential for a third map. Peter kind of wants to see a third map just so we get more Valorant.
I mean, this tournament has actually been a great indication of, you know, where Valorant is heading in India as well, right?
Yeah.
Not only have we seen global teams make their way onto the stage here and show us what VCT level looks like as well, but True Rippers were able to, the True Rippers were actually able to show that they can compete against that. And I think that's a lot of promising signs to be shown, because if you think back to last year when other teams like Heretics, like Paper X made the stage here, like Boom, like Bleed, they couldn't quite compete, right? The old global esports prior to partnerships, the Enigma, I believe.
Yeah.
But there was nowhere near the level of competition that could not only go for blow in particular maps, but even win maps off them.
Yeah.
I think that's very promising for this region.
Yeah, and well, I'll have to see if it's going to be even more promising in the remainder of this game. We're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so with the remainder of this second map. Don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, my name is Blaze King and I play mostly Initiator for Global Esports.
My name is Abhiru Palchadri and I'm a controller for Global Esports.
Hey, I'm Russ, I'm the IGL and captain of Global Esports. My name's Big Time, I'm the assistant coach for Global Esports.
My name is Polvi. I'm the dualist for Global Esports.
My name is Jayan. My in-game name is Skills. I'm standing in for Global Esports as a flex sentinel.
And Spin, I'm coaching the team.
You want to start? Okay, yeah, I'll start. I want to play Furia. I've never played a Brazilian team in an official before, so this will be my first time, and I like how they play and stuff, so I'm excited to get into it.
What to say, the same thing. Furia. For me, it's the two games. The first two games which are important. So obviously, it's Vitality and Furia.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to play against Vitality. I mean, for those of us who were in the team last year, they got the better of us in lock-in. So it's definitely nice to have another shot. Nice rematch. And know all the guys from Vitality. They're all great guys, so they'll be excited to play against.
I mean, obviously I want to play against like every single one of them because I haven't played against like tier 1s on like big tournaments except Fnatic and Liquid. So those are like my go-to ones. Like Furia is a Brazilian one, so I'm excited to see them and face them.
Same here. I'm looking forward to play against every team because I haven't really faced against teams which are from from Asia region. So I'm really excited to play Vitality and Furia.
I hope we get to play True Rippers because that will mean that we've won our group and they've also won their group and we get an All India final.
Nice. The banging dance.
Lovely. I think I said it like a ton of times already. Poster. For me at the start it would be Deathmaker himself. So we grew up together and then he kind of inspired me to become a professional player
myself. Flusher and JW from Fnatic back in the day. Yeah, I looked up to them. Yeah, till this day.
I think with coaching, the first coaches that I really looked up to were Sliggy from Liquid at the time and Mini from Fnatic because they were both from the UK and they were having big success, so I thought if they can do it, why can't
I mean, I didn't really look up too much into people, but I guess Jumpy, because Jumpy was a young star in Finland and he used to play a lot of CS and beyond his career now he's on the top, so I think he's one of the goals.
For me, I guess it's Nico from G2, you know. I really looked up to him. I really liked his playstyle.
I've got a good answer in mind, but unfortunately I've forgotten the name of the coach that I'm thinking of, so you guys are going to have to help me. Maybe you can as well. So obviously the first is Alex from PaperX. He's one coach that I think has had the courage to kind of take his team in a direction that's different to other teams. I think the courage specifically is important. And the other is the head coach for FET, whose in-game name I've forgotten, who I've been really impressed with them all throughout the year, where they've picked different off-meta comps, they've done different things, and they went from a team that no one had a lot of expectation for in the community as a whole, and have they've made champions. They've just been really good across the year. So really respect his outlook on the game. What's his name?
Guys.
Guys. That's it. Thank you.
The class clown.
This is a clown himself.
Two clowns right here.
Two clowns probably for sure.
I think they're tied. I think they're tied.
Ben comes in clutch. Yeah. Ben is clutching all the time. I think it's the key phrases that we have set out for our like in rounds. Like we have certain key phrases which we use for specific situations. I think that is what helps us a lot in understanding the situation and keeping ourselves calm.
I think from like a coaching perspective, the one thing we always talk about in terms of communication is about people being able to kind of feed that information back to Russ for when he's making those plans, and just lots of conversations. So something we've always spoken about is like you should speak directly to someone and answer back. So we try and encourage as many mini communications inside the game as we can.
We were chosen, watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
And we are back, everybody, for the continuation, of course, of our series. What an insane performance we have had so far for Global. To bring things back, let me remind you, Furia were quite ahead in this map, and Global were able to bring it all back, and we're down to 10-10, I believe, right now?
10-10 Pavlos, level pegging in this map. And bearing in mind, Furia, they were, I think, 11-5, 11-6 up at one point. So Global Esports have mounted a hell of a comeback to get here. The question now is, can they close it out? Something which South Asian teams have certainly struggled with in the past.
Yeah, for sure. Closing out maps can be difficult when you lack the experience to just calm your nerves down and try to take it step by step and isolate the round that you have to take.
Yeah.
And sort of treat it like any other. And without that experience, it's much difficult to take. But you can see all of these players in this team, in GE, for example, they've had a lot of experience, whether it's one region or another, or in one scene or another. The thing is that they have going for them is this crowd, and I think that's definitely going to help them in closing out this map, if it comes to it.
You're absolutely right. We've been told 2 minutes before the game is able to return, Pavlos. Before it does, I want to ask you, who do you think is going to be taking this? Are we seeing Haven, or do you think it gets closed out on Breeze?
So do you want a hopium answer, or do you want a realistic answer?
I have a feeling I'm about to give the hopium answer. So
the hopium answer is that we go to overtime, right? And these guys have the best fight of their lives to see who takes it.
That would be very cool.
Yeah, that's the hopium answer. And I hope Global takes it, actually, because that means the whole crowd will go wild.
Yeah.
But if Furia wins, we still win, because we go to a third map.
Yeah, it feels like we're in quite a nice position here, Pavlos.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Yeah. That being said, I actually think Global are going to take this.
You do?
I think, granted, the timeout has definitely disrupted tempo,
Yeah.
and it's going to have interrupted momentum, but Global Esports, they seem to be a bit quicker to get back on the go than Furia are, especially that MW0. He's had a quiet couple of rounds. In fact, his second half has been fairly lackluster when you compare it to how he did on Sunset, when you compare it to how he did against Vitality yesterday. So, for me, I think if MW0, and to be honest, the rest of Furia, if they're going to have a quiet game here, then this is really going to be a painful couple of rounds.
Definitely could be. Thinking about the third map here gets me thinking also who has a better chance of winning off Haven, right? Global haven't been able to show us what they've got on that map yet. It's still an unknown entity.
Yeah.
So, you know, is a map you believe, or at least from what we've seen from Furia, it's a map that Global, even if it does end up to be a third one, they can compete?
I think Furia certainly have the experience advantage when it comes to Haven. And for me, I think that's actually a very, very important statistic to take in mind. I think if we go to Haven, we're going to have a game that's as close, if not even more close than this one.
100%. Of course, we'll be getting into games shortly, everyone, so if you haven't taken your seat, start to do that. Because, or maybe grab a snack, so you're ready for this last one. But you don't want to miss a single round after this, because after all, we're at the penultimate moment of this matchup, aren't we? We're right at the end.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's where things get most spicy.
You could grab some pavlova, some mimosa, no, sambosa.
And some cream.
Yeah.
Cream
exactly. It's like we were born to be here, Pavlos.
We were called to be here, indeed.
Yeah.
Now, when you did mention global, you know, they're inexperienced on this map. Now,
Yeah.
for Furia, they haven't played it on this event in particular, right?
Yeah.
But they have played it in the off-season.
Yeah.
Famously enough, in the grand final of Superdome, they lost to Leviathan on that map. And let's be honest, Leviathan is on a different level.
Yeah, I don't think that was so much. I didn't feel like that was a bad game from Furia. That looked to me more like an incredible game from Leviathan. And actually, what I want to mention from that series against Leviathan, Pavlos, was that MW0, he was popping off. He did well. It's just matching Aspas is really where they struggled. And once again, it was that operator duel that MW0 still won against Aspas, but it was the momentum where MW0 actually fell short. So, for me, I can't help but think that for the rest of this map, bearing in mind that when it comes to those actual operator duels, MW0 is still winning them. It's just the rifle rounds where Polvy's getting the advantage.
So what you're trying to say here is that if GE beat Furia on Haven, since Aspas greater than MW0, that means Polvy greater than MW0. No, since MW0 greater than Aspas on Haven, then that means Polvy greater than Aspas.
That was a lot of ifs and thens, and what this means.
I'm going to take it that Polvy is better, because I can.
Yeah.
I can do that. What I also can do is throw us to a break, because unfortunately we're not quite ready yet. So sorry for trolling on that one. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll grab a snack and a drink, and we'll be back as soon as we can.
Meu nome é Ilan Eloy Nogueira, meu nome no jogo é Havok e eu sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Leonardo, meu nick no jogo é MWZera e atualmente sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Victor, meu nome no jogo é Conan e atualmente jogo pela Fúria.
My name is Felipe, my name in game is Liazi e I'm creative player for Furia.
Cara, a expectativa é sempre de ganhar o campeonato, mandar bem. Acho que, falando de cultura, é bem diferente do que a gente vive no Brasil. É uma cultura diferente, é muito legal a experiência. As comidas são diferentes, mas a gente está aprendendo, a gente está se adaptando. Algumas coisas são boas, algumas coisas é bem estranho pra gente, mas a gente tá lidando bem.
The expectations are the same. We came here to win and bring back the trophy to Brazil. And when it comes to the culture, it's kind of different with the culture that we see in Brazil. And talking about the food, we are not that used to the spicy food, but we are just trying to adjust. But the overall thing is good, the experience is good. It's true that there are good things, but somehow there are also some bad things. Overall experience is good.
A FUT, por ser mais forte.
FUT, FUT. Você? FUT will be easier for them, for him.
Eu não tenho muita preferência de adversário não, mas tipo, gostaria de jogar contra a FUT para enfrentar o Cined de novo.
Talking about adversary, I don't have a preferred one, but I would like to play against FUT.
Eu gostaria de enfrentar a Gen.G, porque eu acho que é um time muito bom. E a FUT.
I would like to play against Gen.G because I believe that is a good team, but FUT also.
Pra mim é FUT.
FUT.
Bom, aos fãs brasileiros, mano, primeiramente eu agradeço pelo carinho que eles estão tendo com a gente. A gente tá tendo um apoio assim que nem a gente esperava. Tendo um apoio gigantesco e isso, mano, dá uma motivação a mais pra gente. Então, muito obrigado de coração a todos os fãs.
The first thing I would like to say, thank you very much. We are really grateful. We're not expecting this support, and when we see people like this supporting us, it really motivates us. So thank you very much. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this also.
Cara, sendo bem sincero, a gente tem poucos haters, mas eu acho que eu agradeço aos haters, porque eles dão combustível pra gente. Então acho que só dá mais combustível pra gente calar a boca deles, tá ligado?
So talking about haters, actually we don't have that much of haters, but whenever they are, it's like the haters are fueling us, helping us to go forward, to give our best. So it's like we are giving our best so that we can shut them out.
Sendo bem sincero, eu roubei do meu irmão.
Talking sincerely, I just stole it from my brother.
Eu roubei do meu irmão. Quando eu era pequenininho, 8, 7 anos, eu ficava vendo ele jogar e ele usava esse nick. E eu roubei dele quando eu fiquei maior.
So I stole it from my brother when I was 7, 8 years old. I was seeing him playing with that. So when I became like older, I took that name.
O M e o W do meu nick não tem significado nenhum. Não tem significado nenhum.
The M and the W of his IDM doesn't have any proper meaning.
Mas o Zera no final, o Zera é por causa do Cold Zera, que é uma lenda no Counter-Strike no Brasil. Foi o melhor jogador assim do mundo alguns anos atrás e eu era muito fã dele.
And Zera, it's because it's actually one of the legend name back in Brazil. So I really love him, so because of that he took that.
Yes.
Caralho, é foda. Meu nome é um personagem do Naruto.
Do Naruto? My name is actually one of the characters in Naruto.
O meu é literalmente por causa do meu sobrenome, Galeazzi, aí ficou só Liazzi.
Right. Him is because of actually his name,
Galeazzi,
Galeazzi, so he took just
Chosen, watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
We're back here for action, and I believe my mic is off.
Yeah,
sorry
indeed
about
it is.
that.
Welcome back,
I'm back,
Glad to have
everybody.
you here.
We are back. And it's time for the match.
Trousers.
Finally, it's fine for the match.
Yeah.
Fine for the match. England will be doing bestest.
Thanks, Pablos. I'm looking forward to this game. Of course, it's currently 10-10 between Furia and Global Esports. We have
Thank God I have you, man. What would I do without you?
Glad to be here. We have had a brief tech pause. However, we should be back underway momentarily. Give us a minute or two just to get everything set up for your lovely eyes to feast this lovely game. So I'll tell you what, Pavlos, it has been a banger.
Yeah, it gives us a chance to tune in everybody who hasn't been on the stream for a while and just, you know, got on and just doesn't want to know what's going on. We have reached a 10-10 point in the second map of the series, Breeze, where Global against Furia have been competing head-to-head so far. Surprisingly enough, if you have just joined, you'll also want to find out that Global is ahead a map in the series, and Furia is struggling a bit because they've had a few rounds where they haven't collected a single win.
They may be up one map, Pavlos, but let's see if it'll be two. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. We have Global Esports tied up with Furia. 10-10 going into our 21st round. An ult advantage for Global Esports. One away from the Hunter's Fury on Blaziken to make it 3 in a moment as Furia set up for what may be a fast cascade onto the speed side, Pavlos.
It's going to be a quick fast and push here from Lightning Fast, delivering onto W0. He does get caught off with his gun barrel outside of the smoke. Still not relenting back with skills. Doubles up, makes easy work of them. And Lightning Fast is there to clean up. Now that's why the timeout happened, so we could have a quick end to this match apparently.
My Pavlos, Global Esports, it's at the final hurdle. Do they take the lead? Do they show us that they are here to not just do business,
but also to pummel some of the best teams in the world. Furia back to the drawing board, back to pistols, as they now have to fight for map points.
Oh no,
Map
Furia are in
and
trouble.
Series point, Pavlos.
Furia are in such big trouble. They're 2 feet under right now.
Once again set up for another fast hit over to this B site, and once again MW0
Oh
is straight
my
10,
God.
and once again
Oh
he's
my
shut down
goodness.
Pavlos.
Gen.G are really taking control of this game, and Furia nowhere to be seen. I mean, this is an eco round. This is to be expected to be a 12th round, but if you make it in a dominating fashion, you're making a statement here that you're not only looking to win this round, you're looking to go all the way and win this entire series.
Pavlos, look where the spike is. Global Esports have all the control they could ever possibly want. For Furia, how do you try and circumnavigate this? How do you even begin to retrieve that spike without having to combat all 5 GE members?
The answer is you can't. At least in my eyes. That tripwire is still there. That cypher clock is nuts. It takes forever for that thing to go down. Russ, oh no. Adding insult to injury. Furia were waiting for something, and that something is Russ. Not exactly what they wanted. Turn on Khalil looking to run away. Russ doing easy work of it. 3 kills in the bag. Buffing off those stats, baby. 1 required for Global. And this could all be over.
This feels like a fever dream, Pavlos. This is not Global Esports looking to win a map, which if before this tournament a map would have been celebrated. No, Pavlos, this is 2-0 that they may be going for against one of the best in South America. The ult advantage, level pegging for the time being. Both teams with a Viper's Pit, both teams 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. The only difference here is that Polvi has that operator.
Viper's Pit enabled on the left-hand side, but for the first time in a while, it's actually Furia with the first pick of the round.
MW0 able to find that operator. We'll see if he can retrieve it for a moment, because GE, they want to move back to mid rather than fight for A main.
And Liazi's there. Got to be careful. Quite a difficult position to play in.
One suppressed.
And one which we've seen quite a lot of impactful plays come out on. Oh, this recon could be massive. Oh, this recon could be huge. It's together with a flash, but it's actually Furia that comes out on top. You might have to delay this one, and the wish of overtime might be coming true unless Skills has got something to say about it. Blockaded by the smoke and the cage, and the A site is fully granted to Furia.
Liazi's still in a position to worry about as well here. He may be able to catch out lightning fast.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. Bullet to the side of the head. Skills collects it at least. Drive-by by MW0 and Furia on 11.
My oh my, Pavlos, we could be going to overtime. For GE, they have the money to reinvest. But for Furia, MW0, he's just shown signs of life. The death rattle is going to escape the lips of Furia as they bring that operator back.
To be fair, it was G that brought the fight to Furia that last time around, so not exactly what they wanted.
3 operators,
No
Pavlos,
way.
come out for GE. 3 operators, oh my word.
They literally said, we need to play this a little bit more passive. And with the operators, it's exactly how they're going to do that.
MW0, no matter what angle he takes it, he is having to peek into another scoped weapon.
Good thing from Polvi not to react there. Does try to take the shot out into the open. MW0 wins the first shot against the operator.
The risk with having this many operators, though, Pavlos, is if you lose them, or if you have to go into a retake, they become so hard to wield.
And it's so easy to get overrun by them as
yes.
well.
For now, though, Furia, they back off. They don't press the attack. It allows Russ to get a little bit closer, but that Aldrin's going to force them out in just a moment. Self to follow it up as well.
Hunter's Fury looking to find damage from afar. Russ low, in trouble. Able to get away, but not from that. Skills also gets back into place. By this fit enabled, adding to the complexity. Oh, Skills! The game awareness. Still 3 on 4, still a long way to go when Khalil is there as a guarantee.
And bear in mind, there's actually 2 players on the flank as well. MW0 is going to join them, but Khalil is a clean shot to lightning fast. 2 versus 4 now.
Skills, what can you do now? Depleted of health little by little now as he is in the Viper's pit. Oh, this could be timing for Liazzi. But the Viper's pit disappears and Blaze King appears himself. Takes 2 down. G have a chance, 1v2, but no, Khalil is there onto the site. Denies the round take. We're going to overtime.
Oh my Pavlos, just when we thought Global Esports were going to be able to close it out, Furia, they strike back, they show those signs of life, and now in overtime, what a time to feel alive, Pavlos, because for both of these teams, we've seen that they're happy to bring out those glass cannon operators. We've seen that the duel between Polvi and MW0 going into the second half has just got even more intense. Going into overtime, what is that going to suggest for the tempo of these teams?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I don't know, it felt like Global Esports might have been overcomplicated the past couple of rounds, right? Feels like Furia should have been under pressure point, but no. Their eagerness to close this map out maybe got to them a little bit.
Maybe. I like the thought process with the 3 operators, but you can't underestimate MW0. You can't think you could just hold an angle and win a straight battle with him, especially after shooting at a player who was jump spotting.
So smart for MW0 to just wait for that shot to be taken. And that's exactly what happened. Successful in doing so. A lot of messages out there. I'm trying to read them all, but
Russ ain't rusty. Was that Pulverine? It's actually pretty clever messages.
Rusty.
Something I want to mention as well, Pavlos, is the frag separation on Global Esports. Blaze King with 18, Russ with 15. Everyone's pulling their weight. We're not seeing anyone sort of shooting ahead. We're not seeing anyone fall behind.
Everyone's present.
However, we're seeing glass cannons from both operator players. MW0 versus Polvi. The duel of titans is going to reach its crescendo now in overtime.
Revealing area. Polvi once mentioned, it's simple, it's clear. He's been outed a couple of times the past few. Wants to make sure he has the final say. Who wouldn't?
G, listening over to this B site, a position which has garnered them quite a bit of control over the last couple of rounds, but for Furia, that's where MW0 is positioned, and that's not a fact you can take lightly.
Yeah, the score when Furia was on defense and G on attack was 7-5, so slightly favored for Furia here. That continues to be the case in overtime. You have to wait and see. MW0 won't be able to use the stash on site. Spotted. But G are too scared to peek and they're going all the way around.
I actually like the fact that they're just avoiding the operator. Polvi's now going to extend here, and I think he may have a timing pass Khalil.
MW0 though is able to rotate towards mid and catch off Russ on his rotation. Spike drops, so that's going to delay them substantially. 34 seconds. How many players are here for the defense of Furia? Quite a lot, 3 to be precise. MW0 still causing issues on the back line. Blaze King is no more. How do you stop them from peeking you? Conan peeks out from nowhere. MW0 again showing impact. This guy's unstoppable. This guy wants to win it alone.
My word, Pavlos, MW0 can be real good when he wants to be. A 4K from him, and what a time to do it in overtime nonetheless, to be able to get that with the operator on the rotation, then when he's being pressured, and then with the Blade Storm as well. If that doesn't show prowess, I don't know what will.
G need to bring out resilience. They're going to be hitting themselves after this one if they don't manage to close it out. They had 2 round opportunities for them to win out this series. Polvi takes a chance, unsuccessful, and takes damage himself, I do believe.
So I want to mention here is that for the attack, actually, MW0 hasn't brought out an operator and is instead rocking a rifle.
Oh, I think the Aldron just barely depleted before checking elbow, so I don't think there's enough information here for GE to go about. Apart from the push from Polvi, obviously.
Setting up for the B split here, it's MW0 to draw first blood, Pavlos, and now Furia, they look to really accelerate onto this B side.
MW0 is in a row and wants none of this business. He wants to get us to go to third map. And this might be exactly what's happening Unless Russ and Polvi can do something about it. Old teammates
Spike planted.
now reunited under Global. Can this be done? Wary of Khalil's whereabouts. Well, you've got so many you've got to deal with. You're being played around with peaks over and over again, different directions. And the time is ticking. You've got to go in. Rush, that's one. How much more can you find? Slowly trying to clear out. Vandal brought out maybe a better weapon for this situation. Furia not giving them an inch and won't be giving them this map. The turnaround holds true for the South Americans, for the Brazilians. 14-12 is the score.
What a map from both teams there. I can't help but think, Pavlos, that for Global Esports, that was a missed opportunity to close out the whole series there. Unfortunately for them, they just weren't quite able to inch ahead when it mattered. An incredible duel between Polvi and MW0, and for MW0, what a time to come alive in overtime.
What an effort indeed. G made us believe, man. G made us believe. There was a world where Global could have beaten Furia just now in a 2-0, and that's definitely got to be hurting them, mentally at least.
No, you're absolutely right. This is going to be, it's going to sting, that's for sure. But remember, we're going to Haven next, a map which both teams, especially with their operator players, are going to enjoy quite a bit.
I believe our analysts are ready to receive this throw. So guys, let us know what you think about that one, because it was a crazy one.
Crazy is an understatement. That map was so back and forth, especially toward the second half. And honestly, as they said, Global Esports could have had the win, but Furia definitely woke up in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the start of this one, and Furia were on a tear in the very beginning. MW0 leading by example yet again. You can't really shut him down, but that was almost not the story to be told in this one. It wasn't in the very end, don't get me wrong, but Havoc having a bit of a glow up in this one really went a long way as well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the fact that, Global Esports, the boost that they got in towards that first half itself, right? They were 6-2 down at a certain point, and to make up for that, to make it 7-5 was, a stabilization that really helped them coming in the second half. And yes, they were down even after they instantly started the second half, but then the crowd started pumping them up. They found these, great, set pieces getting turned up, mini set pieces rather, where Polvi was also being really effective. We had lightning fast and skills, working really well as a duo especially. But even after being 12-10 up, they just couldn't get that end game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we want to see here, and I think that in a sense, I think for Furia, not only is it that their map pick, it's more of the confidence that we saw through from MW0. Now, MW0, we were talking about how there was a disconnect between MW0 and his teammates. It felt like he was dragging his teammates upwards, but this time you get to see a lot of the support coming through by his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, you got a bit of a comparison still you can draw between the two teams, evident by the scoreboard here. An effort by committee over on Global attempted, right? All of the kills together, playing together as a unit. Polvi, getting dirty with the operator as well. It was really funny to see the 3 operators actually pulled out in the last round of the half. But when you're going up against MW0, he knows how to shoulder out. He knows how to play against an operator, and what they do, a bait, jump from the teammate, and then a shot in, right? Conan, great bait for MW0, and every single time MW0 is going for these entries, I mean, you can pretty much give him 99% chance that he's getting into the site, and then the team comes through, they're all flooding, job's done. So I feel like towards the later stage, when Furia were feeling a little bit of pressure, right? Global are starting to get all these rounds time and time again. The clutches are starting to come on through. The retakes, you're looking towards them as well, and you're kind of questioning yourself for Furia. What do you need to do to get back into this game? MW0, go shoot.
I think that the one real, effect of this game was the fact that, Havoc, as we see, had quite the impact on by himself. He was kind of playing, this singular role all by himself, also while supporting the team, and he clearly had his aim duels, set on point. He woke up this game for sure, and he made sure that, every time there's somebody else from Global Esports finding a trade frag, he's always there to almost get it, if not at the same time, within the next 30 seconds, he's there to get a trade frag.
It's it's always very interesting when you see as well. It's more of like the Havoc's initiator, as you mentioned before, a lot of impact coming through. And I think it really enables MW0 as well to not only take a side, but gives him a lot of space to just really breathe and do a lot of things that he wants to do.
Yeah, and breathing room was one of the things that Global were trying to capitalize upon as well. What space do Global actually have to find? So when you've got mid control, one of the rounds that I really like from Global was the proactiveness that they are doing in through towards shop. But you still have to remember after that, it's read in by Furia. They're adapting. They're playing just proactive, and I feel like the string of rounds that we got from Global, they started to be proactive for themselves, which was really looking good. The crowd is thinking that this is going to happen, we're going to work, but then we get to the overtime, and you can't gloss over the support union that MW0 has around him. He is set up by his teammates. Havoc doing what he needed to in that one. Even Khalil getting a better performance coming in toward this map as well. I just feel like something clicked for the guys over on this Brazilian roster, and now as we look towards the next map as well, it's a clean slate going in towards Haven.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the individuality of Global Esports, being awakened in this map as well, is pretty much evidence to the fact that they clearly, were kind of testing the waters yesterday. Today, they've come with a lot more of a refined, mentality, and that's helped them to even increase their teamwork as well as efficiency in terms of how, especially Lightning Fast and skills have come in, right? And the lurking from Lightning Fast has improved so much since their last game.
Yeah, I wanted to really highlight on that because the timing that Lightning Fast comes in for those lurks have been immaculate. And even if the timing was actually cut off, I think you really got to give it to the rest of Global Esports, who are very patient in waiting before they actually come through. Maybe kind of like steal the idea that they're going to just distract so he can kind of backstab.
That's one of the pivotal moments as well, just the time being bought by Global. You think of Polvy's 1 versus 2, where the round's going down to sub 10 seconds. You think that the plant might start to come in from Furia, but no, Polvy gets the one with the blades, gets away, and time gets the better of him. So I think as we do transition in towards the next map, we do need to see elements of surprise. We need to see elements of passiveness, and these are the two players which we were looking at earlier. They're still getting up in the kills, they're still getting up into these battles, but this time it was more so prominent.
Yeah, and I believe that Skills clearly had, a more comfortable breeze in terms of how he wants to play that Cypher. Yes, he had, again, more of a, utilization on that B site, right? But he was able this time to double up with Lightning Fast so many times and make sure that those tripwires are doing actually what he wanted them to do last time against Vitality. And on top of everything, what Skills actually excelled upon was the fact that he was ready for most of these fights and not having to, throw out his utility every now and then and depend on, his cameraman skills. He was ready for these fights, and multiple times he had multi-kill rounds.
And I just love the timing in which these guys are using those cages as well. When smokes are starting to fade, when walls are starting to go down, the cages are very reactive on the attacker's side from them as well, just allowing for more opportunities for safety nets, opportunities to be able to get someone like Havoc to lob a flash out through these cages, to pop in together as a really quick attempt in towards these sites.
Honestly, I think it comes back to also coming back to MW0. I think a lot of struggle was seen, especially in the first map, how MW0 wasn't able to really, find that tempo, wasn't able to really come back on top. And then after that, I think toward the end of the first half, we start to see MW0 not being able to be reactivated. He was kind of lost. I'm not too sure what exactly happened there.
He just needed the operator, honestly.
Oh,
he needed the operator to just go shoot. Yeah, it's such a staple weapon for him.
The operator was, again, the point of incision for Global Esports, right? The minute they found this operator and they lost a player to it, Global Esports are, particularly done, and have written one entire bottom of my, card is win condition, kill MW0.
Wow, kill MW0. And I think because MW0 is just so slippery.
I mean, 9 opening kills for MW0, but also 6 first deaths. He's at the top of both ends of the spectrum here, so he's getting into these battles. But, I mean, he still does edge out in surviving more often than not.
All right, so now let's talk a little bit about our decider. The decider, whether or not these Indian fans here at Manfo Convention Center will be disappointed, or will they be extremely loud?
Well, I'm pretty sure that they will be, supporting them till the last breath, till the last bullet is going to be fired. But I did have a word with, the owner of Global Esports, and he was pretty, shaken up. He doesn't, it's a classic Global Esports heart attack moment when you've got these, high intensity matches ending up towards the last couple of rounds, overtimes, and he did not want this to go to the third map. But well, here we are.
Here we are. But let's talk a little bit about the performance of Global Esports. What are we expecting for the third map?
Haven's an interesting one because we haven't seen it from them just yet, right? So we can only theorize what the agent lineups are going to be. We can only theorize if it's going to be similar to maps that we've seen throughout this tournament, right? We saw Gen.G play Foot on it earlier today. We saw Gen.G absolutely destroy Foot. Unfortunately, couldn't get the series under wraps at the end of it. But, you know, are we going to get a mainstream play? You got to remember it's not the full roster as well. So there's still room for a little bit of experimentation coming into this third and final map. However, if you do want to flip it over just to Polvi right now, he's still trying to do what he can to get into this, and I think the emphasis is going to be on him to try and be finding these opening kills more so than MW0, because if we are looking at the whole kill MW0 aspect of this one, I mean, the map is a little bit wider in terms of ability to position Polvi. Are we getting him down sewers or A-long? We've seen a lot of Jets play towards there today.
Yeah, and there was one thing that, you know, Global Esports were trying, you know, a multitude of times on their attack on Breeze, is the fact that they're letting Polvi, you know, explore, but he's doing it at times where I would say that they need to play more as a team, especially that final round in overtime, right? They gave him an operator. He's glass cannon. He's sitting on A main while the rest of his team is still exploring at B. And before his teammates could even come, Polvi had no interaction whatsoever with anybody. He missed his first shot onto Khalil on the back of sight, and by the time he could actually do something, everybody was dead.
There's just a different support structure and a different idea around how do we set up MW0 to maximize his potential in this weapon, or how do we position Polvi to maximize it. And it definitely does feel like there's more chemistry around MW0 than there has been on Polvi today.
Well, this is it. The do or die moment, whether Global Esports will be the one to come up on top and give Manfo Convention Center the loudest cheer we'd ever hear, or we'll be seeing the young prodigies rise up on top. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for a quick break. After that, on to Kramer and Pavlos.
Chosen, watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end
of time. It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Flash outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
If you thought the first two maps were a treat, then you must think again, because this third one, I've got a hunch that it might be quite the banger as well.
Yeah, if you're a Global Esports fan, I only fear for what your heart rate may be after the end of that first map. If you're a Furia fan, I only fear for what your heart rate is going to be going into this third map of Haven, Pavlos.
If you've just tuned into the show, it's 1-on-1 in the map scores with Furia and Global Esports taking on each other for the India versus Brazil fight. And honestly, I think it exceeded expectations in every turn. Global winning out the first map, having an insane comeback on the second, but not quite closing it out. But I guess it's time to jump into the third one by looking at our agents for this particular game. All right, it is going to be Haven, of course, our third map of the series. What are your thoughts here, Kramer?
Honestly, Viper on Haven is a little bit new. Double controller, I actually quite like it. It's unorthodox, to say the least, but you know what? I trust Furia's cooking. I think that, bearing in mind that for MW0, a lot of the Furia setup on, at least on Breeze, was to get MW0 in a position where he can find those first picks and then go into executions into the 5v4. So having the double controller gives you a little bit more sustain in the mid rounds, and so that's where I really think we're going to see MW0 shine. To me, though, it means that Furia may be intending to play Haven a little bit slower than they did on Breeze.
All right, it's time to get this show on the road, everybody. Get excited for this one. It's Haven
being played out for the final map of this series. Will Global be able to turn it around like they tried to do the previous map? Or will Furia persevere and succeed with a reverse sweep? I want to hear some excitement. Bangalore, make some noise!
Going into this round, it looks like Furia are going to be set on, again, a fairly light default. Bearing in mind that Breeze and Sunset, they went into this round with a set strategy, with a fast strategy. Here's that slower playstyle that we were expecting, and it seems to be that they're basing this attack off of reactionary plays to what GE look to probe.
And with that, coming off of a break, Furia will look to push into the mid, easing towards the left-hand side for now. Maybe a garage take, which leaves C quite open, right? It's just Polvi holding out on his own. Might be the right decision. But instead, might end up onto this B site. Good flash, MW0 in the smoke. He's superior. Aftershock maybe to conceal him, but MW0 still keeps on. 3 kills to 1. And Furia has got to level this out. Polvi turning right back up, getting avenged for his fallen teammates. And we're on to a 2-on-2 for this post-plant.
Look how passive Conan's playing this as well. He's going to be able to outflank G no matter how they go into this retake. So they're going to have to move damn quick if they want a chance here. But the lineups are there. And with that, the low HP on Polvi means that even encroaching on this site may mean certain disaster.
I mean, it also gives away the position of Conan, but the fact that the snake bites only have just come in, it buys so much time. And with Liazi coming in from the side, Furia seem to persevere. Skills, alone, damage inflicted onto one, but has to go chasing Furia, making him run for it. And that surely is going to be the round for Furia. And the pistol round goes to them.
I like how Skills reacts there to actually just go and die to the spike. He doesn't want to risk handing another ult orb over to the Omen. But tell you what, Pavlos, that was started, committed, and won by MW0 with that frenzy, setting himself straight into those smokes and just overwhelming that GE defense there with that frenzy at point blank.
Now, Global need to come back from the previous map, right? Because honestly, it must have been quite daunting for them to actually perform quite the comeback on that map to eventually not close it out. Exactly. So I think this is a testament to how strong they are mentally. And congrats to Furia for able to reset as well. We were talking about how young they are and how mature you have to be able to compete in a situation where you're behind, where you've lost a lot of rounds in a row, and you've got a crowd against you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And for Global Esports here, I wonder as to how they're going to be able to recover themselves. Bear in mind that it's going to weigh on their psyche, the fact that they were able to almost win Breeze, but have it snatched from them at the last moment.
You haven't had a chance to talk win conditions from this particular map, right?
Yeah.
What would you think would be the win condition for GE here?
I think for GE, it's being able to shut down MW0, to be able to keep their man counts. Bear in mind that on Breeze, Furia, their success came from going into constant 5v4s. I think if Global can survive the mid rounds, sort of with every player alive, get into the retakes with at least equal man counts, then I think they're actually going to be in quite a good position. Bear in mind that GE's retakes initially have actually been quite good.
And Furia winning the first round. I believe they've been winning most of these. To be fair, it could have made the endeavor a little bit easier for Global if they were able to win a few of these pistols. I think they lost in the past map, I think Furia won both of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they did, and then Global came out with the wild force buys to catch them flat-footed. I actually would love to see a force buy from Global. Granted, Haven's the map, which is quite hard to convert it on, especially because you are going to be most likely playing retake unless you've stacked the right site. Nonetheless, though, it's entertaining to see, and it's a playstyle that kind of suited Global when they did it on Breeze.
Actually doing a little bit of digging here, it seems that GE won the map in which they won both pistol rounds, and Furia won the map in which they won both pistol rounds. So if history repeats itself,
this could potentially be quite telling, Pablo.
This could potentially be quite telling. It's still round one, though. All right, we talked about win conditions for Global. What about Furia here?
I think Furia, it's the same as it's always been. MW0 set up. If Liazi can also follow up and sort of be that second man, then they're going to be swimming. I think, bear in mind, Haven is a map which complements the operators,
get an early operator out on MW0. What it means is that you're able to play fairly passive when it comes to your after plants, because as we've seen, Karen is more than happy to just sit back on the Viper and just play for the lineups.
Yeah. Sliggy, I think it's time for Team Deathmatch again, mate. And as well, shout out to all the watch partiers out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have been excellent. You guys have really been showing love to this tournament, and
absolutely,
thank you for joining us in this one. So shout out to you all out there. And we've got some local ones, right? Some Indian talents, some you know, home heroes up there, you know, streaming from the venue itself.
Yeah. If you want to see sort of who's live and when, where should you go, Pavlos?
You should go to VALORANT Esports SA. I believe they've got that username both on Instagram and Twitter.
Yes.
So go give them a follow. You'll learn about all the ins and outs of content, everything going on within the South Asian scene here for VALORANT.
It's a very entertaining scene, let me tell you, Pavlos.
Yeah?
I've been in it a while, and there is no lack of entertainment when it comes from roster moves to the org owners being very vocal, and, well, the management also accompanying that.
Indeed, indeed. It's been an eventful tournament, man. I'm thankful for being here, honestly.
Likewise.
Exceeded expectations. I had a choice. I had a choice to make, by the way.
Yeah.
It was either this or Spain. I had
this every time.
Spike Nations. No, this every time.
Every time.
Every time. Every
Now
time.
look.
Not to talk smack about the other tournament. That looks dope, by the way. Yeah. Over in Gen.G in Spain. But this is something different. A fan base like no other, showing us love, showing the teams love, and excellent VALORANT. Some of the most high prospect teams for the upcoming season.
On the topic of excellent VALORANT, Pavlos.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, in the best of 5, we've got FUT versus Vitality. How are you feeling about that?
Ooh. I mean, it depends who. Look, it's going to be really cool, I think. Gen.G, at the start of this tournament, didn't look the greatest, but today stepped up massively.
Yeah.
Right, so coming into the final tomorrow against Vitality, I think we're in for a show. Obviously, Vitality spent the day looking through the VODs. I believe they were here in the venue at some point, doing meet and greets and taking pictures with fans and doing some content and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think they got to see in person how that match played out. So they'll definitely be wary of Gen.G this time around. I don't think they'll be underestimated. So we'll have a look and see if that actually is MW0 strong with a statement piece. We're back into the game, everybody. Let's make this a good one.
Havoc's trying to follow up some utility here. Some fast C control taken by these members, and well, for Khalil, swift to respond into the 2 versus 4. Havoc now. Follow it up, low HP on both members of GE. This could be a fairly swift round, a fairly violent round nonetheless, Pavlos. And there it is, 2 shots from Havoc, 1 to the body, 1 to the head, and 1 more on the scoreboard for Furia.
Did I troll and say Gen.G earlier?
Yes, you did.
I'm trolling. I'm trolling, guys.
I
realized while I was saying, I was like, no, foot 1, you idiot.
You can't turn your back on our EMEA brothers, Pavlos.
I can't, it's an EMEA showdown. EMEA showdown, what is on? But these guys know what's up. Gen.G have got a chance now to come back on the case, right? They've got guns ready for them. And this is the moment where you expect them to see a round on the board.
Yeah, and my worry for Global actually is if they can't put themselves on the board, then Furia are going to really roll with that momentum, and they're going to look brutal.
Gee. How do you deal with this one? There's a big push coming in from Polvi. Now, we've known him for taking up space early, even if it's unassisted. That's exactly what he's done right now. Could try and lurk into a corner here, but instead elects to have an off angle in case his position is pushed. In the meantime, though, Furia, even though they're early presence towards C, they found success in Garage.
Skills being a little bit ambitious there, instantly punished. Russ going to try and follow it up. He does just that, and he gets the spike, Pavlos.
Overstepping there, Havoc. MW0 still there. Blaze King, what a shot. Blaze King doubling up. MW0 can't stay alive for a second given Russ's presence. And G are right back in it.
Now here's the thing, Polvi has no reason to suspect Conan's flank here. However, he's taking quite a bit of time. There's the first, but with 3 more to find, low HP on Russ. Damage is possible. A round though, that's going to be a little bit more challenging.
30 seconds left.
Furia down with 1 player, Conan known to do some damage and not going down without a fight, but GE overwhelmed, and that's the round secured.
That it is, they put themselves on the board now. Question is, can they convert this into momentum, Pavlos? Can they convert this into multiple? Because we've seen that in blow-for-blow rounds, when it gets into the very thick, very messy halves, as we saw on Breeze, we don't see a victor until overtime, and that's when a best-of-3 series no longer becomes a sprint, it becomes a marathon. Bladestorm already available for MW0. That'll be pulled out here.
Get out of my
Stinger
way!
to accompany it. There is that Bladestorm. Fast push to allow Polvi to try and beat here. Instead, he's actually going to hide behind the pipe and hope that Furia don't clear him. Almost gets out there, just takes someone with him. Is traded, but a 1-for-1 is definitely worth it.
Yeah, he can't hide behind the smoke soon enough. MW0 still, as soon as he gets blades, you got to be scared. But the trades, if they keep on going the way they have been, Furia is going to be favored for sure. And lightning fast. And near instant, has found himself into a realm of solidarity. Loneliness, perhaps. MW0, he's just hiding out. No one. To be fair, I was kind of hoping for a knife.
Yeah. You ask and MW0 shall provide, because that was still a knife kill, Pavlos.
It was a blade kill. I will correct you. It was a blade kill, and that matters.
What's the sharp part of the knife called, Pavlos?
The blade?
That's what I thought.
But what's the ability called? The ultimate of Jet?
The knives.
I'm being trolled. Someone save me. Someone change my duo. I'm joking, I need my Crema. All right. Entering the next round, though, GE find themselves in recession. Only pistols to work around with this time around, and it can't feel that good for them.
It certainly can't, and with Sheriffs to work with here, no ults to aid them either. It may just be a matter of trying to do a bit of economic damage to Furia, but Liazzi makes sure that a man advantage is nothing but a pipe dream for GE here.
GE've got a nice stack up going into short. If Conan swings it, might be in trouble. But he's wise enough to take the longer angle and wait for any type of push that GE might want to go for.
Liazzi, the same angle, may bear more fruits here. Drops off just as the peak comes. Information may be enough though, because Furia look like they want to step up towards A here.
Stepping, inching closer. Conan's been holding this angle forever. It feels like Russ has as well, but he's going to have to turn his attention towards Long as soon as he hears all the commotion. The Furia have coordinated this really well. Skills can't really focus in two angles in two separate moments. And Blaze King, again, all by himself.
30 seconds left.
Pavlos. I mean, there's a world here where he just tries to find a rifle to save, because the Furia, this has been a dominant start to the map.
It really has. I think they're kind of trying to show that GE's prowess at the start has sort of been a fluke. I mean, even though GE showed some really good performances and looked like in a completely different team from what we saw earlier this week, I think Furia also need to prove that they can overcome obstacles like this.
Yeah, and proving it's definitely going to be difficult, Pavlos, because let's be honest, this has been a damn tough map for them, and I think we have seen a lot of flaws in how Furia have been playing. The same for Global, categorically, but I think for Furia here, the fixing it up for Haven seems to have worked. I think we haven't seen anything too shaky from them as of yet. They still have an ult advantage going into this round, but they're now going to have to deal with the early operator from Polvi.
This time, 5 players in push here from Furia. Oh, Blaze King's recon couldn't come in soon enough. He might be in trouble now that they heard the drone. They will be rushing directly towards him. Oh dear. He's getting from bad to worse, getting shot through smokes. Furia, furious that they even considered defeat. Want to make sure that this is all locked and loaded. At least GE keep things close. 2v3 is not over just yet.
Just yet though, Pavlos. Polvi. He needs to find this first kill and quickly, almost on the angle.
Yes, he did.
It's a clean shot, and out comes the Bladestorm.
I'll tell you what, this tournament is to show how Polvi can shoot. What a player.
Turret out.
Proving ground for sure. Straight out. Liazzi's got it covered. Blades. All Polvi needs.
Oh, simultaneous swing. It was so freaking close. Polvi could feel it in his fingers. He could feel it on his toes. But it's instead Furia that come out on top.
4-1, that lead extends a little bit further. And for Polvi, Pavlos, that was moments away from greatness. You see their G fans head in their hands and what was, well, a single knife away from victory.
But there's no turning back. There's only one way forward. Press that W key, keep it going. They've managed to come back before. They might be able to do it again. Definitely Furia looking like a different beast right now.
An operator comes out now for MW0. Russ, one away from a rolling thunder. The ult advantage with Global Esports. The economic advantage, the firepower advantage with Furia for the time being.
Come to see Polvi is able to trade it out. But look at Conan going for a bit of a lurk himself. There's a lot of utility. They'll notice he's here.
Plant the spike.
Pings out the alarm bot in case they do end up going towards the site. Breaks it eventually. And so he does with alarm bot. So, G, you've got questions in their mind. Is this a fake? Is this what they are going to be sticking with? Which is why you can see Lightning Fast holding back as well in case it is going to be a B push. But no, they are going to be moving in. Russ holding one angle, Polvi another, but Conan comes out on top. Oh dear, it's looking rough. Conan doubling up. And this looks like Furia on the way to taking site control. Again, Skills in trouble. And you can see definitely G crumbling under pressure in that take.
Extremely messy from GE and Furia. They are happy to punish it. MW0, is he going to be the one to bring out the final shots? That'll hearken a sixth for Furia. The team that looked almost broken on Breeze now have been bolstered with some bravery which GE cannot match. And with 5 rounds as the deficit, it's got to be crunch time and fairly soon for GE. A timeout now would be perfect.
Oh, it's squeaky bum time, all right. They've got to make it work. It's now or never. Because how do you come back from such a, big deficit?
Especially when you'd almost made that comeback yourselves on the previous map.
Miracles do happen, but they're called miracles for a reason. They don't happen often. And replicating that twice, that comeback ability, it's only a rarity to be seen. They're just going to prove us otherwise.
They're going to have to do just that, though.
Get off your phone. What's the game? Get off your phone.
Off the back of this timeout as well, I think for Furia, there's not much really to be said when it comes to counteracting how Global have been responding to the executions. I think the faster Furia play, the more they can keep Global almost panicking at the aggression, the better off they're going to be. I think the trap now would be...
I feel like just putting all the viewers under the bus.
Oh, my.
I love you, Rossi. We love you. Brilliant. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
That's all right, Pavlos. It's an important message. Yeah, I can't help but think that for Furia, as long as they can keep getting on top of Global Esports, as long as they can keep forcing them into uncomfortable positions, much like the one we saw in the last round, I think that's where they're really going to thrive here. As the tactical pause extends into a technical pause.
Seems to be some discussions had with Blaze King. Yeah. Hopefully this one isn't a long one. Oh, might be audio issues, perhaps?
Looks like audio issues, maybe.
Yeah. Though I do believe it's the earphones that provide audio to the players. I think the headsets are to prevent noise from, to be able, how do you call it? White noise?
Oh,
yeah. I think the headsets provide white noise.
So they don't have to hear us.
So they don't have to hear us. They don't have to hear the crowd.
They should provide the audience with that. So they don't have to hear us.
You're being too mean to yourself. Unless you're being mean to me, then go ahead.
It's both. We're a package deal, Pavlos.
Granted.
It's Furious technical time, though. So
hey, love to you too. Love to you too. What a game we've had.
Oh wow, we're getting the reps.
Hey, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8. We're slowing down, Pavlos.
All right. Okay, he's going quite a while. This man's strong.
Let's keep it going.
Oh! I feel like he set himself up for failure now. Oh!
Oh, he's got it in as well.
Wow. Legend. Legend. Again, we're the ones being entertained here.
we could only dream of being able to do that, Valos.
Yeah, yeah. Although our morning gym sessions haven't been as many as we would have liked. We haven't done that many. No, we haven't.
The beds at our hotel are very comfy.
They are. Keep us in bed for as long as possible. 6-2-1. All right, what can we talk about these teams in particular? What can we dive into? Furia has been, coming back in a way that I don't think GE have expected. It seems like 2 different Furia teams in one series.
Yeah, one of the players who I do want to talk about, who we've not spoken about yet, is Khalil. I think that he's done such a good job at almost being the anchor, the rock for Furia. When it comes to the retakes, he's always the first man in. It's like he is the one who gets traded when NW0 isn't there. And so I think for Furia, that actually gives quite a bit of stability to their afterplans and to their retakes, due to the fact that you have this very flexible player who's taken on quite a selfless role, actually, within the team.
Definitely seems to be the case. Seems like we'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll stay on stream. We're just letting you know that
2 minutes.
That's what
we have our ETA.
Yeah, we've got our ETA. 2 minutes. We'll get into the game as things are being fixed, prepared, and everything.
Pavlos, do you believe in the comeback from GE?
Oh, for sure. They've definitely shown that they can do it.
Do you believe it on Haven?
Why not?
All right.
Why not? We haven't seen much of Haven from it. We haven't seen any Haven from this roster, to be fair.
Maybe there's a reason for that, is my worry. Because bear in mind that I believe the final 2 maps of the Veto were Splits and Haven. In the previous series Global played, they were happy to float Split. So I worry, actually, if potentially Split would have been a more comfortable map for them. Bearing in mind that Furia didn't.
In the previous SEC timeout, it felt like Global was able to, Furia was able to, calm down a bit, breathe, in which assisted them to close out the series themselves. For Global, maybe this could be their chance to breathe, recollect, and, get into this one with a different attitude.
We're back, Pavlos.
We are back. Let's get back in here. 6-1 again is the score. Ultimates available 2 per side. I think a little bit more impactful on the GE side, giving it Rolling Thunder 100's Fury. But a heavy presence on that right-hand side, at least for the attackers.
It's back to basic weapons, though, for GE. Bearing in mind that they only have a Guardian on Rust, a Stinger on Lightning Fast. So I'm very surprised we're actually seeing the Hunter's Fury committed to a round like this, with such little economy for GE to wield.
Poison orb emitting.
Uh-oh. There you go. Lightning Fast with Stinger. Picks up 1. By the way, 1 HP and Rust as well. Oh, 5 HP on Lightning Fast. Never mind. Still, very low. Furia, though, with the same amount of players and definitely much healthier, are dealing with skills. He's got a Sheriff, but he does get 1.
Spike down, B.
But NW0 is still alive and well. GE don't want to stop. They move in really quickly and surprise everyone.
Furia have maneuvered very well, though. So let's go back to C here. It's an early usage of the Rolling Thunder, but it's not going to prevent the plant.
No, nearly did, though. But I think they know where Havoc is, so they're spraying, trying to pick him up. They're all so low. They could be easy blingers for Khalil, and it looks like they will be. Khalil perseveres, quadra kill, and the round for Furia.
What a round from Khalil there. Yes, he lands a 1 versus 3 with a 4K, but Pavlos, it had to come down to that. Bearing in mind that all Global committed to that round was a Guardian, a Stinger, and a Hunter's Fury. That was three pieces of equipment and utility that threw it around and almost won it against Furia, who had a full buy by that operator out on MW0. Well, that operator's no longer there. That's the economic damage that was achieved there. And it means that for Polvi, he's going to be, at least for the longer ranges, uncontested.
Placing swamp grenade.
Ult advantage, still with Furia though. 2 away from the Blade Storm and the Seekers. Everything else already online and a fast execute to see.
Yeah, what I noticed is that even though Furia lost a lot of players throughout the previous round, they still have a lot of funds to expend into this one and following ones as well. Onto the side, C taken over. And with the Viper's Pit, they've closed out one of the entries for sure.
Absolutely, and with the ult committed as well, I think for GE, it's got to be a save. Keep that operator alive for Polvi. Furia, they're going to make it 8. But for GE, they're going to have the weapons. They're going to live to fight another day. So there are only so many days left in this Pavlos.
Here.
Yeah, GE definitely safe for them here. For Furia, this is them guaranteeing an 8th, and they won't be losing any players. It feels like until the end of the half, Furia won't be running out of money.
Yeah, and that's a scary prospect for GE, especially when you consider that for MW0, he still doesn't have an operator out, so he's actually just going to go hunt for one of his own. A lot of Furia's tactics now come down to actually mitigating what GE are able to use rather than keeping what Furia have.
With that, GE in a really tough spot. All you'd have to do to bring back confidence is win one round, but they haven't had that one round in quite some time. And the longer this drought insists, the more difficult it's actually going to be.
Yeah, I mean, MW0 about to bring out a Blade Storm as well. It's that ult management going to shift in favor of Furia. Remember, GE having committed both the Rolling Thunder and that Hunter's Fury very recently means that for the rest of the half, they may be down to 1 or 2 ults at all. And Furia, it's a rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I mean, this is always going to turn out for Furia, most likely, unless Skills is able to do damage, and Polvi not revealing himself. I saw that going very differently in my mind, but G proved to differ. Polvi's being burnt, unfortunately for him. But G finally have a grasp on this round.
The saving grace for Furia here is that they still have the spike. Or at least they may do if they can win this duel for Garage.
Oh, no.
Player standing.
The crash from Russ saved them. Conan is going to get peeked simultaneously. Blaze King picking that one up. GE is on the board.
On the board with a second Pavlos, but on a map like Haven, you need at least 3, at least 4 before your halves become a bit less worrisome and more so just a tactical difference. Furia, they still have that ult advantage, they still have that economic advantage. They tried the same strat, they tried to be cheeky, it didn't work out. I can't help but think that for Global here, there may be a bit of problems when it comes to repeating the success.
I mean, like I said, all they needed was one round to get their heads in the game and feel like they've got the capability of coming back, and that's exactly what they did. So for Furia now, pleasure of stopping that hope in its tracks. You can see a very fast pushed up Russ here in mid. He does elect to fall back eventually, realizes out of his depth, but sets up Polvi for a kill.
Polvi for the first, and now let's see how Furia responds. Bearing in mind that this A site's about to be besieged, but the spike still not committed to it, so for all intents and purposes, this is still probing efforts from Furia.
We've seen Furia come back from a 4v5. GE are here to prevent it. Polvi, lineup ready. Secures it. Conan in trouble, has to run back. So Furia's chances mitigated yet again.
It feels like Polvi right now has been the saving grace for Global Esports. Now he's had that operator, he's looking damn effective, Pavlos.
And even though Furia have gained control over the C site, and they're definitely going to cause some rotations now with the spike heading in that direction, you've got MW0 hiding out onto the A site. He's going to expect to do a flank. They need magic this round, and expecting MW0 to make it.
Expecting just that now. MW0 going to be covering this plant. It's a hell of a shot to open Pavlos.
It's hell of a prediction from Blaze King to stick around, but even then, he doesn't end up getting the kill, but he at least lets his team know where he is. Polvi accurate on that one. And GE look to close. MW0 too far away. Coming in from long. Lightning fast is there. There's no way of interrupting this one. Beautifully done from GE to secure a second in a row.
They pluck MW0 out the sky, and with that, it's going to be well, at least a bit of a comeback in the latter stages of this first half, Pavlos. But the nagging, gnawing feeling that this could be too little, too late for Polvi. Now he's been able to show up with this operator. The pressure is being able to do this for the rest of the game.
At least there's belief in the stands that GE can actually come back. See if the team themselves share that thought. Furia, switch up the pace. Long control is what they're looking for. Lightning fast, he's up here. He could catch some players off guard if he stays in the corner. Blaze King is good for 2. And even though Furia try and bring it all back, there's a guarantee from short that seals the deal.
Khalil is trying to bring it towards Furia's favor, but Skills being there will definitely prevent it.
Re-aggression through garage here by Skills. Polvi holding the angle. Ooh, misses the shot though, but for Khalil, there is that flanker coming of the enemy Killjoy. He still doesn't have a spike. Polvi will have a second crack at it. And for Global Esports, 4 at the end of the half, by all means, is actually quite a good recovery.
Hey, they were 8-1, now they're 8-4. That's 3 consecutives. Yeah. We've seen a comeback before. This is the start of another one.
It's got to start, though, Pavlos, at the pistol rounds. Remember, the winners of the pistol rounds have been the winners of the maps in this series. So the pressure's definitely there for Global Esports if that trend continues. But as we enter the halftime break, Furia, a chance to talk to the coach, a chance to figure out how is it you reset, how is it you recover going into this next half.
And the switch of the sides definitely changed the dynamic of how these two teams interact. And what role for the NW0 is, right? Like we said, the dynamic of the Jet switches up quite a lot on the defense. Now your role is kind of holding the line instead of creating that space for your team. So, do you think NW0 is best on defense or attack? For me personally, statistics. Right, okay. Defense is good, but for attack, he's special as he's, you know, he can do it better than others.
I think his attack statistics are so good because he does it better than others, but I think as a player, he's more successful on the defense, purely because on the defense, on all maps, bringing out Alp out earlier, it makes a lot more sense. And for MW0, it means that he's going to have a bit more flexibility as to where his team actually takes that fight on that defense.
Yeah, definitely not what global fans want to hear right now.
No, absolutely not.
But hey, Polvi, on the other hand, is who you want to look for to make the difference.
He really showed up at the end of that half.
Looks like an A-side push here. Second half we enter G is switched over the attack. Furia on defense. Can they bring it all back in their favor? 3 consecutive rounds. Is it all brought back right here, right now, or can Furia hold on to seize the lead? This pistol round all important. Now, pushing towards this A side, only one to defend. It's going to have to be Khalil. He sticks around, actually. Right click goes his way. Blaze King doubles up, and CGE are already on the case. Skills. Back of the site. MW0 is no more. Global Esports are ahead.
Havoc's the guy you got to remember, though, Pavlos. He's still at the back site. He's good for one. Not quite able to find the second. It's all on Conan. Unable to win it. Global, they find the pistol round, Pavlos. The comeback may very well be on.
You can definitely see why the excitement is there, right? We were talking about this is a round you'll need to start this comeback from, well, not start this comeback, allow this comeback from continuing. And that was a messy one. I felt like Furia didn't want to let GE get comfortable onto the site. They kept on throwing in players onto the site. It wasn't as coordinated as we saw in the first half. So definitely something that they may have to discuss between them.
Yeah, I agree, but that discussion may have to wait because Furia, they've got the Hero Marshal on MW0. That Hero Marshal is ready to take a fight right here, right now, and right to the cranium of Blazer King.
Havoc pushing up very far forwards. They spotted him, but you'd expect him keeping his position there. We've seen Furia pull off pistol rounds before.
It's even able to get away. Even able to get away. Furia, this should not be how they respond to Global. This was meant to be the easy one.
No way, right?
Right?
Double question mark.
MW0, he's repositioned so perfectly, Pavlos. Gets the damage out onto Russ. And remember, even with that Marshal, it doesn't matter if you hit the head or the body. All he's doing is tenderizing his opponents for the remaining pistols on Furia.
And that's exactly what they need, right? I mean, you don't have the one-shot headshot capabilities, at least not on the classics.
And gee, the second they see that Marshal, they actually get the hell out of dodge. They set their gaze back to see.
Left.
30 seconds left means that they've got to move fairly quick if they want to get onto this site.
All Conan needs to do is collect the information and delay this push from happening to get his team in place for this defense. Flash coming through to the back of the side. Polvy's going to attempt to do his magic. That's one shot. Turns around towards the other, making G a little bit more favorable this time around. It's a 2v3. He's definitely fathomable, especially with the rifles that they do have. Conan goes aggressive, wants to nail it once. He's been able to do so. Conan might have done his job because now Skills can't plant. He's going to have to get both kills in a matter of 2 seconds. But MW Zera has ran away, and there's no chance of winning this one. Furia determined to get back the lead.
And they get that final kill as well. They make sure that GE aren't able to recover any weapons or take any weapons into the next one. It's a beautiful round, Pavlos, and for MW Zera, getting that first kill, setting up the second, and then being there with the retake just shows you the impact that only one Marshal can have on the course of an entire round.
Global. Now forced into a force themselves, right? So, actions of consequences, and the previous round's result has as consequence GE's difficulty and affording capable weapons. Furia, chill, take it easy. G won't let them chill though. G won't let them sleep. They want to knock on their door and make them all wake up. You think it's over? Think again. Global Esports are in the house.
Conan, only a Vandal to work with, has got to save Pavlos. GE, they show Furia what a counter buy looks like, what a response looks like. And well, it's swift in its violence, and it will be 6 for GE. 3 rounds separate these two teams now, Pavlos. I feel like we're getting a little bit of deja vu here.
They're definitely going blow for blow right now. That was quick. I don't think anybody expected that. I thought they were walking into a solid defense. But the set play was just too good. The shots connected. And with that, the round secured. Ross looks chill.
He does. He looks surprisingly relaxed, actually. And the same said for Furia, actually. You'd think that being on stage in front of this many people, there would be almost worry on their faces. But no, it looks like another day at the office for them. The buy from Furia.
I think we're destined for overtime, aren't we?
Yeah, the buy from Furia certainly isn't a good one, but with the saved Vandal on Conan, with a Bulldog and MW Zera, a Marshal on Khalil, and I mean, we've seen what a Marshal can do to Furia here. G once again hold their default.
MW Zera. Look behind you, D, and Colby does exactly that. Oh, wow. So the star player of this Brazilian side is no more. Look, they did go for an eco. But the fact that MW Zera had a rifle, it still meant that they had a chance. So definitely nullified that threat. Skills lurking towards the other end in an area which is occupied by many defenders, but does damage all on his own. It's created space for his teammates to move to the other side of the map. Yes, he loses his life, but the A site is still the main take.
Well worth it, Skills. He removes any chance of a fast rotation. With Havoc falling in mid, Khalil with that saved Vandal, that retrieved Vandal, is going to have to sit back and watch as GA cover the distance. They're going to make it a 7. They'll reduce the differential to just 2, Pavlos. If I'm Furia, I'm looking very longingly at the timeout button. I'm looking very longingly at my coach, hoping for the words of wisdom that can guide them through the final 4 to at least exit the tournaments with a bit more pride and dignity.
Definitely what they're looking for. Furia want to leave this country with a little bit more pride and dignity, at least feel like they've conquered something. But Global not going to make that easy. Hey, this is an amazing game of Valorant nonetheless.
9-7, Pavlos. The comeback. You said that it was improbable. You said miracles can only happen once.
I'd never said it's impossible.
Well, as it turns out, lightning can in fact strike twice. Yeah, the crowd is now back on board as well. especially after the latest success. Skills, lockdown available. The Furia, nothing to work with as of yet, but that operator is going to come out from MW0.
G slowing it down just a little bit. Furia on the other end, not taking any chance. Potential for a little peek there from the body system set up by MW0 and Havoc. But look at this walk up from mid. Smoke coming in right on time, actually. Khalil could have been a dead man walking. But look at the turn of attention towards Garage now. Inoccupied.
Furia have done a really good job defending their utility here, actually. Sending the Sky Trailblazer straight down sewers after you suspect that you're back off means that they're going to be well aware about the C hit.
I knew where Conan was, and Polvi is popping off. 2 clean shots, 1 without seeing his opponent. Skills wants to match it. Ladies and gentlemen, a 7-round score diff might be turning to a single round differential.
Bear in mind as well, Pavlos, look at the money for Furia. They have nothing more to work with. Skills, he has come alive in the latter stages of the second half. And you can see the hype now starting to show on the faces of Global. It's no longer relaxed, it's now excited. It's ready to deal the pain to Furia, who now have really been struggling to find their footing in the second half.
Twice we've counted them out. Twice they've proven us otherwise. 4 more rounds indeed. And Furia troubled.
Yeah. Troubled, concern, maybe even worry as the timeout is called. Bear in mind for Global Esports, this is best case scenario for them as well, because this is a chance for Spin to come in and talk to the boys and see what the plan is for Global Esports going into the rest of this half, with time of their own to use as well.
Exactly. Something a lot of people forget is that when one team calls a timeout, the other one can bring out their coach as well, right? It's not a one-sided thing. So, you know, what could be a buff for one side could be a buff for the other. For Furia on defense, not being able to have control over the pace is something that is causing them grave difficulty. Global really enjoying having them on this pressure point. But is the space to breathe enough for Furia to get them back into winning ways? Now, we saw a fake comeback of sorts last game of Global, but this is their chance to redeem themselves and show us that they're not only made of fake comebacks, they can bring up real ones as well.
That they can. Bladestorm available for MW0 and for Polvi. MW0 bringing it out straight away, I imagine. A judge comes out on Khalil. It's not the buy you want if you're Furia, especially when you're fighting for your life in the final stages of your third map.
We're potentially looking at the 9-9 score here. Now, MW0 does have his blades, and with that, you can never count the man out. A couple of weapons on close distance that could do also some damage.
Blinding!
Really interesting push here from Furia. Catching Russian guard.
Spike down
Trade
A.
on Polvi. I think in these moments, it's Polvi that steps up the most.
Yeah, it absolutely is. He's had an incredible second half so far. Khalil almost begging that one of the G members would peek him, but looks like it's disciplined as ever. His skills instead goes to the wall bang. It's absolutely perfect.
No. Not only does he wake the wall armor, he just keeps on shooting through and gets a kill. Now, Furia though, still keeping on top, surprisingly. Plays out for MW0, and just like that, crowd silence. Global in trouble, needing their star Polvi to pull it all off. And he might be able to do so. Damage onto MW0, and he's got full health himself.
Down to 5 HP on MW0. He's only got a judge to back it up as well.
Oh, there's a heal though.
That being said, look at the weaponry for Furia. It's not the long-range shields that Polvi looks ready to take with them.
Not at all. MW0 will be following the Trailblazer. Polvi spotting it. They know exactly where he is unless he's used the timing from that Cloudburst to move into the site. So, a lot of searching to be done. Guiding light. Spray down. A little bit rough from Polvi. Wanting to take the fight another time. Draws out the blades because he doesn't have time to reload. Shot comes through. Furia pushes and get the win instead. Again, it's going to be a thrifty round to hand it over to the Brazilians.
My oh my, Pavlos, just when you think this series is out of surprises, I think Furia now have been able to find 3 or 4 eco victories, 3 of which have been on Haven. A team better when underestimated. Global, a team always underestimated. We'll have to see what they can do now and what is absolutely the apoptosis of this map. A lockdown available, but I don't necessarily think it's the retakes where Global have been suffering.
Yeah, it was a bit of a misstep there, not checking over into the long side push. You kind of expect them when a team is struggling economically to pull off a push like that. And yeah, a bit of an oversight that Global will end up hitting themselves for. Polvi kicking and screaming through this map though. Really wants to keep his team on top of this one. It's pride we're talking about at the end of the day. That his team, his fans, this country that supports global esports, the entirety of India can rally behind him in efforts of global, of redeeming themselves in BCD Pacific this year.
For now, another operator on MW0, but it's not going to be used for the defensive A. Killjoy ult deployed, and for Skills with that lockdown, he's actually going to be pretty apprehensive about the flank here. It looks like G trying to force a reaction rather than force a retake here. It's slow as they get onto the site, however, get onto the site they shall. After plant initiated, Furia, what do you have in store for us?
Oh, seems like they might have a punch in this one. Blaze King barely survived for a second. Khalil away, peekaboo! Think you're going to be pushing in this one? No. The flanker's got a flank on him. Furia come out on top, even though G had a lot of spanners in the mix. It may not be good enough. Furia poised to get onto double digits. Just 3 away.
Just 3 away, making it 11, Pavlos. I can't help but think that for Global, this is when their own timeout might need to be called in. This is when, potentially, if there's any new strats, if there's any weird strats, if there's any Hail Marys, now would be the time to throw them out.
I think what Furia managed to do is break the momentum entirely.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that was a very important thing for them to do. Step 1 done. Step 2 is finish them out.
Yeah, and well, if this was anything to go by, Pavlos, they seem set up to do just that. Credit where credit is due to Khalil as well, because he has done so well in these retakes, just being in a position to constantly anchor the one angle which isn't being pushed by the squad. He almost acts like a pseudo lurker on his defense, and it's worked beautifully, and we saw it in that last round there, just holding the push through to CT. He didn't have to leave that position. Instead, he just had to sit there, wait for the enemy to come to him.
Sit there, look pretty.
Exactly. It's what we do.
Sometimes talk a bit as well.
Occasionally.
Yeah. Here and there. Bit of talking going on within the Furia camp as well. This has been a thinking game, hasn't it? Even the first matchup today, Foot versus Gen.G, has been a bit of a chaos series, right? Both teams challenging the opposition's game plan, not allowing them to set up. It's been a bit of a chaotic one. This one, the longer it goes, it seems to be falling in that direction, but that's definitely not how it started.
No, it's not. And it's almost heartbreaking to see GE twice now make a comeback, only to fall at the last hurdle. Ults available for both teams. MW0 with this operator trying to get that initial pick, unable to do so. It's that rolling thunder on Rust that I've really got to keep my eye on here. Early usage of the Viper's Pits.
Yeah, that's it. No more lightning fast. Taking charge of it. Currently on top of his able to stay alive for a little bit longer. No, Polvi reads the position. G not done yet. Blaze King swing.
My ult is ready.
And full control over the site and maybe the round.
Well, there is the strike back from GE. There is that rolling thunder usage that we were waiting to see from Russ as well. For MW0, holding on to the operator here is imperative to their longevity of this second half, bearing in mind that the economy that they're boasting right now, it absolutely isn't in a strong spot. So you've got about 1 round of reinvestment in. You especially don't have reinvestment when it comes to that.
You can only afford to lose 1 more time after this. Operator lost, by the way. In the meantime, GE have built up somewhat of a good economy themselves.
Found them.
I think they can afford to go after this one, though. Khalil is enjoying getting a few ults for his lockdown, but not this one. I mean, he gets one with death, but there you go, 9-11. 2 rounds between the two teams. Remind you, it was 7 rounds at some point.
Yes,
the score
it
was
was.
8-1.
Yeah.
So still a good try for, you know, it feels like Global Esports have just thrown a lasso at Furia and just pulling in their direction. Sometimes they're being tugged. Sometimes they're the ones doing the tugging.
They've absolutely performed, Pavlos. However, the show has still got a little bit of life yet. We haven't hit our finale. MW0 19 frags, Polvi 20. This head-to-head has been incredible. And Furia once again moved down to a rough bye, something which they seem to excel at actually. And G, under any circumstances here, need to make sure that they do not fall complacent to this.
Oh, the Aldron didn't check the right. Oh no, they didn't check the right either. Oh, Polvi does though. Polvi covers their ground, no problem at all. Looking to get into double digits. Why the hell not? Khalil, no more teammates. GE, enough of this nonsense. Want to get back into winning ways.
Spike planted.
Remember, Pavlos, the timeouts have been used, the pauses have been called. The only thing now that is left to do is play out the rest of this map and pray your teammates, pray that each member of your team can take you to victory, can guide you to victory for GE. 1 round now separates them and Furia. 2 rounds separate Furia from victory, and it's 3 rounds to separate GE from a victory of their own.
Proud of your math, bro.
Thanks, man. I've been practicing that one. Clean shot from Blazerkin. Khalil falls. GE, they make it 10. My, oh my, Pavlos.
Hey. And all of a sudden, I think GE smell victory. I think they can see it on the horizon. Furia, though, they're an arm's length from it. Not too far. All they got to do is win another, and they'll be on match point. Hop, skip, and a jump. This is getting close, Kremer. This is getting very close.
That it is, and with a From the Shadows available for both teams here, it's going to be interesting as to how they utilize. Bear in mind that Haven is a map which a lot of teams actually struggle to get that ability usage timed correctly. G, once again, getting that A main control.
Take flight.
Furia, still fairly passive. The Killjoy setup on A means that they're at least looking to play retake here. Khalil revealing his position may alert them just that Pavlos, but it may be too late.
Still a one-on-one trade. Fight Bobby still alive. There's
still a lot of
come on!
Okay.
Nonsense kills by skills. All for the reals. And the thrills. 2 left for Furia, and with that kill, still a chance.
Both players spotted as well, so Polvi, he knows that he's about to be swung, gets the information, gets out. Furia barreling down towards the safe side with no money in the bank. Furia, they're gambling here to try and win this.
Oh, that fault line is actually really good. It's going to delay it quite a lot, and Russ moves in with Polvi, and they secure it. Oh, 11-11. Comeback in the making since round 9, finally established.
It's level pegging for these two teams, Pavlos, and if you're Furia, now you really start worrying. Look at the investment they're going to have going into this round. It is not a pretty sight at all. Global, they've had their issues when it comes to finances in this game. However, for the final 2 rounds, I think they just have enough for a reinvestment, nonetheless.
This is the last timeout, I believe, that Furia have at their disposal. Last
yes, it is.
Timeout indeed. Now or never. Hey, for an off-season event, not too bad, huh? Not too bad of a match.
Not too shabby, as they say.
And for the final match of Global Esports, it's been quite the banger, quite the treat we have here in Bangalore.
You're absolutely right. And you can hear the crowd definitely trying to hype up GE, trying to shout to them to a victory, you could say.
Oh, and they've definitely achieved that.
2 rounds to decide it. 2 rounds, Pavlos.
Crowd buff is real.
Crowd buff is very real. Something I want to mention as well. Do you know who else has been stepping up going into the
sort of final few rounds, that has absolutely been Russ. He's been there with Polvi, getting that secondary kill, getting those follow-ups. On top of the success Skills has had in the first half, they've been able, the trio, the trifecta, have been able to bounce off each other with masterful precision.
And Furia this time around, they're the ones in trouble. GE might be able to get themselves a map and series point.
Look at the stack though, Furia, they've gambled correctly.
And this is a push. And MW0 though, being scary, whatever he is, wherever gun he holds, Khalil gets one before he drops. And GE, I think, might get a little bit scared from this one. They need to make sure they can close this one out, and then Furia not making this easy at all.
No, they're
Look
not.
at the rotation. Furia have got everybody here apart from one. And this is actually helping them out a lot. Havas with a double kill. Blaze King trying to draw it all back, and he might be able to do so. 1 versus 1. Blaze King versus Liaz.
All to play for, 10 bullets left. Liazzi coming up from Garage.
All a mind game. 55 on the clock. Liazzi in from Garage. A 1v1 that could decide the series. Blaze King around the world, misses him yet again. Spike going down. Blaze King swings, and that's the ace, and that's the clutch. Blaze King puts GE on 12.
What a time to come alive, Pavlos. Blaze King, immaculate perfection, absolutely tears apart Furia in a round where Furia looked like they had the read. They did have the read, Pavlos. It's a harsh reality that Furia, on mere pistols, on mere judges, made global sweats to the very last moments. But my, oh my. We enter the final round. GE, they take the lead. Operator at MW0, Bladestorm to accompany it, and a push down A.
With all that, GE needs to compose themselves to try and close this all out. It's not all done, it's not all finished. Liazzi picking up the first one. MW0 moving in, but it's lightning fast to kill off one of the attackers. Ross, whoa! Wait a minute, this might be where it ends! Liazzi falls to the nano swarms! And now to 2v4. Furia have to deliver when they've got half the amount of players alive and their opponents do.
This is do or die now for Furia. 2 players to do it all.
Can Conan do it? Can Khalil do it? Can they blow it to an overtime another time, or is this going to be Global Elites winning on their own stage here in Bangalore? Conan silences them for a little bit, but Lightning Fast gives them back hope. Conan in the smoke, stand up, eliminated! Global, they win against Furia!
They've done it, Pavlos, in a game which they were almost ruled out of by absolutely everyone, including some of their own fans. But no, they showed us exactly what it takes to be a winner. Constant steel mindset from all of them. And against Furia, despite losing the comeback, despite not being able to convert it on Breeze, despite going 8-1 down on Haven, they're able to convert, they're able to find a victory. Stone cold pertinacity, Pavlos, from this side, and a much deserved victory.
Breathe in, take it all in, yes. Your journey might be over in this tournament, but at least you can go out with a bang. At least you can show your crowd, your home ground, that you are here to stay, right? Global Esports, their win against Furia is glorious, and they'll be happy with the outcome of this match.
They absolutely will. That was an incredible performance, Pavlos.
Oh yeah, take a bow, boys, take a bow.
It is a well-earned bow, that's for sure. You can hear how much it means to the crowd as well, Pavlos.
Oh, it really does. It really does. A new roster, a new project, here to make waves. This is Global Esports.
Wow. My heart goes out to our analysts because they have a lot to break down after that Pavlos. I mean,
they do.
My oh my, I mean, you've got everything from the comeback, from the revelation of skills, from Khalil doing so damn well, from the ability of Furia to recover after the comeback from Global, and for Global to recover having been shut down after that first spree of rounds.
That was a really insane series. What do you start enumerating, right?
Yeah.
Do you talk about the first match where Global won unexpectedly?
Yeah.
Do you talk about the second one where they nearly got a comeback? Well, they did get the comeback, but Furia came back.
Yeah.
But do you talk about the third one, a special one? And what the hell was that?
What the hell was that, Pavlos? I am so damn impressed with Global Esports, and so damn impressed with Furia as well. Bear in mind that MW0 is one of the best performing tournaments, best performing players in the tournament.
For sure, for sure. I mean, Furia is also a new project. Furia is also trying to build something new. But I think that's enough of this game. I think it's time to get the insights from one of the players, and it's Tash Bunny on the stage to give you this interview.
Here on the stage with me, I have Lightning Fast, and look how loud the crowd is cheering for Global Esports!
Thank you everyone.
So I have a question to ask you. Last year you were playing all the way in Korea, I believe, with your team, and now you're playing here in front of this very loud crowd. How does it feel?
It always feels good to be playing in front of my home ground fans, then my people, my friends. They're all insane. I love watching you guys cheering for us. It's a heartwarming feeling. Thank you, everyone.
So can I say that this is a home crowd buff for your performance today?
No, this is gonna continue more wherever we go. But definitely, for sure, you guys are the real winners. Thank you, everyone.
This is so exciting to see you finally come on top. You know that last year, Global Esports had a pretty rough year, and coming to this one and showing up against the Brazilian team definitely means a lot. So let's talk a little bit about your roster. So today you have skills coming through, Benkai not coming, and you're already showing this much strength for your team. Now, when Benkai comes in, what can we expect?
Benkai is literally the pillar of our team. But all respect to skills, he did whatever he could, and it really felt natural. Even he wasn't screaming with us. We just practiced with him for one day, but him being with us, it just felt natural. And with Benkai, I don't know where we can go. There's never a limit, guys.
And there you have it. This is your roster that you will be seeing for VCT Pacific next year. Super excited to see more from them. And let's see the breakdown of those 3 insane maps. Over to you guys, Komodo and Universe.
Time in the second, nearly towards, an overtime in the third as well. I got to say, it Blaze King to kind of give everyone a breath of fresh air, to give the streams in the crowd to get the ace on number 23.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was his moment. The moment that he stood up, he knew that he is him, clearly, by quite a statement as well, to get the ace clutch for his team. And I'm not gonna lie, there was a little bit of help from the crowd as well. The minute he turned around, the screams I could hear, sitting next to him. Blazer King, of course, I'm pretty sure will be just as loved over here as he is loved in his home country as well.
Yeah, I want to start off with the silence first that we got, right? 8 rounds to 1 in the very beginning of this one to Furia. When you think they can do no wrong, when you think it's just going to be the Brazil show here, something comes back, and it's on the back of Polvi. I was waiting for the operator. We saw a little bit of shining starting to come through from him, but after that, the team started to get it. 3 rounds to close, continuing succession into the second half, and then everything just started to mesh.
Yeah, absolutely, and I believe that Furia in the beginning had this really good understanding of how Global Esports initially wanted to process, even though they've not really played against them, and the fact that Furia actually instantly put into positions where MW0 again was the man of the match, at least in the first half, right? But where was the point that we saw that it turned around? Of course, in round number 10, I believe it was. Round number 10, where Furia had gotten quite some distance and they managed to get a decent lead. But Global Esports were able to manage up and get 4 rounds on the defense.
Stepping stones, right? I think that's a little bit of insight into what the precursor was to them getting into it. I think the fact that Polvi started to get not just the aim and getting the kills, but shutting down MW0, reading where he's coming from, up through sewers, very, very patient. The A pushes as well. 3 times in a row, unanswered, forcing these saves from the Furia members, and they just had no answer back, right? So, I mean, just absolute chaotic scenes coming out from Global. 13-11. I mean, when you're shutting down the tip of the spear, when you're shutting down MW0, we saw previously, you know, a step up come through from Havoc. We saw, you know, assistance come through. Khalil had a pretty good game for himself coming in towards this one. But again, you know, it feels for the atmosphere around Furia at the moment, there's a lot charged on MW0's shoulders. And for this one, I mean, the backpack was a little bit too heavy.
Yeah, I do agree, and I also believe that, you know, this game was, it's kind of a, I really think for all the doubters out there, skills stepped up massively. Once again, the number of times on attack where he was left alone on C while the team's attacking towards mid and A, and he's getting those late frags, you know, finding these Furia players who are still thinking it's going to be a C hit. Nah, he gets a frag that's a pretty late darn kill that is actually helping Global Esports, because then Furia are like, okay, now we got a flank to worry about. Where do we actually go from this? Where do we, you know, they go for reconnaissance, and they cannot, because why? They've got Povey coming straight at their faces.
Yeah, I mean, nearing 300 ACS, when you're asking for your superstar to come into this as well, you're seeing, all right, we've got this global roster that truly is global, spreading out around the world, with the Indian superstars, lightning fast and skills as well, doing what they need to in towards this server. I mean, I don't think you can really question the performance that all of these players had. Everybody was doing what was required. Russ, I mean, the kills might not show for that, but on the IGL, Russ had 20 assists for crying out loud.
Oh, yeah.
That is absolutely insane. Povey capitalizing on so many of those stuns, so many of those flashes to come through.
Yeah, absolutely, and lightning fast as well. You know, he was the Omen, but of course, he had to be there to support his Jet getting into that side, right? Especially on the A side, on their attack, when lightning fast was always there to trade off. You saw how many times the kill feed starts off with Povey, he loses his life instantly. Lightning fast is there to get another trade back, and he's done that so many times. There was a period of moment where Global Esports kind of went for this sporadic burst of momentum, but they lost again to Furia, right? When Furia went up to 11, it was 9-11 for a second, and it became so, you know, tense in the entire arena that everybody was like, okay, are we going to actually go through with this, or is this going to be a comeback? What's going to happen here?
I mean, I think that pretty much every round for all 3 maps here were tense at some degree, right? Whether or not it was in favor of Global or it was against them. I mean, man, I think they're going to have the biggest smiles on their face at the end of the day. I mean the home crowd behind them, as tight of a match it is.
I'll tell you who the happiest man is. It's going to be the owner of Global Esports. You could just watch him. He was at the edge of the arena right there, and you could see his heart pumping.
It would have been a roller coaster, man. Absolutely would have been a roller coaster, and I wouldn't want to be on that ride. I'd be too scared. I'd be too scared.
And if you compare, of course, the 2 main players of both teams, Povey, he had a bit of a journey through all 3 maps, and of course, towards the end, he finally reached his peak. I would say that, of course, you know, he's a much better player than what we've seen in the past couple of games, but I think he's got more potential to him than what we've seen right now, even in this game.
And I think the first opening kills and the opening deaths for the attempts as well is quite a good statistic to go alongside with this one right now. 24 kills for Povey, 6 of which were in the opening bloods, and 5 of the deaths that he had as well in the scenario. But you flip it on over, MW0 was still getting some pretty decent success as well. 5 first bloods for him, 3 first deaths for him too. So along the board, you know, pretty decent for the 2 of them. And I mean, there's not too much you can really fault MW0 for in this game.
Yeah, true, but I would say that towards the end, he kind of needed his teammates to step up a little bit as well. While we did see Furia, you know, performing more as a team in that first half, they had everything in control, more or less, right? I think that in the second half, what they needed was probably a little bit more of an exploratory mission, which they were really reluctant to do. They let Global Esports take that mid-control. They let them take that C-long, just a little bit of peeks here and there. Only MW0 with that operator or with the Marshal, you know, going for those peaks. Nobody else.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, the Marshals certainly had their fair share of damage as well. I wouldn't have minded to see a world in where Havoc was maybe being utilized a little bit more around MW0. I talked about it in the previous maps as well, using his flashes to set it on up, getting getting him in towards it. But folks, of course, with this series done and dusted, we can get things ready for the grand final. So let's have a look at the standings to see how these two groups have turned out for the play, of course, this Convergence event. Team Vitality over in Group A taking the victory very nicely indeed. That's why we see Global and Furia here having such a stellar battle, even though in the grand scheme of things, Universe, it doesn't contribute to getting into the grand final.
True.
Still a lot to prove for these teams before heading into VCT Pacific and VCT Americas next year.
Absolutely, and Furia clearly, came into this with expectations. We had expectations at least after looking at what they did in Superdome, right? They beat Cloud9, they beat Crew, they gave quite a fight to Leviathan as well, but they unfortunately just couldn't get past the mark against these teams. I would say it's maybe, in my opinion, I would say it's probably a playstyle differential because Furia haven't really played teams from these regions, especially from the Pacific, I would say, in a long time. So there's clearly a difference in the way that they handle these things.
Yeah, and I mean, Foot's going to be in the other side of the bracket as well, so we know our grand final is going to be Foot versus Team Vitality.
Absolutely.
I think that group was probably unexpected as well with True Ripper's performance coming through. So for the home crowd, we're getting an unexpected team in True Rippers making it to the event instead of a team like Reckoning. We're getting Deliverance come through from True Rippers, and now we're closing it off with Global Esports getting the victory as well. I mean, in terms of India's, largest event in this atmosphere for the crowd, for the players, I think we're checking boxes.
I'm pretty sure we're taking a lot of boxes, especially because a lot of people are expecting True Rippers to not even get a single map out of this, but they pushed these EMEA teams and the Pacific level teams to quite some distance, and I'm pretty sure that everybody's proud of them, and everybody's proud of what Global Esports just did back on that stage as well. So honestly, I'm really excited for what's about to come. One final game, best of 5, grand final, Team Vitality up against Foot Esports.
Yeah.
Is this something that maybe you could expect maybe in the VCT EMEA grand final next year?
Oh, I don't know if I'd go that far, but I am absolutely keen to see what CNED is going to do against Runner. I think that's something that has been absolutely electric to see. Runner's going to get back into it as well. There's some real competition that is going to be there. But everyone, that is going to end us here for today, Saturday at Convergence. Grand final Sunday.
Oh,
show match before it as well, so make sure you tune in nice and early. As I said, grand final, I can't reiterate it more.
It's going to be big. It's going to be amazing. If you guys are in Bangalore, one final day of Convergence, converge here with us to watch two of the biggest EMEA giants that we've got in India go at it against each other in a grand final of a best of 5. It's going to be absolutely crazy.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, we'll send you over. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Chosen, watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Flash outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.